Aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, kak, jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. That's with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan. Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, asal Zik, kita ada Iqmah Amri dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Iqmal?
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
Jahat lah,
jahat.
Sangat-sangat paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi.
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu kepada
watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Zik, Ikmah dan juga Fauzunawi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So, saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant. Tapi lakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu. Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan, kalau kata SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor.
push, kata si match. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Renung terpaksa, api tak kunjung padam.
Marah,
Ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The MPL MY Season 14 Playoffs is happening in Indoor Arena, Educity Sports Complex, Iskandar Puteri, Johor. Powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotline. Best for 5G lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Kejayaan hanya milik mereka yang tak pernah menyerah. Dengan api semangat yang menyala dan tekad yang tak goyah, mereka mampu mengatasi segala cabaran dan mencapai kejayaan. Selepas 45 perlawanan, 10 pasukan bertarung selama 6 minggu. Dan sekarang adalah saatnya menentukan pelawan sejati yang akan mewakili Malaysia ke M6 dan merebut gelaran juara MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Ini bukan sekadar kejayaan yang satu pasukan, tetapi cita-cita seluruh negara yang mahu melihat trofi M6 terus kekal di tanah air, menjulang nama Malaysia di pentas dunia. Playoffs kali ini adalah playoffs yang sangat-sangat istimewa sebab untuk pertama kali kita buat playoffs di Johor. Alright guys, dan kita ada surprise lagi untuk mereka. Sebab kita buat playoffs kali ini di Johor, kita ada jemput kawan daripada negara jiran. So, Stadium Educity, give it up for Cheryl Yao of MPL Singapore.
You guys here are just absolutely wild. This is Malaysia, friends. Hello, Rose. Hi, friends of Johor. Hi, MPL Malaysia. Nama saya Cheryl. Thank you so much for
Cheryl.
having me.
Come on over here. Come join me on the stage. Whew.
Rose, what kind of crowd do you guys have here? It's just absolutely insane.
Well, like what we always said, ini adalah gaya kita. This is the Malaysian way of hosting a tournament. Betul tak, guys?
Wow, I literally can feel the roar of the crowds in my chest, and thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity to feel the pride of Malaysia right here today for MPL MY.
All right, Cheryl, before we even begin, I would just like to say that you look absolutely stunning today. You look gorgeous.
Thank you so very much, Rose. But of course, we like to hear from the crowd as well. You look amazing, my queen.
Now, thank you very much, Cheryl. It is an honor to share the stage with you here. Now, how do you like Malaysia? How do you like the crowd of MPL Malaysia?
You guys are just built different, man. It's just absolutely amazing. And you know, it's just really wonderful. You guys have that passion and you guys rooting for the teams, the faces that will be representing Malaysia over on the international stage. So it's really, really awesome. So speaking of which, walking through those doors here into the arena, I was just like, hold on. Is this M6 already? No way. This is just playoffs. You guys do things differently here.
Yes, indeed. We Malaysians really do things a bit differently. And of course, untuk korang semua, korang kena datang ke Educity, tengok perlawanan dengan kita sebab bukan setakat match perlawanan menarik sahaja yang kita ada dekat sini. Sebab kita pun ada aktiviti banyak dekat luar, and of course, Foodylicious Festival mana banyak makanan ada dekat luar.
So yes, I've been outside as well, and guys, the activities happening outside here at MPL MY Southern Festival is just absolutely insane. Now I'm just regretting not bringing my family over because this is truly a festival that's suitable for everyone of all ages. I can see even families are here too.
Yes, betul tu, Cheryl. And of course, kalau korang tak tahu lagi kalau korang kena beli tiket ke ataupun boleh datang percuma, guys, tiket adalah percuma sahaja. Guys, come on, who doesn't love free things?
Now, I'm Singaporean, so I definitely love free things, and it just sounds great. Everyone loves free things, don't they?
Yes, everybody loves free things. But, korang tahu tak apa lagi yang free kita ada dekat MPL Malaysia musim ini? Musim ini pasukan yang juara akan menerima MPL Malaysia Championship ring yang 10 mythical fairy dreamstone yang dibuat daripada black spinal gem diletakkan di atas cincin sebagai tanda 10 pasukan yang bertanding. Dan selain itu ada serta corak harimau di bahagian tepi cincin yang diinspirasikan oleh corak harimau MPL MY and of course the icon of MLBB.
Now definitely, so I've seen the rings themselves and I love the incorporation of the tiger onto the rings, and truly, with this ring itself, I really hope that it invigorates and, unleashes that inner spirit of the Gaya Harimau of the players here today to clinch that championship that is to represent Malaysia at M6.
Yes, betul tu, Cheryl. Now, you know what, Cheryl? It's a new venue. Takkan tu je kita ada surprise dekat korang, betul tak? Kita ada dekat venue baru, mestilah kita ada tema dengan design yang baru. So, korang dah ready ke nak tengok grafik baru? Tak dengar, korang dah ready ke nak tengok grafik baru?
Alright, so with that, I guess on the count of 3, let's unleash it. And 1, 2, 3, ini gaya kita!
I love it. It's so nice. And guys, korang dekat Johor, korang suka ke?
Absolutely insane.
Okay, now guys, selain daripada MPL yang baru menarik, kita pun tahu that M6 akan diadakan dekat Malaysia, mana 13 pasukan sudah mengunci slot mereka ke M6.
And yes, 2 more slots will be filled by 2 of the best Malaysian teams, which we will witness unveil by this week.
Pasukan manakah akan mara ke M6 untuk mewakil Malaysia?
So speaking of which, M1 was held in Malaysia and then it was passed on to Singapore, then Indonesia, and then to the Philippines. And now for the upcoming M6, it will be back to where it all started. But it will be different than it was ever before because this time round, this is the home ground of the defending world champions. So will it be different for the M6? For me, I will never get the venue, the glorious venue that is M1, and I can't wait to see what M6 can bring.
Betul tu Cheryl, bahangnya semakin terasa. Era baru telah terlihat di mana semua pasukan-pasukan juara siri lepas telah tumbang dan gagal melayakkan diri ke M6.
So yes, with that being said, I'm sure everyone here in the arena must be excited for the first match that's going to come out real soon. We will have 2 matches played today where the winner will advance further into the stage to carry on their playoff aspirations to hopefully get a chance to win that title. And the losers will unfortunately have to say goodbye to their ticket to the M6.
Not unless they come as a guest today. Anyway, untuk perlawanan pertama, kita akan saksikan perlawanan di antara Todak menentang Monster Vicious.
The crowd is ready and the stage is set. And I guess with that being said, we're gonna hand our time over to the casters. So yes.
So Cheryl, jom kita ke caster.
Thank you so much, Elian, as well as Rose, our beautiful host taking care of us on our stage. Welcome to the MPL MY Playoffs, day number 1 here at Season 14. My name is Gideon Q, of course, and hello to all of our international viewers out there, because today on the desk, our co-casters and even a special guest, we got Sadafa here on my left, or your right, and of course, Abstract from MPL SG coming down to keep us company. How you doing, Abstract?
The place is great, the venue is great, the casters is great, the host is great. Honestly, upon arriving here, I feel very hospitable, and you guys, great hosts.
Thank you, of course. I mean, the venue is all looking amazing, but tell me about that crowd, Stafa, because I'm seeing that line and people are still flooding in.
The atmosphere here in Educity Stadium is electric and beyond any expectations that we could have had. We knew it's a bigger venue, we could fit more people, but we were not expecting this kind of turnout, this kind of reaction.
It's great, but in case you guys are just tuning in from all across the world watching the live stream on the English broadcast, today's schedule, we're going to be kicking things off with a banger of a game. It's going to be Todak versus MV. Afterwards, it's going to be JP Niners up against Red Esports.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the first game and, of course, the second game itself, it is definitely quite a upsetting part where we are going to be looking at 2 teams that will be bowing out today. Definitely not something that I'm, expecting, or rather not something that I came in wanting to see. But it is a competition after all. We're gonna have to see one person move on to the next round and one person, or rather 2 teams, that have to bow out.
I have to ask, Stafa, which of those 2 teams you think are going to be making out here today? Because the play-ins are brutal for a reason to earn that second life.
And on top of that, compared to previous seasons, I feel like the competition is closer than ever. It is so difficult to predict. And yet you have asked, so I must answer. In my personal opinion, I think Monster Vicious and JP Niners have the better chances.
Pretty good. I mean, I have to admit, pretty good odds overall. The regular season has been extremely exciting and been building up to this very moment here today. Now, the play-ins, as mentioned before, this is brutal. 2 of these teams will be leaving us today and will not get that second life in that upper brackets once we get into the playoff brackets. Even so, these teams need to show their best here today, and I think the turnout really goes to show the stakes involved.
Honestly, the turnout is definitely not something that I expected. We're talking about a Thursday, right? Thursday afternoon. It is a weekday, and of course, the stadium is absolutely packed. I myself didn't think that, maybe we'll have some good amount of people. Most people will be online, but I'm wrong. The people in Johor definitely proved me wrong. Completely.
I mean, considering that we already have you as a guest, I'm wondering whether maybe a good percentage of Singaporeans have come down to check this event
It's not impossible. It's our first time having the MPL outside of Selangor. Here in Johor, it is incredible to see. There's plenty of stuff not just the games, but outside there's festivals happening, there's booths, there's stalls, there's plenty of stuff to check out. So if you guys are nearby and you're still on the fence, I think the crowd speaks for itself.
And don't forget, even if you are bringing a +1, there is a festival happening literally right outside of us. Well, I mean, I can hardly see it because there's still people coming in, but I heard that the line today really stretched out all the way to the entrance of Educity.
The entrance? Okay,
Yeah.
it is definitely quite a walk, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we came in by bus. It took some time to get past the entire roads and all that kind of stuff. So honestly, damn. That's a lot of people.
It's way too many people. Honestly, it's starting to feel like a sauna in here. The bodies alone, with the energy being given over to the stage, we can only expect the best of the best today. But let's cut straight into it, right? The business, down to it. What do you think of the odds? Our very first matchup is going to be Todak and as well as MV, two teams which I personally thought have a really good chance of actually making it top 3.
Exactly. I mean, definitely looking at the both of them, I want to see them move on. Both of them.
Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of that option because play-ins are truly a obstacle that every team has to overcome here. Todak, MV, only one of them gets to move on to face SRG, and later on in the day we will see whether it is the JP9ers or Red Esports who moves on to face Vamos.
It's a best of 5 all the way from the start.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
We don't hold any punches. There is no mercy this time around. We know that we are going to be the host for M6, so we've got to get our quality up. And best of 5s is a really good way to kick things off today.
Oh, okay. So at least when it comes down to, elimination matches, it's not necessarily that punishing per se, because it's kind of like a single elimination at the first part per se. At least it goes all the way out, BO5, and honestly, I'm not too surprised if we are looking at all 5 games.
Of course. I mean, in this best of 5 alone, these teams need to be really, really fresh. They got to come up with some new strategies and continue to evolve the meta. As you can see, the players have already started to walk on up anyways. Now, let me introduce you the lineup of Todak. Starting off with the pillars, I am Senpoi, Momo, and as well as Zayed, Yanlord, and Chiku guys to complete the roster.
Todak kicked off the season in a shaky state, having to explore multiple different lineups of players to figure out what would work and what would stick. This lineup though, lineup C as we dubbed it halfway through the season, turns out to be the winner and has slowly been getting stronger and stronger with a mixture of faces old and new.
The Todak that I remember back then is about a team of swordfishes that plays around the master swordfish, which is Chiku guys himself. But I can see that there is definitely quite a little bit of a shake-up, and the Todak specialty of playing some special heroes doesn't seem to be that present anymore.
Hey, look, I mean, the Todak Langar DNA is still part of them, but this is the next generation. And with the next generation of Todak, our next generation of Monster Vicious is here. From Tier 2, they fought all the way to the Tier 1 and qualified in the MPL and continue to hold the banner strong of a full local lineup. It's Martizi, Zeno, Uni, Nova X Kobar, and Ruff.
A team consisting of players who have filled in roles for other teams throughout the history of MPL Malaysia, finally qualifying with their full original roster from Tier 2, demonstrating their true potential in a very unique way.
Speaking of true potential, I've seen the statistics about Monster Vicious, right? They win all the big guys, being Vamos and Selangor Red Giants, but what's the deal with them losing to the lower end of the bracket teams?
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up. Netizens in Malaysia have labeled this team, especially in our community group, as the Robin Hood, a team that steals points from the rich and gives it over to the poor. Honestly, even homeboys were very thankful for MV being that Robin Hood, because had they not won that 2-0 match, they probably would have gotten relegated.
It's a very strange status that MV has created for themselves, but I do believe we have a video for you guys to check out.
Let's have a quick look at this, because Suyo, a game changer so far, has been absolutely destroying the meta. And I want to get your opinion on this, Abstract, because again, you were the first, MPL SG was the first region to actually play Suyo in their own playoffs, while the rest of us was kind of trying to figure out where he sort of fits in the meta. Is he really, really good? Is he really, really bad? We had no idea until you guys touched it first.
That's right. So at least when it comes down to Suyo, during our playoffs, which is post-patch 20, right? Suyo did manage to come into an appearance by being onto the jungle. Every now and then we saw him being in the EXP. We're kind of figuring out if whether his immortal form is something that can allow him to stay alive in teamfights a lot more with vengeance and all that jazz. But we're starting to slowly figure out about Suyo. Okay, he's more of an assassin, he's more of a jungle, but is he really that much of a priority? He started off with a B1 pick. It didn't turn out all that well, right? 50% win rates and all that kind of stuff. And he slowly dropped in priority, weirdly, being B1 picks, and then the next matches R3, and then one of the final few matches B4, B5.
Very interesting. I mean, so far, with Suyo in that meta, I'm looking at two people here, and that's Zion as well as Uni, to really show the clash of the hometown heroes. Both full local lineups, and with Suyo in the meta, this could really skew the drafts in favor of one of these teams.
Not just the two teams with local lineups, the only remaining teams with full local lineups here in MPL Malaysia. It is truly disheartening to know that they will be facing off against each other at the start of the playoffs, and one of them has to leave straight away. The legacy of both these lineups has been created with the old guard of Todak bringing us our best ever finish in M1 to a brand new generation that is Monster Vicious, the only team in 2 seasons to take down the Red Giants.
Yeah, I honestly just want to see if whether MV will be able to kind of like put the swordfishes into the grave, right? Because, you know, we are definitely kind of thinking about this, right? MV, they beat the strong, they lose to the weak. So the question about the swordfishes is, are they the strong or are they the weak?
Staffa, is Todak strong?
Oh boy!
They have a rich history!
They do have a rich history. It's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. But guys, join the fight now while you still can. You have a redemption code down below. And don't forget, if you're lazy to type it in, just scan the QR code to save your time. But let's pull it back here. I mean, rich history in Todak. Are they strong, Staffa?
Todak has been doing more consistently after the first few weeks of the regular season where they finally solidified their lineup. We're slowly getting better and better. But there's still a team that depends a little bit on draft, a little bit on momentum, and they gotta make sure the conditions are hit for them to come out on top.
Conditions are hit. What about you?
Honestly, I'm just in for the fun, man.
That's great. That's the best way to handle it. With Todak as well as MV, you never know what you're going to get. It's going to be a little bit of a coin toss. I hope it is going to impress you, because it is time to bring out both the teams onto the stage here in Edu City. Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, and the marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in these matches. They made their waves with their unpredictable moves and ever-changing lineups. After numerous tweaks and iterations, the Kings of the Ocean finally settled on their main squad. Led by Chiku guys, the Macro Master, the embodiment of the Langar DNA. Today, they're here to secure their place in the upper brackets to get one step closer to returning to the M-Series World Stage. Give it up for Todak!
Monster Vicious.
They have broke the winning streak of giants like Vamos and SRG, proving they're here to make an impact. They're overcoming fierce battles to reach the playoffs, and today they aim to rise even higher with a spot in the upper brackets. There's more than a game. It's about pride, resilience, and putting Malaysian talent on the map. As the stakes intensify, they stand united and ready to give it everything they've got. Let's hear it for the all-location sensation, the pride of Malaysia, Monster Vicious! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams, Coach Ashi and Saiful from Todak and Coach Haru and Sora Bio from Monster Vicious. Let's keep it going with bus bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini Kaya Kita. Good luck to both our competitors.
A status is in contention right now for the very first match of the MPL Malaysia Season 14 playoffs as two local lineups compete for the legacy of fielding Malaysian talent on the global stage.
It's a very interesting time to be alive in Malaysian MLBB history. Everybody's excited for M6, but most importantly, everybody's excited to see these local talents go above and beyond.
Honestly, with these two teams coming together after a very long regular season, they have honed their skills, and now is the day, now's the time for them to put everything to use.
I think yes, because Todak rival RRQ like M1, M2, M3, M4. And I have message for Siku, don't angry in lane.
Selain Todak di Malaysia yang pengen lu lawan di Swiss round nanti dan kenapa?
I think SRG because before Onyx lose against SRG, right? I trust my friend and my teammate can beat SRG. So I wanna revenge to them.
And this is just an insider for Skylar himself. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to win the entirety of MPL ID, but second place in the qualification for M6. He's excited to see familiar faces because I remember M1, 2, and 3. Each and every time we saw Todak and as well as RQ battle it out, it is always a heated argument, not only in the comments, but even in the Land of Dawn.
A long-time MPL MY fans know about the rivalry between Todak and RRQ. There's a long-standing feud between the two teams that has not quite been resolved since both have been struggling to get back onto that big stage.
Now, speaking of which, we are going to look at Natan and our current MPL stats because after a couple of playoffs from both PH and as well as ID, there has been a huge resurgence of Natan as the insurance policy for the late game.
Hold on a second. Where's MPLSG?
Well, what are you talking about? It's totally there. It's like
where's my MPLSG?
Yeah, this is every region, right?
Oh,
yeah, every region.
Every major region they like to call.
Look, I'll give my own statistics right here. All right. So Nathan or Natan, or rather, Natan. Okay, one thing is for sure, right? We definitely saw a resurgence of Natan after patch 20, right? I don't necessarily have the stats about win rate, but let's just agree that Natan 100% win rate. Yeah, sure. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, sure.
Put it that way. Before patch 20, we were looking at like 7.9% pick rate before patch 20, and right after patch 20 came out, we're starting to see more Natan with a 26.9% pick rate.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so a 20% jump specifically for MPL SG, but coming into this drafting phase, get excited everybody, because we're expecting Natan to be the go-to pick for both Chiku guys and as well as Ruff in this matchup. The real question, we've already shown Suyo, we've already talked about first picks. Blue side or red side, which do you think is key to victory here?
Definitely, I will say that blue side have got their ways because they don't have to focus on banning on Chip nor Suyo. They control the tempo of the entire drop. What do they want to see? Or rather, what do they not want to see that is outside of the Chip and the Suyo?
Red side has already been burdened by the fact that they have to ban power picks like the Chip for a very, very long time. And Suyo joining the ranks of top meta heroes just adds an extra burden onto the red side to have to figure out. And this is going to be a very important draft, not just for this match, but for the entire playoffs in general, because there has been a 2+ week break between the regular season and now. Any evolutions, any changes in the strategies of the teams, we have no idea what to expect.
Well, honestly, after these past 2 weeks watching both MPL ID and as well as MPL PH, it looks like Todak is actually gotten, is able to steal a little bit of that information. Yves was a very high priority in MPL ID, having some of the best players in the mid lane to play it, 100% win rates throughout the regular season. It's good to see that Todak is on top of the ball when it comes to meta.
Honestly, when I'm looking at MPL MY, what I believe and understand is that when it comes down to the regular seasons, it is completely a different meta. We're looking at the Zasks, as well as, what else do we have? Hylos being one of the top tier picks. But we have already went through quite a bit of iterations. We went through the Khalid plus the, who is that again? Gato. And then now we come in with the Suyo thing. So this is kind of like a fresh new look for quite a bit of these players.
All right, let's look back at the draft, because so far after the Yves ban, they decided to get rid of Fanny for the side of Todak. Makes sense, especially when you're up against Uni. But at the same time, we do see the Angela get banned out instead of the Suyo, instead of the Ling. This could be great for Todak.
We have been seeing a bit of a resurgence of Angela because mid lane has been shifting more into utility prio. But that does leave Zeus Sin open for Todak to snatch up. They're not going to give it away to Martizi.
So definitely one thing that I can understand is that Jusin does have kind of like a soft counter / an answer to whenever Suyo wants to jump onto him. She does have a pretty nice blink coming in from her ultimate, and when it comes down to the Lantern Flare, she can definitely clip onto Suyo even after doing his S1s and S3s.
But that's a true test of skill here, right? As much as Uni wants Suyo, he's going to need a team that's able to get him out of some tough spots, especially knowing that Zushin is going to be that soft counter.
That is true, that is true. The Zeus Sin pick not only denies it from Martizi, but is meant to force MV into a potentially bad situation with the Suyo themselves. They still have to lock it in because you cannot give it away to Todak in their second and third pick.
Oh no. We have always seen Cho being played in the roam role, but at least in MPL SG, but it's definitely still a very flexible pick. But at least when it comes down to looking at Suyo onto R1, definitely something interesting is not being B1.
All right, I mean, let's quickly look at this. Throughout his entire professional career, Chiku has only played 63 unique heroes across all 5 different roles, and all 3 of MV's coaching staffs have coached a Malaysian team at an international tournament before. So it's kind of interesting to see that no matter where you are, there are ties to the biggest tournament in MLBB.
Honestly, just Malaysians, they're pretty much everywhere, let's be honest here. And SRG being defending world champions is definitely something that I want to see coming into MPL MY.
Absolutely. I think that's what all of us here in this stadium want to be able to witness. But we still have that second slot, and both of these teams are looking to contest for it, with the Harif locked in as the final pick in the first phase for MV. They immediately ban out the Lunox gold lane counter.
This is some pretty interesting drafting here because it's very catered towards Todak's side. I think Haru has done a lot of research, and more so their opener of both Suyo and Cho. I was expecting maybe Todak was going to go with the Phoveus, then the Nolan afterwards, but instead wanted to go for Gatot as a way to combo in tandem with Zushin.
I really like the fact that when it comes down to MV, they are playing a very high mobility heroes coming in from their side. Great amount of dashes from the side of Harif as well as Cho. Almost seemed as though they would want to bait out Todak to kind of pick things like a Phoveus or perhaps even hard counter with a Mincetar. But of course, there's always come one kind of a caveat on top of that. Since Todak has already picked up the Gato-Kacha, still pretty flexible, but most of the time we see that going over the roam. The EXP lane is still relatively open, and MV doesn't seem like they want to target onto the Phoveus. In fact, it's only onto the hard counter Mincetar.
Oh, I think that Todak right now need to ban out that Phoveus, right? Because Phoveus does pretty well into the Nolan, is able to... I mean, yes, he kind of sucks against Zushin, but as long as you're zoning out that backline, he's kind of doing his job already, right?
Yep.
So it's smart of MV to get rid of that Mincetar. Maybe I'm reading too deep into that signal, but I do want to see Todak's response.
It's specifically a respect ban towards Momo as well, because only 2 players ever played Mincetar EXP throughout this season. That was Momo and Rippo. Rippo, unfortunately, not going to be joining us here in the playoffs, but this is a hero you have to fear against Todak.
So at this point in time, the main thing that we are looking at is the core 3 heroes from both Todak as well as MV. At least for now, we are looking at Gato-Kacha as well as Jusin. They pretty much want to play more of a kind of like 4-1 split push kind of thing. But of course, this is still pretty early into the draft for us to really just dive right in and say, yeah, this is what they're gonna do. It is still pretty diverse and pretty open, considering we still need an EXP laner. We also need a gold laner that can actually deal with a Harif in the gold lane. Unfortunately, since Lunox has already been taken away, that main counter, that bully of Harif is no longer there.
All right, so they're going to be locking in their mid laner first, right? They want to make sure that this Cho is still going to be that flex pick. Aurora does really well into assassins, and more importantly so, able to kind of slow down that front line for those big engages. Well, with the exception of Gatak, because he kind of gets to wherever he wants to, however he wants to.
We have to note in general, both of these teams are very specialized in team fighting. That mid-game timing is very important for both Todak and Monster Vicious to get that advantage, because their late game, while solid enough, isn't exactly stellar. That's why you see a lot of respect towards heroes that can disrupt the flow of team fighting, like Eve, Akai, and Tigreal on the side of Todak.
So at least for Todak, the main thing I'm looking out for is the fact that they have a Dolan, so when it comes down to wave clear or rather creep clears, they are definitely going to be relatively fast. Perhaps something that can actually give them a very good amount of kind of curve into the game, that would be great, but Melissa?
Interesting. Okay. Alright, so Melissa, so that Cho doesn't get on top of her, but you can still technically Shunpo into away the dragon still. It's just that the angle might be off. I guess so, because, I mean, Melissa's pretty good in these overall team fights, generally is able to outrange the Harith before he hits level 4, so maybe there's an opportunity there, because as we mentioned before, they are team fight oriented, so the only advantages that probably the Kucha can etch out is in the lane.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but I feel like Melissa's still gonna have a bit of difficulty. As long as Ruff plays around models, it's very easy to poke Chiku out of lane.
Honestly, I've never seen a Melissa in MPL SG for this season, and honestly, I'm not exactly even sure how well Melissa is gonna fare. But moving on aside from the Melissa thing, Phoveus and Khalid being B5 as well as R5, is this something that you guys expected?
Well, honestly, I think that Khalid and Phoveus was going to show up at some point. I was hoping specifically MV was going to pick up that Phoveus, but hey, you know, it's as good as it gets. With that being said, it's time to make our way. The draft has been settled and the final lock-ins are in. Give us a breakdown of the composition stuff up before we jump right into the Land of Dawn.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting one because MV, I feel like they're in a bit of more of a comfort zone, whereas Todak might have a bit of a tough time because their CC is a little bit more conditional, but if anything can make it happen, it is going to be them. The Land of Dawn opens to greet a brand new era as we open up the MPL Malaysia Season 14 playoffs with Monster Vicious versus Todak.
Good luck to both of our competitors today. Remember, in this best of 5, whoever wins the series moves on into the upper bracket. Well, unfortunately, the opposing team will get eliminated with no second chances. Todak is going to be on blue side with MV on the red. Abstract, walk me through this, because so far, MPL SG was a long time ago, and the meta has evolved. Did you expect it to look like this?
Honestly, when it comes down to the meta, I would definitely say that when it comes down to your EXP laners, pretty much the same. Mid laners, pretty much the same. It's mostly very similar, but not exactly on its timing as to when these heroes are being picked out. I don't expect to see a Khalid as well as a Phoveus being picked on the 5th pick. In fact, they are always being part of the priority. But of course, with the Suyo coming in, even MPL SG itself, we don't really see that big of a resurgence from for Suyo, and we don't really have a very good idea how to use him yet.
I think, you know, the meta has definitely progressed since that time, right? You guys did get to technically beta test him for the rest of the regions.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the lanes, I think that at this point of time, Zeno's going to have a bit of a hard time. Momo is a very stable laner generally, and it's not like we know... Wait, hold on.
Zayed in some trouble, surrounded by 4 members of MV. Dashes out, gets frozen though, and Zeno jumps on in with the flicker to get that first blood. Zion Samboy and Lord too late to save it.
Despite great mobility coming in from a Nolan, which does have a 2-second dash, this is definitely not something that Todak could run away from. Monster Vicious, they were very, very comical into taking that jungler out.
It was a very good pinch as well, right? In the meantime, we do see that Uni is trying to find his way in on this as Zeno rotates into the mid lane. The first turtle should fall into the hands of Monster Vicious because of that. I would only imagine that Zayed probably wants to stick around for his purple.
And Lord and Zion Senpoi are here. They're gonna start dealing with Nova. He's dropping very low actually. Revitalize comes out from Yanlord. Uni secures the turtle. Raging Stance from going to miss unfortunately. As Zion goes in, Fracture takes out Uni. Martisi is able to freeze 2 other people and flicker out the safety himself. But I think Todak's already taken their casualties as Momo jumps back on in. Breaks the passive on the Aurora and continues to get the kill on Martisi.
And that's why Momo's a beast. This purple buff is going to get contested, but I think it's smarter for Todak to back away. Zayed now is able to catch up against Uni, and honestly, really interesting calls are being made.
Putting a Pride of Eyes on the cooldown is something that I expect, but actually following it up to get a kill down on Martisi is not what I expected at all. But you know, when it comes down to the turtle fight, one thing I definitely think that was very interesting to see is looking at Zaim Sempoi actually using the Lantern Flare to pick someone up, but not toss them towards him. He actually extended the time of how long he stayed up in the air by not tossing him away, but to keep him at where he was.
Yep, and that's just why, you know, Uni unfortunately was going to be the recipient of it. Stuck in the air, ends up dying, can't use his iframes to get out of these tough situations. But even when we look by the gold lane, whoa, what's going on here? A lot of contention by Riverside. I was going to say that Ruff, it looks like he has a slight EXP against Chiku at this point of time. I can only imagine he has a slight gold lead. Maybe like 100 gold?
I would say that is actually kind of interesting how both teams, they are very strong about wanting this lane.
Nova with the kick. We have the Dragon on the top, but they're not able to follow up. Raging Stance is gonna land on him, and now Nova will be traded for Yanlord. Zeno has to flicker out to get away from the Lantern as Uni jumps back in with the Surging Blade. Zion pops the ultimate to escape.
Good stuff, good stuff. They're able to trade support for support, but they guaranteed at least Yanlord using his battle spell. Nova can still make a play once his Way of the Dragon comes back up. Flicker is still available. Zeno has to take his time with this.
So far, MV has been very decisive as to who they would really want to target down and who they want to single out right before objective takes and such. So I really do like what Monster Vicious is trying to do at this point in time, but of course, they are very brawly at this point in time, and it's just kind of like, okay, I'm going to go for a trade kind of thing going on, just so that they will be able to take control of the river line and make sure that they will be able to keep a couple of bodies just around the Turtle's Pit or around the Lord's Pit to get themselves more control.
And speaking of control, it looks like Todak wants to actually drag this out. They're positioning very aggressively, but they don't want to commit just yet.
Here comes Momo, jumps in. Zeno with Zion Senpoi in the meantime. Wave the Dragon, gonna find Phobius, and Momo is already gone. Yanlord jumps in, but he's not able to catch anyone on MV as Zeno is just buying so much space and time with his healing. He will finally fall as Zion gets the killing spree, but this may have been enough time bought from MV. Yanlord with the Revitalize keeps him alive against Uni, actually forces back the Suyo, but here's Ruff to join the fight as well. He's chasing down Zusin in the mid lane as Yanlord just barely escapes with his life intact.
How did nobody die there? How did nobody die there? How does Monster Vicious get to walk away with casualties and still pick up the neutral objective?
Wait, Zeno, did Zeno not die over there?
He did. He did.
It did. Okay, aside from that, I will say that Todak, they generally are, you know, have their back against the wall time and again, and Monster Vicious is just so overwhelming when it comes down to being in the river. They knew what they wanted to do, and they just ensured that they will be able to push people away from all of these objectives, which I absolutely love.
Personally, for me, I think this is going to be a slow roll of a game. It's not like Chiku Guys is having the best time in the world. The tier 1s have already collapsed because of that early rotation coming in from Ruff. Regardless, I still think that Momo falling behind against Zeno is not a good idea, because Momo is probably what's going to push Todak over the line during the mid game.
Yeah, I think Momo has to be a bit more careful about the timing of his jumps. He's been doing a good job so far, but MV is starting to adjust. They are delaying the fight so they can take advantage of the Phobius jumping into their ranks. And I think Zeno buying so much time in that fight was what really made the difference.
So far, the game is still kind of neck and neck, even though we're looking at about, you know, it's just about 300 gold differences. And MV, they did manage to get themselves a good amount of turtle ticks thus far. And when it comes down to the lanes, we are definitely looking at MV's EXP lane that took one T1 down, and for the gold lane, Todak did lose one T1. So from this point on, what should we really be expecting coming in from both teams? What are the tendencies?
Well, based on what we're seeing, I would imagine it's all about scaling, right? Like, all of these pokes here is basically a nothing fight. Martisi is never going to walk too far. Zeno doesn't mind taking the damage, especially now that he's probably already completed the Thunder Belt. He just wants to stack, right? So I think that Todak need to play towards the win conditions. Number one, Chiku Guys, right? Zayed's got a bit of a lead, so really he should be at the tip of the spear.
They really do seem like they want to control the game all the way to the end stages, right? Because when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, albeit around 13 minutes time, they don't really have a lot of damage potential. They do have quite a bit of ways to, deny an area and hope that they will be able to take all these objectives, which is what we are seeing right now.
Turtle gonna be secured by Zayed. Here comes
Whoa,
backwards into Zayed. Lands on him, revitalized, keeping Jalur alive. And now my MB realizing they're not in best spot. Bridging Glacier gonna stop Todak, but Ruff has already been cracked out by Phobius. And now MB is being chased down by Todak. Zayed with the mega kill. Gonna be able to get a double on top of that as Todak chases down their enemies.
Is this what you call a langar?
Yep, that's what we call a langar, man. This is the new evolution of it. Todak. Honestly, they were real chill about the scenario, right? It's like, okay, I mean, if you get the turtle, it's kind of whatever, but Zeno committing the flicker so far down. How was he expecting Monster Vicious to realistically follow up?
He did manage to kind of get the hit down on the Zayed, but he kind of moved away from Zayed and focused on the main targets up front, wanting to kind of go for a front-to-back kind of an issue. Now, of course, one thing that I did not expect is the fact that Todak, they definitely can single out Zeno, take this kill, and move right back. Because my objective here is to take the turtle. We managed to get a free kill from Zeno. Let's move on back. But Todak seemed to manage to seize the opportunity, and they realized, you know what? We can actually run all the way in. We can take more away from MV.
Nova Kobar looking for another one. Actually gets denied by Chigu's ult. Finally lands away with the dragon, but it's way too late. And now the Avatar Guardian gets a double taunt on Martizi and Ruff. Martizi is gone. Ruff getting chased down as Todak continuing with the Langar. Blade Surge comes for Uni. Gets the Sun Raging Slam. Gonna land on 2 as well. But Zayed comes in from backline. Monster kill for the Nolan as Chigu picks up Zeno as well. Uni gonna stop Zayed from taking that tier 2 mid, but the damage is done.
God damn, Todak's looking real good right now. What a play from Chiku, guys. Absolutely shutting down Nova X Kobar's engage and turning it around so fast. It feels like Todak's Langar strategy is, how about you mimic us first, and then we'll show you how to do it better.
What the hell is this? 9 minutes into the game and we're looking at a 6,000 gold lead from the side of Todak. That's a lot of gold lead right off the start, and the audacity of me to think that Todak don't have any damage coming into the mid stages of the game. They're clearly doing so much better than Monster Vicious.
Todak has a lineup that's really good at diving and chasing. MV needs to have a little bit more finesse with picking who they pick off first. And we're not really seeing that. They're just diving at Todak.
This isn't a team that you expect, I'm going to out-mechanic you. Todak right now getting mega value. Discount Thursday today as Monster Vicious keeps giving them free 2-for-1s. And I think that Todak, they don't mind this. Every mistake that they punish off of Monster Vicious has gotten them at least 2,000 gold. So 3 bad fights has already pushed them to 6,000. And honestly, with the Lord pushing on over, I'm expecting this to turn into at least 9 to 10k.
Moving on forward with the Lord coming into the middle lane, ready to plunder everything that Monster Vicious love. There is still the Holy Defense that is available all across the lane. Obviously, all of these are gonna be pumped, but Todak with the great lead of 7,000, they're gonna have to play like as though they have the 7k lead, and they're gonna have to break down all of these inhibitor turrets.
That's what they're trying to do. The Lord is down mid, and so is the mid inhibitor gone on the side of MV. Momo and Zime Senpoi just standing there menacingly, not allowing Monster Vicious to walk forward. Maybe they can get some more damage in, but for now, Momo still buying space. Chiku just doing damage to the bottom lane here. Raging Sands gonna land on Momo as the Avatar Guardian comes in, and Chiku's doing so much damage! Ruff is just gone! Erased from the map! Momo a bit too deep, but he's gonna be able to trade himself for a godlike streak as Zayed finishes off the show! And they're gonna be able to transition up to taking the top in him as well.
Oh, they can't! The minion, unfortunately, the Get Away With Me does pop out, and Zeno cannot go further than this. But at this point, it's so low that it's considered to be gone anyways. You can see that even Zayed is thinking like, maybe I should just like walk on in and tap it real quick. Just a quick tap.
Just quick little tap. Definitely something that will go down real soon. So it's fair to say that Monster Vicious, they definitely do have 2 inhibitor turrets down, but it is still a naturally pushing lane in the middle lane, and Todak understands that, you know what, we've got what we came here for. We've got the middle lane pushed down, and let's just play for the Lord in the next minute or so. They still have got a lot of gold ahead of them, and they definitely know that they are tankier, they have got higher damage than Monster Vicious, so they don't have to be too aggressive, nor do they have to be too desperate because the main winning condition that they want is to go over for the late stages of the game and also to play as a team. Main thing is they cannot lose control of the map to Monster Vicious, especially since they have Nova Escobar on the opposite side with a Cho. You wouldn't want anyone from your own team as Todak to be singled out by this Cho.
Sounds like a good idea unless Nova is able to find the kick, and I think so. Oh,
No, Janlor just bundling him, and Zayed almost blows up Nova. 10% HP as the roamer. This Nolan is a problem.
7-1-0. He is rich. He's got items, and he really stings. I think Todak could set themselves up for victory on this next Luminous Lord, and I think that Monster Vicious, they might be caught in a checkmate scenario.
Yeah, I don't see them coming back from this. Zeno in trouble. 1v2 against Yanlord, and Zion Senpo is just getting picked up. Way of Dragon going to find Momo. Kicks him back, but after Party Guardian's gonna save him as Rob is just gone. Taken out by Chiku. Martisi delayed by Zion Senpo, and Monster Vicious in full retreat. But Momo not gonna let that happen as Zion comes in. Follows up. 1 kill, 2 kills. Uni, the only one left alive. As Todak are looking to land the coup de grace on Monster Vicious. 1 minion wave, that's all they need, and the crystal will fall to the hands of the Swordfishes.
Beautiful game. Great game ball coming out from Todak's side. Very cool, calm, and collected. The Todak style now looking more like a scalpel than it does a absolute giant sword.
Very well executed coming from the side of Todak. They did definitely manage to take advantage of all the small little mistakes that MV kind of showed up. And Todak, they left no man behind, and they made sure that they don't slow things down. They've got the advantage. They went all the way through with it, and well, Todak Langga.
I can't have put it any better. Todak Langga is a great way to kind of describe this. And I think that the next generation now, it doesn't feel like they're running at people anymore. It feels like they are patient to a certain degree.
I think it feels like they are prepared for Monster Vicious specifically. I don't know for sure if the Langar is just gone and Todak are now patient and disciplined, or they know that MV will want to run at them. These are both team fight squads. They know each other's behaviors a little better than most. And Todak was just waiting for those opportunities to come to them.
I mean, speaking about team fight squad, right? When it comes down to MV, they definitely do want to seem to play around team fight, considering the fact that they have the Raging Sandstorm, they have the Frigid Glacier as well. Great ways to engage and as well as counter-engage. But when it comes down to Cho specifically, right? When we want to look at the Way of the Dragon to really single out someone, we don't really quite see that he's managed to do that, or rather be able to have someone within the composition to really make full use of that of the kick. You can't really burst anyone down fast enough to get yourself that 4v5 advantage.
Well, here's the thing, right? As we look into this fight, I personally think the ones that were kind of underperforming was Zeno in this matchup. He had a lead at the very beginning. He ended up going too aggressive with his Raging Sandstorms, and I think the biggest problem is that even if Nova X Kobar was to find a Way of the Dragon, Zeno has to zone out the rest because Yanlor comes in with the avatar of the Guardian to stop any kind of burst. Like you saw, Martisi were trying to burst out his target with the help of Uni. They both had to step away when the AOG landed.
I really was expecting a little bit more burst damage from the side of Uni, especially as Azuyo. But of course, looking at the side, the fact that Todak, they do have very good ways to counter-engage. Like you said before, the Avatar of the Guardian is a great way to really single out people, or rather to really just take control of an area altogether. And not just that, once Yenlord goes in, Momo has got free reign going in when it comes down to an Infernal Pursuit. And MV just doesn't seem like they have an answer for the fact that Todak is just throwing bodies in front, and Chiku guys just resting all the way behind. As you can see, Chiku guys untouched. Zeno tried to go for him, but clearly no one else could really follow up afterwards.
Yeah, I think it was very, very smart, the approach that Todak took through this game. And Zayed, going to be the MVP of game number 1. I'm not too sure what his final score with the Nolan was, but we'll get to see it very, very soon. The damage output from him was insane.
I really thought he was going to start falling behind after that first death, that initial pinch down punish, because again, it feels like even MV did their homework expecting Zayed to be on that side of the map, and honestly, I don't even think Zayed saw it coming.
I don't think that he saw it coming, and I don't think that he realizes that he can actually kind of get himself back into the early stages of the game, right? Because we all expected. Jungler, you lose the first initial fight and you pretty much give away the turtle. Technically, yes, you did give away the turtle, but it doesn't seem to really phase him at all.
Well, that's a great point to bring up, because again, I think that's where Todak really shone this match, right? In terms of every single one of the traits they did, you take turtle, don't worry, I take 3 of your heroes, and it looks like they always had a positive trade with each interaction with MV.
Yeah, the only times that Todak was losing these skirmishes was in the first like 2 minutes of the game, where Zayed gets picked off. That's his only death of the entire game. And then when Momo jumped too far forward. After that, Todak was always layering their engagement, waiting for members of MV to split themselves up, because there seemed like there was a strange desperation from Monster Vicious to try and force something to happen. Nova was consistently trying to look for Chiku guys when it's already difficult to do so as a Cho versus Melissa.
I mean, when it comes down to MV, right, the one thing that I realize is the fact that when they do win, they win fast, and when they do lose, they lose fast as well. It could be that it was because of the desperation that they realized, yeah, you know, this is our statistics and this is how we have been playing. Maybe if we really want to win this, we gotta go all the way from the start.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately for MV, they never really found their footing afterwards. And I think, so honestly, it's really thanks to Todak's big tempo breakers and the way that they've traded. Because Momo, his laning phase was pretty much shafted at a certain point. He manages to come back alongside with Zayed off that very first turtle as soon as they hit level 4. And Chiku guys, and this was like a 4v4. Like, Chiku guys was not involved in the majority of the fights that happened in the first 7 minutes.
He didn't need to be. That is the big thing as well. MV had a lot of layers of Todak to break through, because Momo and Yanlord on the Phoveus and Gatot are very good at jumping in your face and forcing you to deal with them. And when Xeno or Nova are trying to force an engagement themselves, they are basically allowing Todak to split up their ranks without even really trying.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to those team fights, there's a lot of times where the fight just breaks up into 2. And when it actually does break up into 2, Todak actually have got the advantage of all of that, right? Sometimes we've got Xeno rushing right into the face of the enemies together with Nova Escobar, and of course they are dealing with Chiku, they are also dealing with Zyme Senpoi. Time and time again, they can't seem to have enough of a damage potential to really move on from the front lines over to the back lines. I would definitely see that Xeno, he tried his best. He tried to hold on to the backlines as long as possible, but they can't clear the first wave enough to move on to the backlines.
Well, I also think that like a majority of the members got outranged entirely, right? Like, who can realistically outrange a Melissa plus a Zhu Xin? And I think Ruff really took, living up to his name, really got shafted. 0-4 and 0 on a Harith. You're expecting him not only to win the lane, which we saw, but in these team fights, he's basically non-existent, with Momo jumping at him, Zayed one-shotting him, and Chiku guys and Zyme Senpoi making sure that your auto range is also lethal range for us.
Right. There has, of course, been some time whereby Ruff seems to be very confident being in his Zaman Force. He went all the way in, and he was hoping that he will be able to take all of these trades against Chiku guys. But and of course, Chiku guys does have quite a lot of economy onto his name, so when it comes down to items, Chiku guys is definitely way above of Ruff. And not to forget, Ruff was kinda alone while he's dealing with Chiku guys. There is more support from Todak to actually come and Ruff in onto Ruff.
Yeah, Ruff was doing okay in lane. His farm was actually pretty solid and he was confident enough to start joining team fights. But I think MV also needed him to be part of these team fights because they weren't going the way they wanted. They needed that extra bit of DPS, which is fine, right? Your marksman is winning lane, they come over, join fights, they get more farm. It's really good. But that was not what was happening. Ruff was getting caught out, and any advantage he may have built up in the lane was just surrendered immediately, allowing Todak to snowball even further.
Yeah, and honestly, this isn't even like the atypical snowball we expect from Todak. We've seen Todak absolutely crush it, you know, take the momentum and really run the marathon and finishing it at world record times. But this time around, it's very much the riposte, you know? You attack me first, I parry, bam, haymaker again.
They're just constantly just making sure that they have the advantage and they're making full use of these advantage. There are, of course, time and time again when it comes down to MPLSG, you play with a lead, 5k lead, and you're just kind of, you know what, we have the lead, let's play a little bit safe, let's play based on objective, let's wait for the Lord. But it's very different for Todak per se. They did only do that retreat once, but that is only after they broke through the inhibitor turret and they have got the top lane inhibitor turret to a tiny little bit.
Well, let's take the Singaporean experience here. I'm curious to know, how did that look different compared to, like, I mean, if we're comparing MPL SG, I would say that you guys are much better at, like, you know, kind of slowing down the game, playing the macro style, keeping everything in check, compared to, like, you know, the Malaysian POV, which is fast or ultra slow.
Yeah, you guys are just fast, at least for this game itself. You guys just blazing it, right? But for the side of Singapore style, we are just holding on. We play on the tempo, right? We like to pick up heroes whereby it's great in the early stages, such as a Khalid, level 1, rush you down right into your jungle. You are suffering, I may suffer, but you're the jungle, I'm the EXP. And in the meantime, they just hold on to the mid stages of the game to ensure that they have someone that have power spike in every single phase of the game. And if they do manage to get a good amount of lead, their late gamers essentially is accelerated over to the mid stages of the game to get the power spike, and they end by 15 minutes plus minus. And if they go to the ultra late game, then all hands on deck. It's all about skill, me and you.
I don't know, all I'm hearing is like, that's why I'm going for SRG as well as Vamos is first and second, because all of those characteristics are within those teams. Maybe like a little bit of overlap, but maybe Vamos is very much against that early game. But what do you think? Do you agree with it? Wait, hold on. It looks like we've got some news. We've got something happening on the offstage. Rose, or maybe even Cheryl, what's going on your side here at Educity?
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage yang dibawakan khas oleh Hotlink untuk anda, dan bersama saya sekarang tetamu yang istimewa.
So yes, we do have tons of questions for you. Now, first up, what I heard is you're the owner of Todak.
Yes, Todak is my team.
Fantastic. Tell us more about you.
Okay, there's a lot of things I want to tell about Todak, but today Todak here for M6. We want to be in M6, yeah.
Wow, so straight up, you are here not to be champions, you're here straight away to represent Malaysia.
Yeah.
To the M6.
Yes, M6
Absolutely
is our
amazing.
goal. Yeah.
And you know, Todak has been iconic for the longest time. Tell us more about how this Todak is different from the previous Todak that we know.
Beza kita dengan tim-tim lain, Todak ni kita langgar je. Apa pun kita langgar. Todak! You heard them. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. You got to translate that for me, Poji. Aku tak tahu.
So sebenarnya dia tanya apa feeling dia lah kan. Tengok crowd ramai, semangatnya ramai kat sini, dan Abang Lan cakap jiwa Todak macam tu lah. Tapi sekarang Abang Lan, saya nak tanya sikit lah. Kita tengok dekat awal-awal dulu kan, masa regular season kita tak nampak bayang langsung. Tapi sekarang dekat playoff Abang Lan datang dengan army segalanya, Todak langgar, Todak Patriot. So cuba bagi bunyi sikit lagi sekali boleh? Todak! So, feelingnya macam mana?
Sebenarnya Todak memang kita ada organisasi yang besar. So ketika para jurid kami berperang di atas pentas, kami juga berperang di luar. So kita nak sediakan foundation dan persediaan yang mencukupi untuk masuk M6. That is actually our goal. Kita nak masuk M6. Kita nak jadi juara dan nombor 1 dunia. That is actually our goal.
Faham. Maksudnya memang dah ada aim.
Yes, our aim.
Saya simpan dulu saya punya keynote ni. Sebenarnya saya ada cincin Todak bang. Saya ada feel.
Bukan. Ni
tapi ini Todak
ikan.
pasar malam.
Ni tulang ikan, bukan Todak.
Todak pasar malam.
This is the real one. Yeah.
Ada lebih tak?
Cincin ni saya hanya akan bagi kepada player-player dan orang-orang yang berjasa dan membawa kami ke juara MPL dan M6. InsyaAllah yang masukkan kami ke M6, kami akan bagi juga.
InsyaAllah. Tak apa, saya mendoakan kejayaan juga. Dan mungkin Cheryl ada lagi nak tanya.
Yeah.
So
Any
yes,
question?
I do have tons of questions for you. Now, when it comes to Todak, me being an international watcher, you know, Todak has been synonymous with Malaysia and has been representing Malaysia on the international stage for 7 times already. And representing, you know, Malaysia in the M1 and now here upcoming M6, you know, it's going to be a fresh start. What can the audiences anticipate from Todak, and will it be Todak in its glory days like M1?
Yes, of course. We have a lot of plan, especially expansion plan, because I'm very inspired when I went to MPL Indonesia. Indonesia is amazing. So I believe that Malaysia, we're going to be, you know, like as Indonesian MPL ID as well.
You guys are in your own right champions because, of course, Malaysia, we are talking about the World Series champions. So yes, this time it seems like Malaysia is being favored. It seems like this is all the time that we have. Congratulations on clinching the first game here for this series. So I guess with that, jom kita ke caster.
Thanks, Cheryl. I wasn't expecting Poji to be up there. Good shout outs from Poji. I thought Rose just transformed there for a moment. Whoa, I was so confused. But good words coming out from the organization owner of Todak. He is looking to get to those glory days all over again.
All I heard and the thing that I remember and understand is he wants to get Todak, you know, back onto the international stage. And on behalf of Cheryl, while she was standing there, I'm gonna say this: aku tak faham.
I totally
nice. What about your rings?
Look.
I heard pasar malam.
Look, I'll explain what the rings are in a little bit because we even got some statements from our MY insiders. We asked Homeboys' Udil, which 2 teams do you want to see to go to the grand finals this season? He said, I want to see SRG and Monster Vicious because Monster Vicious has beaten SRG before, so I want to see how they can stay consistent.
Okay, I can get behind that because I also made my own playoff predictions and I put SRG and MV in the grand finals. But I will admit a lot of the teams are very hard to figure out this season. Todak has already shown that they are more than capable of dealing with MV. You can see the experience there to get inside their heads and just completely disrupt their flow. Game number 2. What's gonna happen?
Look, I'm expecting the same thing, right? I'm expecting Todak to do the simple, play it chill, wait for the opportunity to go for that big riposte and haymaker them in the face because Zayed has been doing such a good job throughout the regular season. Now, keep in mind, if Todak is getting all the way to M6, their players and even their staff members are going to get a official Todak ring. Unfortunately for Poji, he got it at a night market, so it doesn't really count. we call it pasar malam. You know what that means, right?
Yep, we have pasar malam over there in Singapore as well. I love all the food in pasar malam. Please, you know, I always spend too much over there.
Hey, look, you don't have to spend too much here in Malaysia, especially when we've got a good pick of the most picked heroes. Yeah. Specifically, Nolan, we've got some great junglers on our hands.
Okay, so we've got Zayed with picking up Nolan 7 times with a total win rate of 86. But what really stood out to me, Sekai's 7 and 6 times?
6 times.
6 times? Yeah.
This guy is still unrivaled?
Well, I mean, do you expect anything less from current world champs?
Not really.
For a current world grand finals MVP, I think that's a status right there.
But honestly though, whenever I think about Todak, I think about Malaysia. When I look at and kind of like a vice versa thing, right? When we look at the M series and I think about Malaysia, it equals to Todak. And they have pretty much been present throughout every single M series, being Chiku guys himself, and back then, Yums, right? So honestly, to see that Yums is not part of Todak anymore, and how big of a thing that losing Yums is for Todak, it kind of breaks my heart a little bit that they have kind of settled both ways, different ways.
I mean, they found a replacement in Yanlord, right? I mean, Yums was a young, star-studded player, high mechanics, able to make those big plays, and I think Yanlord is starting to fill his shoes ever so slowly, right? Maybe at the beginning of the season, it was like, I don't really have the chemistry with these boys, but now he's looking a lot sharper.
There is a reason why he is a candidate for the most improved player of the season. Yanlord has been catching a lot of eyes because it is only his 2nd season here in MPL Malaysia, and last season, his team got relegated. So it was because Todak saw potential in him and picked him up that he is here today.
So it's fair to say that he is one of the catalysts for the fact that Todak is even here today.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's on squad C. Well, this squad, I mean, they had
like
two squads.
ABC.
Yes, there were
football team.
Yeah, there were 2 other squads that did not make it to this point. I'll tell you that.
Wow. Okay.
Under one organization, they found the best means necessary to win these games, but it all begins with the draft. Let's jump right into it because now Monster Vicious is going to take blue side over Todak on red.
Honestly, I have one question to the table here, right?
Yes.
Because we've hyped up Suyo. We definitely think that Suyo, Chip, definitely is the burden of the red side. So with the performance coming in from MV picking up the Suyo here, do you guys still think the same about Suyo being one of the top tier picks, or rather bans?
I think game 1 was an example of Todak baiting Suyo. They let it through. They picked Zusin first because she's known to counter him somewhat well compared to other mages. And then they force MV to pick him up. Uni can play him pretty alright, but it's not quite as good as his other assassins. So in this way, Todak funneled MV into what they wanted them to do.
Let's not forget about, Avatar of the Guardian. That is, you're trying to run away from that after engaging on Jushin, you are asking for trouble. Looking at this so far, first pick going over to MV on blue side, locking in the Suyo. It's surprising to see that the win rate is currently 45, but hey, don't worry, we're going to build up those stats throughout the playoffs. In terms of bans, same thing. Loyi, Angela, but this time Yves for the side of MV, and they kind of switch it up because Todak get rid of the Zushin, but they still have to get rid of Fanny and of course Chip.
I mean, looking at a 45% win rate from Suyo, I'm pretty sure that Raf will be able to kind of smoothen things out, but sorry about that. But of course, moving on to the next part of it, of the bans, or rather picks, Todak have actually moved on to picking up a Nolan and Gatakacha once again, and this is still pretty much within of their MO and what they have played in the previous game. So far, the core picks coming from Todak is still more or less the same, but the fact that they banned out Jusin for technically themselves, because now MV being first pick, this is definitely something that's going to be different. Yif is currently being banned out as well with Loyi and Angela. I would say that Aurora is probably one of the next best pick coming from Todak.
It could be Aurora, could also be Valentina as well. Vexana is also a consideration. Personally, for me, I'm not too big of a fan of Vex as of right now, unless you've got some real serious firepower on your side to set it up for you. Although I do want to bring up the point that so far, based on what we've seen, Suyo does pretty terribly in a composition that has to deal with both Yves, Gatakacha, Zushin, of course, being the top one. But interestingly enough, in Indonesia, they were using either Nolan or Alpha as the direct way to fight the Suyo. But it looks like Malaysia is leaning more into the Nolan than the Alpha.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because it is still an assassin patch in the end. Alpha's pretty good, but he's a bit more niche in comparison and doesn't scale as well compared to the Nolan. But we're seeing some interesting stuff here. Maybe a bit of a return to form as the Hylos, Natan, and the Zask make an appearance.
I love this. I love this a lot. MV has late game insurance. They have a way to kind of boost their momentum if they have a pickoff occur. Todak, I just love this Zask because, again, soft counters against both the Natan if he walks up too far with the entropy, or even Suyo if he's just caught in the Dominator's descent. It's going to be a struggle to walk away.
Is this kind of like an answer from Todak just for Natan as well as Suyo? Because when it comes down to MPLSG, whenever we see that there is a Hylos on the opposite side, we see that, okay, I may not want to pick a Zaz unless MV really wants the Zaz, then we're just going to deny it because you don't want to give both the Zaz and Hylos to them. This is kind of like the previous patch kind of thing, but with the fall of Zask, I didn't really quite think that he became a priority, especially since Hylos is one of those beefy laners, beefy heroes that can just face tank the entire Dominator's descent.
I think it's better, at least in comparison to if I had Aurora and Hylos is on top of me, right? If you're not in that perfect range, then Aurora's going to have to struggle. Zask, oh no, you're too close. Dominator's descent.
Pop it right in.
Exactly, pop in and out of these types of fights. And I think that's the beauty of the Zask, even though they kind of nerfed his early game, just means they need a little bit more time. Now, coming into the second phase, Todak still banning out both the Tigreal and as well as the Akai. They're not shifting too much, very Coach Kuja style.
Yeah, Coach Kuja is very disciplined and very direct in the way that he drafts. It does mean that if you are able to figure him out, that can be a weakness, but otherwise, there is always a primary objective with the way that he approaches picking up these heroes for his players. And based on the trend I'm seeing from Game 1 and now 2, I think Todak is focusing on zone denial against Monster Vicious.
That's actually a really good point here, because that's why we're seeing Monster Fisher getting rid of things like Melissa as well. Ooh, even the Beatrix. Interesting. Wait, actually, no, that kind of pivots it. So, are they worried that Todak is going to have a composition that they can maybe try and set up like a wombo combo for? Because the way that I see it, if Envy really wanted to punish Todak, just take away a lot of their wave clear.
Oh, damn. So even picking up a Harif for Todak themselves, it does definitely seem like they want to play in an area, they want to keep the longevity of the Zaman Force and keep Harif in there for as long as possible. And of course, Phobius currently is still available for the picking, so I would definitely say that for MV, it would be nice to pick that up, but at this point in time, what I'm looking at is the lack of crowd control. They have no way to really stop Harif in his tracks, nor do they have any other ways to stop Nolan. In fact, when it comes down to the phases from the early, mid, and the late stages, at least you got the early game covered, Natan got the late game covered, but what do we do about the mid stages of the game where Nolan comes up crazy, Zaz comes up crazy too?
Both are also pretty good. I was expecting the Aurora, and now Phobius finally gets locked in for the side of MV. I don't know. Personally, for me, the way that I was looking for it, I was surprised that EXP and their EXP as well as their flexes were not locked in a little bit earlier coming into the second phase, because at the end of the day, I feel like this Harith pick, they could have waited for it, right?
Right.
It just means that Kuja wanted to see the full lineup before he decided in on this, but that might have bit him in the back of his leg, right? I mean, Phobius is going to be dangerous.
I would love to see a Phobius onto the side of the Todak, like picking up for R4, and since the opponents MV have already picked up their own Natan, it's very unlikely for them to get a Harith for themselves too.
But this is a flex, it turns out. It's the Gatot that's going into the EXP lane as they last picked the Matilda, a hero that is quite commonly contested depending on which team you're facing here in MPL Malaysia.
Truly, this is going to be extremely interesting, because now, as much as Phobius loves people who dashes so that he can proc his passive time and time again, I think with the Matilda, they might be able to do a very good job at actually kiting away from it. I mean, look at these compositions. So far, Todak, they can play for the late game, but if they start snowballing Chiku guys' lane very early on, it could be extremely devastating for MV's side, so they got to take their time, they got to push their lead forward bit by bit.
Well, the lead is already in favor of Todak right now. Let's see if they can push it further, or the Monster Fishes will live up to their legacy. The Land of Dawn greets us once again as we enter game number 2 of day 1 of the playoffs.
All right, let's see where the junglers are going to start, as the mid lane is immediately contested. MV going to go with a purple start on the blue side, while Todak going to go with an orange start on the red side. We can only expect that the gold lane is going to be the priority here once we see the main minimap. Yeah, gold lane down on the bottom side. Hopefully, last game we saw that the mid trio kind of struggled here. Like, Martizi was kind of holding on to his own, but we saw that Todak always got to leave the lane first.
And not only that, I would say that Monster Vicious, they would want to kind of like pincer down the Todak, which is something that they have done in game 1 and done very respectfully. They were very decisive as well. But I think that with all of that said and done, Monster Vicious seems like they really want control on the middle lane, get themselves the main priority, and not to forget Zeno as well. This time he's playing as a Phobius, so perhaps he will definitely be a lot more committal in the later on in the team fight, but at least we're not looking at him onto the lead and just kind of like own self dive into the backlines anymore.
For now, I mean, the early game, I'm expecting it to be a little stagnant here. Yanlor just making sure that he's keeping tabs on where the mid trio is going to be moving around. We do see a little bit of a feint coming in from Nova Escobar to maybe try and get a gank off against Chiku guys, but just great game sense so far. He just backs away. Great comms.
Yeah, right now, it's very important for Todak to make sure they don't give any advantage to Monster Vicious. We've already talked about how strong Suyo can be in these early stages. As long as they can keep Zayed even, Nolan scales very, very well. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to see too much happen until that first turtle.
For now, they're going to be going back and forth consistently. And I think that so far, Todak has got really good sight lines amongst this river. The control is great. Now the very first fight might just occur right here. that's where things are going to get interesting, right? Purple buff already spawned, and let's just see how this plays out, because Zayed, he's waiting for a steal.
Turtle at 40%, Yanlord trying to jump in, Avatar the Guardian gonna be dodged away as Uni gets the retry steal just in time. Zayed zoned out by Zeno, and now Momo left eye his lonesome. Got talking by a lot of time, but 1v4, there's not much he can do other than give first blood to Uni.
That's 200 gold in the pocket of Uni so far. I mean, this is, honestly, that entire motion looked like MPLSG. I covered the names and I'm like, yeah, it was extremely clean. Everybody knew exactly what they wanted to do in that fight.
Yep.
Supports were looking to zone each other's junglers out. They were looking for that big stun, but again, you're up against Suyo. It's not that easy.
I honestly really do like the fact that Todak, they were just kind of like chilling around, hanging around, and knowing that, okay, Momo, you're just gonna have to deal with it yourself. Wait for Yanlord to actually have his guiding wind back off cooldown, because they were just waiting for that point in time where they will be able to pluck him right out of the fight. But unfortunately, a little bit like a 0.5 seconds, a little bit too late.
Yeah, Martisi does lose out on his flicker, and honestly, Ruff, I can't tell if he's like winning the lane really, really hard. Like Chico Guys is healthy for the most part of it, but it feels like, wait, hold on, they're setting up a dive.
Yeah, Zaman Force already used. Yanlord being in this position actually scouts out MV before they're able to collapse on Chiku and keeps him alive though.
You have to admit, a lot of homework has been done for both of these squads. Like, again, most people wouldn't be prepared for a dive that soon, and even Chiku Guys using the Zaman Force to like zone out that wave, very impressive.
Uni not able to find Chiku in that brush. Chiku finally shows himself. Ruff gonna use his ultimate. Chiku gets stunned. Not gonna use his Purify yet as the Zaman Force comes out yet again. He's gonna chase down Ruff, but he's inside the glorious pathway. That's not gonna work, sir.
Oh, that Revitalize saved Ruff's life. Oh, cancel him! Yeah, just to be annoying. Well, go Matilda players.
Honestly, that was pretty insane down in the bottom lane, considering the fact that I definitely expect Chiku to want to stay underneath the turret, because that is where you are safest. But for him to actually stay right below the turret where the brush was, he pretty much expected that Suyo will be coming in with an Immortal S1 to come in to really deal with him.
Oh, Nova taking a lot of damage. Momo gonna use his Revitalize, and now the Circling E comes out. 3-man knockup, but Todak not quite ready to follow up. Uni gonna be able to get Turtle, and now Zayed is stunned, locked down in front of the pit and finished off by Zeno, who's now chasing Momo as well. Another stun comes out from the high lows, and Nova gets a kill for himself.
The momentum is building up for Monster Vicious. Todak has some really great concepts here, but right now these neutral objectives are really difficult for Zayed to contest, mainly because of this Suyo. I think take away the stun, right? Even if Nova X Cobalt or even Zeno wasn't zoning out Zayed, I don't think it would have been. I don't think it would have been close anyways. I think that Todak need to change their approach. They need to start moving away from these neutral objectives and really start hunkering down on the rest of the map, because there's so much gold to be attained.
There wouldn't be too much of a change when it comes down to them actually challenging for these objectives after all. And especially since we are talking about Zayed, right? Playing as a Nolan, you don't really have the kind of iframes that we want that we will want from a jungler, but at least when it comes down to pacing as well as tempo, that is definitely something that Nolan is very capable of. However, the difference is the fact that Zayed is currently only at level 8 and Uni is currently at level 9. You're clearly going to be slightly behind at this point in time, because MV, they are singling out Momo these time and over again. And MV, with the 3,000 gold lead, they are definitely going to be real happy with the way that they have been playing the first 5 minutes.
Well, with that being said, we're looking at the item list, and finally Starlium Scythe is completed for Chiku Guys. Feather of Heaven's already done for the side of Ruff. Both really still on track, but Ruff still has a slight lead. Now, Staffa, walk me through this, right? Because we're expecting a big tempo breaker coming out from Todak's side. What is that? Oh,
that was close.
Wow, that was a lot of damage. That was just one person, and he did not want to use his ult. We're using the flicker instead. What is the tempo breaker for Todak? What does that scenario look like?
Well, it would result in Monster Vicious overextending again, because Todak is very good at cutting off the front line. They have a very similar draft to what we saw in Game 1, even with a few new heroes. If Monster Vicious overextends and they're able to catch Nova and Zeno separated from the rest of the team, that is a great condition for them to dish out some damage. MV, though, a lot more disciplined this game and with a lot more tools.
I really expect that Todak would want to be hyper-aggressive when it comes down to team fight, and if they really want to go over to the backline to deal with Ruff, they can, since Yanlord can just very easily pluck that one person out. Be it Momo that goes in for the Avatar Guardian super deep in, or perhaps even for the side of Chiku dropping Zaman Force and just zigzag zooming straight into the face of Ruff. But I think that clearly after that engagement down in the bottom lane, even Chiku wouldn't want to repeat the same thing because Ruff is still pretty respectable with the damage that he's dealing with the Feather of Heaven.
Well, for now, I mean, unfortunately, fail on the purple buff. Didn't really get the steal as much as they wanted to, but now Monster Visions are kind of like shifting their attention to the top side of the map. It looks like they want the tier 1, but let's see how Uni plays this, right? He's got to check these bushes. He knows Zayed is there, but he doesn't know where the rest of the members of Todak are going to be.
Yeah, Uni could be in a bit of trouble here as Momo is now cutting off his escape. A potential dive. Nice feint from Zayed to maybe force out resources. Ruff gets a tower, but now a full collapse. Uni, can he get out of this? No! But it was close. Here comes Zeno. Probably doesn't want to take this fight because in the meantime, we could see Chiku, guys, going 1v2, getting a kill onto Martizi. And now the rest of Todak are looking to collapse. Novak Koba already trying to zone out alongside Zeno, but this is not a fight MV wants to take. They're trying to create as much space for Ruff as possible, who's actually doing a lot of damage. Todak not able to jump on top of him, and Momo dropping down to 1%, gets pulled out, but it's not in time. Ruff will be able to finish him. This is going to be trades after trades after trades. It's a double kill. Will be picked up by Ruff, and Zeno somehow flickering out the safety himself.
Monster Vicious, they are just going all the way in on the Todak, playing based on the amount of advantage that they have, and they are stopping at absolutely nothing. The way they kind of pilot themselves all the way from their own jungle and into the river line and slowly meets onto the middle lane, that is definitely something that Monster Vicious knows what they want to do by dragging things out a little bit. They split themselves up just equally, just so that Todak, even if they were to go in with big ultimates coming in from the Avatar of the Guardian, or even when Zayed wants to come in for a quick little assassination, that's not something that Todak themselves will be able to do.
Admittedly, this is starting to look grim for Todak unless they're able to make something happen here and now. If not, it's trying to divide the members. Oh,
Avatar Guardian catches out onto Ruff. Is it going to be enough? Circle Eagle comes in. They get the shutdown. One shot, and Martizi follows right afterwards. Chiku guys going to follow up as now only 3 members of MV survive against all 5 of Todak. They want to get this mid-tier 1. Zayed contesting, steals the buff away from Uni at the exact same time as they take the middle structure.
I'm sorry, I take it back. Todak, calm it down. How did Ruff get caught, of all things, by the Avatar, Guardian of the Avatar? Like, what?
It's not only the fact that he got caught by the Avatar of the Guardian, but he got caught in the epicenter of the Avatar of the Guardian, eats that taunt, and for some reason takes a lot of passive shots coming from Momo.
Kind of feels like he forgot that he doesn't have Purify in these sort of senses, but hey, I think that Monster, it's a competitive series for a reason, and Todak right now trying to equalize that score. Oh! Ooh. Big damage, doesn't find the one shot yet.
Not quite enough. Zayed is not nearly as bad as game number 1. Avatar Guardian used and whiffs completely.
Not again!
What are you doing, Ruff? He gets picked up. Momo will trade, it's worth it, but Zayed will follow, so it's not quite as good for Todak.
Oh no, you can see Ruff, he's moving his hair out of his face. He didn't see it, it was just getting blocked. He needed a haircut before this. Should have thought about that before hitting up on this stage, because right now, the crowd, it feels right now, the Todak crowd has not lost their spirit.
He had a great lead. At this point in time, he still have a lead on top of Chiku, guys. But for sure, if he didn't die the previous 2 times, it is definitely a lot more towards the advantage of Monster Vicious. So it is definitely a pity. However, they still have 2,800 gold that is on top of Todak still. So they're still technically okay, but Todak they themselves knows that they are not out of the woods.
Now, I look back at the stage and I didn't realize it doesn't show. Wait, hold on. They want to get a little bit more.
Force comes out. Glorious Pathway as well to maybe do some damage to the mid-tier 1, but Todak with a perfect defense here. Barely any damage taken on their tower.
Just the beauty of Lord on Matilda. Already has Flask as well. Flask already done, and Channel Talisman is already done. Things are looking good for Todak. They should be able to scale. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
That is a lot of damage.
Hey, hey, Matilda things.
That's completely illegal, right? Coming in from the members from Todak, there are definitely some of these heroes that, well, yes, they can do pretty good damage, like Momo, for example. But where are some of these bursts ever coming from sometimes?
Glorious pathway used again to get them top tier 2. Almost a lot of damage, actually getting dragged forward with Circling Eagle. Glacier comes out, Avatar Guardian lands right in the center, but Chiku is the first one down. Uni gonna be traded as well as Martizi as Todak continues to collapse with Novak's Kobar in the front line. Momo dropping the low HP, Zeno chasing him down, but still able to reach, and thanks to the flash coming out from Yanlord.
Jeez, how does only... I don't understand how it was 2 for 1 there. How does Momo not die there?
Oh, how is the fact that MV lost 2? Well, Todak only lost 1. I would definitely say that MV, they did manage to have Ruff that is pretty safe throughout the entire time. He even have Entropy that is ready for him at his disposal if he wants to be also aggressive, but he's hanging behind a little bit. I would say that he's a little bit, PTSD from being plucked out of the game 2 times before. So it feels as though they just want to play things a little bit safer, but maybe a little bit too safe.
I don't know. When it coming from him, like Ruff is already 2 levels ahead of Chiku, guys, right? There should be a level of confidence, but so far, the blunders have kind of put him back in his place. Now, I was talking earlier about the stage actually has information that you guys don't see, but we can clearly see the damage difference here. 53.6% for Todak compared to 46.4. Now the Lord gonna get contested.
Avatar the Guardian comes out again, but this time Ruff is able to dodge it, and that means that Momo is just gone, exploded, never existed. The rest of Todak trying to chase him down, but the glorious pathway will allow them to continue. And now Nolan in some trouble. The guiding winds will get him out.
Dude, these games, the angles are not normal. Todak is playing really fluidly right now, and they're making sure that these angles aren't expected by Monster Vicious. They don't know where to look sometimes.
Honestly, at this point in time, it's really just the fact that both teams just want to engage, and both teams just want to get some bodies out of the game. There are always someone that is dead every minute, which is vast difference from what we are seeing in MPL SG, right? Monster Vicious and Todak, they find an opportunity, they will go for it. It's not about, getting information too much and just kind of holding it in. It's more the fact that, okay, this is an opportunity, I have 2 seconds, I'll make the call, I make the play.
Alright, let's see what this next play is going to be, because these inhibitors are going to get contested pretty hard. I think that Todak, no matter what, is going to lose an inhibitor, but at the same time, we're coming to the final builds of the game. I'm seeing Blood Wings being purchased by both Martizian as well as Ruff. Now it's just situational items and more economy so that they can start swapping out the items.
Yeah, a lot of this league game, though, is still going to come down to Ruff specifically. Monster Vicious needs to watch his positioning, because if the Todak take out the Natan, they immediately turn the fight around in their own favor. Positioning mistakes cannot be afforded anymore, as now they're pushing into the mid lane. Zai gets stunned under the tower. Is he able to get out in time? Oh, the shield! The revitalize! Somehow, they save Zion!
No, Martizi. Yeah. If I was in Martizi's shoes, I'd be fuming. He was literally a pixel off. A pixel! Had it one more ability connected, they would have gotten the kill onto Zayed.
I find it intriguing that even at this point in time, Todak, they lost an inhibitor turret, but they pay so much attention onto the mid lane tier 1s to the point that they're ready to throw bodies just to clear out the wave. Monster Vicious, they have a strong lane coming in because of the Lord. As such, it's actually a very simple takedown from MV themselves, but the fact that Todak managed to kind of like weave in and out and no one died there, it is indeed feels a bit greedy on my part, wanting to defend the T1, but it is a very fortunate thing that Todak didn't lose sight from that.
Yeah, I think that Todak, they're living right on the knife's edge right now. Even their trades against Monster Vicious, we haven't seen Monster Vicious actually attain a clean 5k gold lead against Todak throughout this match just yet. And even so, the blunders have been coming through, but it's just to whip them back up into shape. They're full build at this point.
Yeah, it's getting to very scary territory.
Wow.
Could be in some trouble. Guiding wins, he's able to dash out by himself. But positioning is key. Avatar the Guardian comes out, they catch Zeno. Is it going to be enough though? Because Zeno is just continuing the chase with the Infernal Pursuit. Chico guys looking for an angle for that Zaman Force, but he's not able to find it as Monster Vicious are just sticking so close together.
Very close together. I think the next play that Monster Vicious could look to do is probably a flicker. Oh, hold on.
Glorious Trapper comes out. Uni gonna be able to secure the Lord as Chico guys maybe a bit too deep in the backline. Brought in the Landlord as Momo buying time in the front by himself with the Revitalize, but he gets picked off. Killing spree being taken second as both are traded. Zion loses immortality, is in trouble, able to dash away. Zeno now has to flicker out. Zion gonna flicker to follow him up, and he will get that kill given to Chiku. The minions, though, they are in the base.
No way.
Zion will be able to recall in time to defend it, but here comes the rest of MV. Do they want to capitalize on this? Probably not.
Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why Zeno took a half step, stood still, and was willing to die at that point against someone like Chiku, guys, which you shouldn't be giving kills to anyways. But now we're reaching the later stages of the game, and Monster Vicious clearly having a better idea of what's going on the map. Todak, they've got to be careful, and thank God their composition has a lot of mobility.
And not only that, they also have a lot of ways to control Monster Vision and hold them down. While
I'm Senpai, why are you here, my friend? Mega kill for Ruff as they find a free Zask in the brush waiting for them.
Okay, that was kind of bizarre. What was the angle there?
That was deep. That was super deep in.
I mean, I kind of get it if he was playing like a burst hero, but Zyme's currently on Zasko. Okay,
Yeah.
look, he still has 23 seconds until he's back up and running to get Todak back at full fighting strength, but it's going to come at a cost, right? And this first inhibitor on the bottom side going to collapse.
Yep, free tower for Monster Vicious. Now transitioning to another glorious pathway to Zone. Now Uni jumps in, gets the stun, gets the freeze on Zion, but he's still alive thanks to Matilda. This hero is so difficult to deal with. But that is every tower on the side of Todak gone. And MV, they'll just wait for the next opportunity to close things out.
So slippery coming in from the Nolan. I mean, this is pretty much expected considering the fact that MV has only a couple of crowd control, or rather a couple of stuns from their part, being the Hylos as well as the Suyo, and of course Martizio with a decent amount of freezes from his part. But aside from all of that, we have mostly been seeing that Todak is just running rampant during team fights. So honestly, in the later stages of the game, I wouldn't be too surprised if MV loses control of the team fight, because Todak, they make the calls as to who they want to go to without any obstructions.
A lot of it is just, you know, the war of attrition. Todak just need to make sure they get Monster Vicious to commit really, really hard. And you can tell that even Ruff is hesitant to actually join up on some of those picks. Like even earlier, right? When they did see the opportunity to actually go for the one-shot onto Zayed, I think, you know, Ruff could have entropied forward, but he is nervous. If he makes another mistake, this is going to drag on longer than it should.
Well, he's still able to steal the purple buff away though, so that requires a certain degree of composure. At the same time, Uni actually secures his own, so no buff for Chiku.
It's probably really sad for the side of Todak, understandably. But we've come to the point where it is 19 minutes into the game where economy is not that too big of a deal for one of the main damage dealers, being the gold laders. But Aurora is still lacking of a single slot of items, so perhaps some gold is definitely still appreciated to go over to the side of Aurora.
At this point, Zayed hasn't been able to find like big assassinations just yet.
Yeah.
I think when you're looking at the conversation, if you're talking about the composition, it's just majority of it is magic damage, right? For Todak and even for Monster Vicious, who have a slightly better spread.
Honestly, at this point in time, I'm just really convinced that Zayed is more of a peeler than anything else. He didn't really quite manage to win any of these objective ticks because we're talking about Suyo. It's pretty fair. But he is constantly just going in, just kind of bruise up the enemies for a little bit and just kind of escape with just a tiny little bit.
Oh, flicker forward by Yan Lord.
Oh no!
Not gonna catch anyone, and Ruff flickers out of the after the Guardian as well. Glorious Traveler to cut off the rest of Todak from backing them up, and that means Romo is gone! Zeno buying so much time, so much space, he doesn't even mind risking his life. He still has immortality! Todak just has to back it up because the minions are on their crystal! Chiku will make it back in time! The rest of Todak has to make a hasty retreat, and that means a free Lord for Monster Vicious.
And they're already on top of it. What a great play coming out from Monster Vicious. Todak was able to survive that, but everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for Todak. And right now, Monster and Vicious making sure that when they get into these fights, they get Todak to overcome it and focus all of their attention on the situation at hand rather than their base.
Murphy's Law hard at play here. Monster Vicious, they didn't really need to engage because they know that they have naturally pushing lanes, while Todak, they are the one that's on a timer.
Side gonna just zone out. Glorious pathway use maybe a bit early. Lord is still like 10 seconds away here. Todak still mounting a defense, but all the waves are pretty close to synced. This could be endgame for MV. They go in, a stun on Yan Lord. Uni gonna get jumped on by the Zaman Force as Ruff backs off. Avatar Cardigan comes in, only hits Nova, so Momo's just gone. Zion Senpoi too far out, gonna get chased down by Martizi as Uni just jumps on in and executes Yan Lord. Chiku and Zion, the only ones remaining in the base, but even they cannot stop the pressure of the monsters and their vicious form.
Ooh, equalizing score 1-1. Blue side looking very, very good for either one of these teams, but I have to admit, Todak put up a much better fight here, even when they are on the back foot.
Definitely showed exactly what Todak is made of, even though they were playing from behind time and time again, I suppose. And of course, every single engagement they take, they knew that it would be a gamble, and they always managed to come back in time to do an utmost best defense. Albeit it is a law that eventually ended the game for them, but they don't really have any way to get themselves out of the pickle.
Well, with that being said, at least we have a bit of time to kind of think about what's happening for this next game, right? Because again, adaptations are going to be key, and so far between the battle of MV and as well as Todak, in terms of mechanics, it's looking pretty good. But I'm seeing more mistakes coming out of MV in terms of slight blunders that they can recover from compared to Todak. One bad execution, it goes downhill.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern when we are looking at Ruff being picked up twice in a row within a very short span of time. That is definitely something that could have been mitigated. And in fact, MV could very possibly be able to end the game a lot sooner, right? But when it comes down to Todak, I think it really just boils down to the fact that when it comes down to the fact that they just lose team fights because of the greater amount of gold lead that MV have got from the start all the way to the end. So they naturally have got losing lanes, naturally have got waves being pushed in. They are kind of trying to hope that they can get that one big fight and win in that big fight and then possibly just end through the middle lane.
I see. What about you, Staffa? Do you agree with the statement? Because, I mean, even I can see that, like, 2,000 to 3,000, it's still manageable. Like, I would still roll the dice in a fight.
Yeah, I can see exactly where both of you guys are coming from here, because we already mentioned, right, the win con for Todak later on in that game is to try and separate the members of MV and take them out one by one. But in a similar way to game 1, where Todak had really bulky frontliners that MV couldn't get through, in this game, MV had really bulky frontliners that took Todak too long to get through themselves, because Hari just doesn't quite match up in burst damage to a scaled up Natan.
Well, I think that, honestly, I think that you guys definitely had a couple of angles, but you gotta be brave. It's one of those, like, I jump in with a Matilda, I need the whole team to just land a couple of abilities. Once we're on top of Ruff, we can make something happen. But if it's not Ruff, I mean, I don't think it's worth jumping on Uni for the most part of it.
I'm not too sure about the Zask pick in this case. I don't really quite manage to see too much of an impact coming in from the Zask, especially since the Hylos can very easily just take that damage away.
Wait, I just realized. Wait, he changed the color of his hair. Hey, wait a minute. When did this happen? I don't remember this.
I don't think he's the only player who made his hair green in the break as well.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so this is his hair before.
Yes.
Yes.
That's how I always envision him. Flawless. Look at it.
Flawless. So wait, so you're telling me that he's now flawed?
Well, I mean, he's 8-2 and 3 right now, so it's like if he was like 8-0 and 5, like I would have been like, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we please talk about this wishing lantern here coming up for the side of Ruff? Should this have been the go-to item? I mean, I guess it's good when it comes down to poke, and yes, there are a couple of tanky frontliners from the side of Todak, but could it have just gone for just, you know, I don't know, immortality, like, you know, sort of the usual stuff?
It could possibly save his life many times, actually. Winter Crown, all of these.
Even a Winter Crown.
Yeah.
I'm down for that as well. What about you, Staffa? Any thoughts?
I mean, it is usually better to go for some utility, right? Winter Crown, for example, would save him if Zayed or Momo jumped on him when he wasn't expecting it. But Wishing Lantern is probably one of the reasons why Momo exploded so quickly every time the Avatar the Guardian came in as well. So if Ruff knows how to position himself to not get caught, which I'm sure he learned that lesson the hardest way possible, then why not, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I don't know. I think that right now, when it comes down to magical items like this, like you want to have an Athena shield, you want to have radiant armor, and even it feels so bad that Momo has been stacking up this Thunderbolt this entire game and still pretty much getting one shot by Ruff anyways.
It's just so much damage that a Natan can just deliver. I mean, I'm not too sure if whether most of those work actually came from the Wishing Lantern. I would like to believe it is, but in the end of the day, Natan just skills incredibly well. Mage items just skills incredibly well as well. So it really just makes it to the point whereby Natan, late game beast, if you don't shut him down, you're gone.
I think that's something that maybe Kuja needs to start thinking about in this next upcoming game, right? Again, I would only imagine that Todak is going to get blue side once more. I feel like even when Uni is going pretty hard this game, doesn't feel like your usual oppressive Suyo player.
Yeah, I can see what you mean there. And I think that's fine because Uni doesn't need to be in that position here. Because trying to go over aggressive to start fights and force things is exactly how MV lost game number 1. This is a more structured approach, and since they have Hylos and Phobius to take the front line more easily, MV have more time to think about what they need to do.
I would say that Ruff definitely did manage to be the compensating factor for Uni not being overly aggressive, nor trying to go for those flashy assassination plays. In fact, I do like what he's trying to do here. Kind of like if I have the opportunity to assassinate someone, I would, but it is not the most, that is not my biggest concern. The main thing I want to do is to single people, is just to pull the Lord and just kind of hold on to the Lord. If I can get the Lord, if I can get objectives, I will go straight for it, because this is unlike most assassin players or most assassin ways whereby they let their frontliners pull the Lord out and just kind of play around with it. Uni has always been sticking very close to the Lord, like as though he's yelling, "I want this Lord, stay away."
I mean, with these neutral objective secures, it really begs the question whether Todak should have played the early game just like a little differently, right? Sacrifice a couple of these neutral objectives, maybe go to the opposite side of the map, and maybe boost up Chiku guys who was having a really rough time against Ruff.
Kind of value for value, right?
Yeah, right? I mean, you've got to find the trade somewhere. Like, Todak did that in game number 1. Oh, I give you the neutral objective, I take 4 of your members. That's a fair trade.
I think this game demonstrates a little bit of that weakness I mentioned in regards to Kuja's coaching and drafting style, where this game too was designed to try and fulfill a similar purpose to game number 1. You want MV to run at you, then you use heroes like the Zast to cut off the backup, and then you slowly pick him off one by one. In this case though, it's a lot more difficult to do that. You have Hylos to revitalize, you have the Gatot to deal with. It's a lot more difficult, especially if you don't have the lead.
This is actually a very good point that you noted, right? When it comes down to, you know, when one team kind of goes after another team, they're just clashing head on, right? They are not looking for some places to kind of get themselves value and such, because when it comes down to this game, at least, we are looking at Ruff that's constantly being in the fights, even in the later stages of the game. Yeah, let me just whack everyone. Let me just be part of the fight, which I get it. It's fair because your team requires Ruff to play on the aggressive. They need the damage coming in from the Natan. However, there is always that point in time whereby in MPL SG, even when it comes down to Natan have the entropy and you are able to run pretty far and you'll be able to get away from all of these split pushes and such. Singapore, we don't deal with problems head on. We kind of just sidetrack and just kind of like avoid that, and we will like, okay, you deal with my left side, I'll deal with your right side, and I'll give you a problem to consider.
Interesting, man. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the nation needs to go have some therapy with that. With that being said, let's see who's going to be on the off stage here. Probably Poji, could be Rose, could be Cheryl. Let's find out what they're doing right now.
Alrighty, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Offstage, brought to you by Hotlink. Now, tell me more about, what's your name, first of all?
My name is Amir.
Amir? Okay, so what do you do at MV?
Team manager for Monster Vicious.
Okay, so team manager for Monster Vicious. So I do have a question for you, Amir, and this is, why is MV so persistent on building a full Malaysian team?
Kita orang memang nak fokus untuk full local lineup dulu. Kita orang ada try untuk ambil import, tapi kita orang akan prioritaskan dekat local dulu. Kalau local punya quality lebih kurang import, so kita orang akan fokus kat local dulu.
Right, so Poji.
So the initial idea is they plan to take international players, but then again they already do the tryout and everything, but they saw if the international player and the local player, the gameplay is quite the same and the skills is quite the same, so why not they develop our country players. So that's why they said MV is a full local lineup in one of the best right now.
Truly so, and this is why Malaysia, you guys are already making your mark on the international stage. You guys definitely have it in you. Poji, what questions do you have?
So, untuk Amir, so for Amir, English or Malay? So which one do you prefer? Never mind, Malay first. Macam tu. So untuk yang soalannya kan, pertama kali melangkahkan atau melayakkan kaki ke playoff Amir, rasanya macam mana? Seronok tak seronok? Hype-nya crowd. Ada tak fan-fan Monster Vicious dekat sini?
Kalau dari side saya, excited dan nervous. First kali sebab kita orang full local yang masuk playoff dah pertama kali. Lepas tu harapan rakyat Malaysia untuk kita orang pergi MC pun ramai juga. So dalam masa yang sama excited, nervous dan ada pressure sikit lah.
So actually I'm asking, how do you feel actually? How is he feeling? First time to be on MPL playoff. So what he feels is he feels quite excited and at the same time quite nervous because this is their first time. Plus they only got local lineup, but then again they prove themselves and also they prove to all the teams that sometimes a local can beat international.
Ooh, well said indeed. Definitely a wild card right here. Now I do have another question for you. When it comes to, MV, you guys are a new team with young players. Is it stressful working with young players with relatively no much experience here, especially you guys making playoffs for the first time? Is it stressful?
Sebenarnya untuk player muda lebih mudah untuk bentuk, lebih mudah untuk nak tegur daripada player yang dah berusia. Disebabkan kalau player yang dah berusia ni dia akan ada ego dia juga. So kalau player baru full local lagi senang nak communicate, so lebih mudah lah untuk kita berinteraksi semua dan tegur apa-apa mistake diorang.
So actually what he's saying is because basically they are all younger player, they're all young, so they are easy to follow the instruction. Plus because they are all new players, so they don't have that kind of star syndrome. They will follow all the instruction. They will follow it. Coach say do like this, you do like this. So no counter. So plus at the end of the day, they already proved their best.
Right, so MV essentially is like a blank piece of paper. It's time to write their future, write their destiny. And this is definitely all the time that we have, unfortunately, here for this segment. So with that, jump kita ke panel.
Thanks, Cheryl and Poji. Some good insights there at the very least from one of our local teams. And yeah, I mean, they've tried time and time again, but they still are prioritizing local. And I think, it's been a very long time. I've heard this team name ever since they were in the Tier 3s, Tier 2 scenes. So it's been a very long time that they've been investing in these players.
So honestly, when it comes down to MV, I have high hopes on them. Of course, when it comes down to for my power ranking, I put SRG, Vamos, but third place, I put Monster Vicious, solely based on the fact that they are definitely a very strong team, being able to knock down some of these giants. And I think that the only caveat is that they are losing to the weaker teams. They just need to iron that out.
Well, I mean, funny enough here, we asked Monster Vicious's coach, Sora Payong, I heard that you applied to Todak as well for a coaching position because Todak has multiple coaches. And he replied, actually, they offered me, but I rejected because the salary was low. I made a new offer, and they rejected me. To Todak, I have beaten them many times since Season 8, so I hope this time I can give Todak a good challenge. And he's not wrong about that. Sora Payong has been on other teams, and he has coached those teams to the point where they've beaten Todak before, so we can only expect the same results now, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, statistics never lie.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. I mean, if we're looking at the coaching staff as well, right? Both of these teams do have interesting coaching staffs overall. When the season started and we saw that MV had Haru, Sora, Rexvin, we thought this was like the ultimate grouping of local coaches. Whereas on Todak's side, they have 4 coaches, all of which have reached a certain level of success in the past. Yes, 4. I'm not kidding.
You heard that right.
4.
Don't worry, here. We'll show you 5 of the DPM high score rankings just to kind of forget the fact that they had more coaches than necessarily needed for a team, maybe even for a football team. We've got Ruff, who holds the current top 2 when it comes down to damage per minute, with Story being in 3rd place, AJ and Nets being 4th and 5th. But you can see the disparity.
Ruff is very consistent as a goal laner.
In fact, in the previous game playing as an Atan, he did manage to have quite a bit of damage as well, considering that he went over 100k throughout the entire game. I thought that was pretty interesting, but we didn't see that in this high score. So that means that those games, he was even more vicious.
One of them he was actually playing Hanabi, funny enough.
I mean, the Hanabi Lolita combo, right?
Yeah.
That is what they used to beat Todak, isn't it?
That's actually a good point, yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Funny enough, funny that you bring it up, actually. I don't think it's going to be a thing again in this particular matchup, but I do think that, you know, as much as we like to hype up Ruff, I can't get the image of him just getting hit by the Guardian right at the center like 2 times, and then he was just like, I'm never that confident ever again. He was humbled after what Momo did to him.
100% humble to the point that he is very passive from that point onwards. I was thinking, maybe a little bit too passive.
You could literally see him freeze frame when that circle appeared under him. It's like, yup, that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got in this position.
That's hilarious. All right, let's get into it. Game number 3 is about to begin, and it all starts here in the drafting phase. So far, blue side is 100% win rate so far for both of these teams. Wait, transaction successful. This is your order confirmation ticket.
Ooh, for
Did
M6?
Buy a ticket
No
to
way.
M6?
Right now? Hey, why not?
How do you, I got... Luckily, it doesn't tell what seats he has, or better yet,
Just snag it right back.
Yeah, snag it right back. Or better yet, the quality of those seats, because if he got a mythic one, I would be very impressed, because those sold out within the first 5 minutes of its launch.
5 minutes.
It could be a screenshot as well.
Oh, that's also a
That's
good
a possibility.
That's a good call. That's a good call. All right, let's jump into this. Todak on blue side, MV on red side. As usual, we see the Hayabusa ban coming in from Todak. I don't think Kuja is really going to change his pattern too much. We see the Fanny, as expected, MV. They're going to get rid of the chip. Real question is whether or not they're going to ban out Suyo early on and maybe focus more into Ling.
I mean, they did manage to pilot the Suyo to pretty good success, considering the fact that they managed to take a lot of these objectives time and time again. So they know the priority, and they also know the value that Suyo is able to bring onto their side. So are they willing to just kind of give it away to Todak? But the question is, Todak did manage to play on the blue side. They didn't prioritize onto the Suyo, but in fact, they prioritized onto the Jusin.
So let's see, because Todak, the last time we saw it, they banned out Jushin, but that's when they were on that red side, right? So coming into blue side, I don't think they're going to touch it. They might even just ban out the Yve like they did in game number 1, and then give the question over to MV. What you gonna do?
This guy is spending a lot of diamonds right now.
He's still going.
He wants that recall.
Hey!
Are you gonna stop there? You're almost there, man.
Hey, look. He's just like, don't worry, let me just recharge it. Next game, that's when I hit it.
I do actually want to put a little bit more topic around Jusin, right? Because Todak, they've prioritized on the Jusin in the game number 1, and right now Jusin is still not in the banning pool just yet. In fact, for MV, Matisse himself, they do have a lot of priority onto the Jusin for Matisse himself. So if Todak don't pick up that Jusin right now, I'm pretty sure the MV will stack that for themselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. But Jushin is, I mean, when you have Suyo still available in the pool, I would say that at least for Kuja's mindset, his priority is Jushin is a good way to deal with Suyo, so therefore she is more important.
So do we pilot, or rather, do we pivot away from the Suyo? Considering that MV dealt with a Jusin as a Suyo, didn't really go so well. So do they want to bring in some other junglers? Because Nolan, at least for MPL SG, we don't see them all that much. We are looking more at Hayabusa, we're looking Fanny and Ling, especially Ling.
All right, now that's an interesting point here, because I feel like if MV decide to play Ling, it's going to be really hard to play into Suyo. So, actually, wow, this is a different take. MV decide, you know what, we're not going to take Suyo, we're going to go straight into the Nolan and pick up Hylos.
They already felt what happened when Todak forced them into the Suyo in game 1, so they're going to risk it since Nolan can match Suyo somewhat in farming, but it is risky to give Todak all of these power picks.
This is kind of back to that Hylos plus Zask kind of issue. If I pick the Hylos, then you have to pick the Zask, because you wouldn't want me to have both the Hylos and both the Zask. You pick the Zask into my Hylos, you're putting yourself at disadvantage, but at least it's better than giving me the Zask. This is kind of like the same thing, whereby I pick the Chusin, I'll give the ball is now in your court. Do you want the Suyo? If you don't want it, we'll take it.
Oh man, this one's really, really tough here. I don't know. I feel like MV is kind of in a do if you don't, damned if you do situation. If they go for Khalid here, it feels like it's a good idea, but at the same time, there's just too many ways to actually break him out of it. They're going to go with their late game insurance policy in the Natan. I think that's totally fine, but we'll see whether Ruff's performance is going to get better over time as we head into the second portion of the ban phase. And I think that MV is at a huge disadvantage already.
Yeah, but I think they're making the most out of what they have. Having Nolan and Natan is going to give them a lot of backup plans if Todak does start going ham with the Zusin Suyo combo. And I think if they can top up the Hylos with another frontliner, then they can actually deal with Todak somewhat well.
Another frontliner. I mean, so far, at this point of time, I can imagine that Gatot is currently being held as a flex. If MV shows off whether or not Hylos is that flex pick for the support section, it's not too bad, but for EXP is where things are going to get weird. And I think that MV need to understand that, hey, if they show this too early on, it could pose a lot of trouble. Like, I'm thinking Terizla, for an example, as a good means to slow down the aggression and a solid engage tool that pairs well with Hylos.
So what exactly do MV want out of their EXP laner, right? Because with the Gato on the opposite side, you kind of just want to pick up something like back at it again, right? Khalid as well as Phobias, they all perform fairly well in the lane, and of course they have, at least for the Khalid, great amount of mobility just so that you'll be able to come in with your roaming trio to kind of play that very decisive game of just jumping onto Todak, which we have seen in game number 1.
I mean, if you want to hear like a wild pick that I think MV could utilize pretty well, I think Diggy is a very funny option here, mainly because you can run in and out of these fights, and as well as a guaranteed insurance policy to disengage from bad ones.
Yeah, Diggy is one of those heroes. Everyone hates playing against Diggy because it just denies so much CC, but it would also take away a big bunch of MV's potential presence. They go for the Zask. I'm not the biggest fan of that.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Zask as well, but I mean, MV seems to believe that at the very least they can kind of walk together and truly utilize it. And also, Zask is a really good means to an end to peel for Natan.
This is the same thing again, like game number 2, whereby they don't really prioritize too much on crowd control at all. In fact, what they have, at least when it comes down to dominate and descend, we have got firepower right as where we stand. We've got Natan as well. We've got Nolan. They can just kind of slide in and deal with your backlines. At least for me, MV isn't too bothered about the fact that Todak can just run them down like that. MV just wants to have that kind of firepower, stand where I am, and stop you from wanting to get close just because we are really painful.
I knew it! They have been watching the other regions, yep. They pick up Irithel. This is going to be an interesting lane matchup at the very least. Chiku, guys, he should be okay against this Natan Irithel. It is a skill matchup, generally slightly favored into Irithel.
Yeah, a skilled Irithel player is going to actually be able to win lane against Natan straight up. So if Chiku guys can use that, it'll be great. Plus, the mobility of Irithel will allow him to get out of things like the Glorious Pathway and Dominator's Descent more easily. But the hero will need some time to really come online.
Oh, they go into Phobius. Man, I don't know. MV really doubling down on this dive composition. Trying to get... I mean... I'm actually liking Todak's comp way more. I think the toolbox is more well equipped, good disengage, good disruptors, more importantly, just great peel for this Irithel. So unless Chiku guys makes a significant mistake, I don't see it actually working out. Or better yet, I don't think that MV can actually make it to the 15th minute of this game.
This is gonna be real tough for MV. I mean, considering that Todak, they are pretty darn strong. They have the Suyo, and of course, Irithel just absolutely rats on top on Nathan. That's tough.
It's tough, but I think one thing is for sure, looking at these drafts, this is going to be another match full of brawls and battles. The Land of Dawn shall be filled with bloodshed as both Todak and Monster Vicious look eager to cement themselves an advantage in this best of 5 series.
Game number 3 now underway. Land of Dawn is open and online, and both junglers ready to take their buffs. Looks like Todak on the blue side. Zayed will be taking his own purple with MV on the red side. Azuni will take his own purple. So they're, oh wait, actually, this is a bit of a change. It does mean that they're not going to end up on the same side of the map. It looks like Zayed wants to end up towards the bottom.
Zayed wanting to end up at the bottom. Okay, so this is definitely what we'll want to see. Maybe pincering onto whoever that wants to kind of assist down onto the EXP lane. But one thing's for sure, I can understand that MV wants to end up in the gold lane because of the fact that Natan is very likely going to be super pressured by that Irithel. But looking at how they are standing, they're both kind of safe.
Yeah, they're both kind of safe, and I think that Chiku guys was anticipating a lot of pressure from the side of Monster Vicious. He's not taking Master Assassin. He's not looking to win this lane against the Natan. He just wants the scale, and once he gets maybe his first item, look for an opportunity to turn it around on Ruff. With that being said, right, again, 4 tenacities from the side of Todak.
Tenacity gonna be important here as we see Zayed jump in. What? You know, actually gets cancelled from that Phobia skill too. So really well timed by the MV EXP laner.
Good stuff for now. As you can see, that even with Uni, he's already transversed from top side, stole away the River Crab, all the way back down to the bottom side, looking to clash against Zayed.
2v2, gonna be 3v2 soon as Uni comes on in to make sure that Nova and Xeno can get the EXP they need to hit level 4 by that first turtle.
Slowly but surely, I would say that MV, they do manage to put themselves right on the map pretty darn nicely, and of course even managing to throw Todak out of that pixel bush. MV moving on to the middle lanes, and eventually they would want to take control of the turtle, just kind of shove the waves as much as possible, but we don't really quite have Nova Escobar to just kind of clear out the middle lanes instead.
This is really interesting because Monster Vicious is actually doing... Oh, hold on!
You know, in trouble. He's already been picked up by Zion Senpo. He has to use his ult to get away, but Momo is just sticking on top of him. He finally will flicker out. But with Flicker and Revitalize both gone, 2 battle spells not available for MV.
The fight isn't even over yet, right? Now it's going to be the turtle dance between Todak as well as Monster Vicious. This whole time, Zayed was actually able to catch up against Uni.
Oh, Yanlord gets the taunt onto Uni. Can he get it in time? No, Zayed with the first blood. Oh, but Uni still actually secures the turtle on top of it. But now with that final slash, knocking Monster Vicious back. Yanlord going to be traded away for Nova Escobar. And Xeno getting severed by Zayed, who's chasing down Martizi and flourishing another battle spell.
And that's how you play Suyo. These long drawn out fights, more rotations of spells. Zayed just getting mega value there. Although I will say, oh wait, hold on. Whoa.
Go careful, Ruff. Has to use his ult. This is what we mentioned. Irithel actually a pretty good matchup against Natan.
Having both the Juicin as well as the Suyo onto the side of Todak definitely shifts my attention over to Todak. They are definitely going to be real happy when it comes down to all of these team fights. You can definitely slow down this Hylos to a crazy extent.
Glorious pathway onto Chiku, guys. Can he get away? He's wobbing and weaving, but it's not quite enough. Uni finishes off the gold lane.
Yeah, but now there's going to be an invasion. We're going to see them go straight for this purple buff to maybe slow down the aggression coming in from Monster Vicious. Oh,
final
Martizi.
slash onto Martizi, feeds him into Zayed, but he has dominated the sense, so he gets out, flicker forward, skill 2 knocks up 2, and Zayed is trapped under the Zaz summon. Momo cannot save him, but they will trade for a kill on Ruff in the top lane.
Was that worth it though? I don't know. It feels, I I want to say that it's worth it for Todak, but at the same time, it's pretty even. At the end of it, still, Uni doesn't have his purple buff, so I gotta give it to Todak.
I still think that is pretty okay, considering the fact that you would want Chiku to kind of scale pretty hard, right? And if they're able to get Ruff down, then you're kind of making things a little bit easier for Chiku. Just kind of take down some of these defense plating, give him a little bit more, go funnel it all in as much as possible, and hopefully you'll be able to get Chiku out of this lane and really just help out with the team even better. Because when it comes down to MV, they definitely do have got pretty good skilling all across the game, early, mid, and late. And getting Chiku out of this lane and being in the fight is definitely a lot valuable.
Turtle plays out here.
Finds Yanlord in the brush. Martisi actually taking a lot of damage. Dominator's Ascent used very early on, but Zayed just way too deep and left by his lonesome. He's taken out. Turtle will easily be skirt by Uni, and the final slash only lands on Novak's Kobar. Yanlord, Momo, Zayim, they just have to get away.
The hell was that? What? They just kind of left Zayed there and he just took it. Like, what? Huh?
Todak actually lost two turtles? I mean, for the first turtle, I really thought that Zayed wouldn't be able to get the turtle, but the second one being very deep in and being kind of caught out by MV, definitely not what I was expecting.
Final slash into taunt on Xeno. He flickers out the safety. Monster Fish is not able to get the top tower, and Ruff also needs to use his ult to get away from Chiku, guys. Glorious pathway just to make sure that Todak cannot follow.
The hell? I don't understand. What is happening right now? I mean, the topside sequence is already really weird. Why are you trying to like proxy the wave against Momo and Chiku guys when you know Chiku guys already has the Haas Claw, so his wave clear is decent? He's got explosive crossbow as well, so like I don't see why these decisions are being made. It feels like Monster Fishes right now are on autopilot. Oh my god!
It's a jungle fight! 1v1! Both will disengage because they are getting dangerously low.
Oh, very dangerous, very dangerous.
Oh wait, hold on. They re-engaged. Zayed goes back in onto Uni. He knows he doesn't have energy. There's no purple. Oh! But he chases him down and gets the kill under the tower.
Oh my goodness, it's not over.
Top lane, Avatar the Guardian. Ruff able to jump away from it. As Zion Senpai uses his ult to chase him though. Momo will be traded, but they get Ruff in return, and that is worth it every time. But Yanlord now left alone. Killing spree from Arteezy. Zion Senpai, what road are you using to go home?
Why did he kite back into Monster Vicious? There was the glyph. Just take the Cyclone Eye. What? Even so, Todak are still winning in terms of objectives. They were able to pick up a mid-tier 1, which is a very big resource here, because now that Todak is picking up a lot of steam onto Monster Vicious, this next turtle, whether they take it or not, doesn't matter. They are going to make it to the late game.
You kind of can honestly feel as though both teams are kind of like playing things a little bit blind, whereby they want to go for a 4-1 split push, but they are not really sure exactly where these fast-roaming junglers really are, which is why we decided, which is why we saw both Uni as well as Zayed just kind of like brawling it out, ego rushing down to the bottom lane, because they want to have the priority in the bottom lane, they want to split.
Glorious pathway used already, maybe a bit too early, as Yanlord is on top of Ruff and buying space away from the rest of his team. Xeno on top of Zayed, Chiku guys jumps in, blows up Ruff instantly, somehow Zyme Boy steals the turtle, and now Uni also caught out by himself. Avatar the Guardian to cut off Novak's Kobar, but Yanlord, he's just waiting for the rest of his team to get by. Unfortunately, sacrifices his life for it for some reason, as things are just getting scrappier and scrappier. Chiku guys, he sees Nova, is he gonna chase him down? Yes! Shut down for the Irritel! Shut down for the Arlet! Monster Vicious are falling apart!
2,000 gold lead for Todak so far. It seems like they can do no wrong despite dropping 2 turtles. Doesn't matter. This is where we expect Todak to be at their strongest, and even a Clock of Destiny completed for Zion Senpai.
With all the T1s taken down, Todak definitely do have got a lot more avenue to just kind of move their way into Monster's Vicious territory, and hopefully we'll be able to kind of shove them away from the T2s eventually. With the Lord is currently available in under 65 seconds from now, I'm pretty sure that Todak, they would want to continue playing based on what they have done before, but they still gotta have to be real careful. Even though that they are a 3,000 goal lead, MV, they still have got one of the biggest problem, and that is the scaling of Ruff, which would eventually come in pretty nicely.
Yeah, and I think at this point, even looking at the interesting. What is Ruff trying to go for here? He has components to give him some form of spell vamp. Ouch!
Silent Standpoint almost blown up. Still has his ult though. That's actually cancelled! But it'll still come out in time. Glorious Pathway gonna be used. Zeno immediately blows up. But beautiful final slash from Momo! Just completely corrals Monster Vicious into their own purple buff. Only 2 survivors make that one double kill for Chiku, guys, as Todak just sweeps Monster Vicious off of their feet.
Holy shield gonna be blown. Don't tell me they lose an inhibitor for this. You got this, Nova. That's all you gotta do.
Big
Prod,
final slash.
Prod, you know what we want. Give it to us, Zipper. Give us the replay. We have to see that one more time. He gets cancelled and he waits for patiently and then gets a 4-man final slash. You don't see that very often.
Momo is a pillar of Todak for a reason. Monster Vicious let their guard down. They canceled the final slash. They thought they didn't have to worry about it anymore. And then they walked right into the trap.
Deadly, so very, very deadly here. Let's look at
there we go.
Gameplay. Thank you, Zipper. Let's have a look at this one more time. Oh, this is just after it. Oh, no, it happened too fast. Blink and you missed it. But this is what we're looking for, right? Sweep across, corral everybody, and then let Chiku guys sneak into that backline. And Ruff, he cannot afford to make another mistake. He's already 1-4-3. He's super slow on the item pickup so far. And Chiku guys, even opting to make...
Oh, not again! How did he know? Because he's Momo! Uni just barely escaping. But this is leaving an impact. 7k gold lead for Todak. Lord pushing in mid. Avatar the Guardian zones out. Monster Vicious actually catches Martizi. They take the mid inhibitor. Yanlord's still alive. He gets the taunt as well. Pulls Uni into his team. Monster Vicious don't know what to do.
Jeez, they can't even walk up. Unless Zeno walks up, I don't think anybody else can. Maybe, it's tough to say. Maybe the little sentry coming out from Martizi, like there's so little he can do. Chiku guys just blows that up so fast.
It's kind of tough, right? I mean, with Martizi, he's just gonna zone in on one person, but who exactly is he gonna go for?
Momo flickers back with final slash. Ruff is gone. Zeno as well. Double kill for Yetlord somehow. But Monster Vicious, Uni just respawned. They've lost their top inhibitor. Novak Flora trying to run away, but Avatar the Guardian cuts him up, and Martizi gets the shutdown. They'll get a mega kill in return. Immortality popped on Momo. He is still alive. Still 4 members of Todak in the base of Monster Vicious. Martizi, can he hold? Uni jumps in, gets the kill. Zion going too far. Shut down by Martizi. But Chiku's on the crystal. He's unstoppable. Another. And they wipe out Monster Vicious and take game number 3.
2-1 so far. Todak pushing it up to match point. MB have to figure something out. That game, they got absolutely rolled. They got destroyed.
Convincing game all across the board from Todak. Even when it comes down to the game number 1, they knew what they wanted to do and they just went straight for it. MV definitely struggled throughout all 3 games. Game number 2 is the only one they managed to get 1 point for themselves. But now, well, moving into match point, MV, they've got a lot of things to iron out, man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not looking good for MV. They really didn't look great in that game. A lot of blunders, a lot of just missed mechanics, and even so, I think that they kind of went on autopilot a couple of those moments as well.
It's gonna come to the point whereby there is also a little bit of what can I say? They just zone in too deep in, especially when it comes down to the final fight where the Gatokacha went in for the Avatar, the Guardian. Nolan, Uni just assumed that, yes, he's used his taunt, but he didn't. He didn't at all. He was waiting for the right time, and perhaps he even had the foresight that he knew that he's going to be waiting for Uni to come in.
Yeah, and you can see right behind us, the Todak audience, they are loving the moments right now. Guys, don't forget, our PCU milestone has just been hit. Previous seasons are easy to break. We're all currently catching up to the MPL MY Season 10, which we had 232K as our peak viewership. We're looking to break 600,031, 60 631,000 overall, and maybe if we're lucky, we break into the 850s.
Hey, look, 200k, that's rookie numbers for MPL MY, right? We'll be able to go all the way to 750k for sure. Right?
I don't know. MPL ID was like 3.9 mil, so like
Wow,
that was their PCU. So as you can tell, we want to try and catch up. If we can make it a mil, I'd be very impressed. But let's step by step, step by step.
Yeah, it's a process.
It's a process. That's the best way to put it. But man, I think there needs to be some adjustments for Envy because they just didn't feel like they were playing like themselves this time round.
Yeah, I think Todak were able to adjust this time to what Monster Vicious were trying to do, and we got to see some peak performance from the players as well. I think Momo and Yanlord were really popping off this game, and Chiku got a great counter pick to deal with a lot of what Monster Vicious had, so it was an uphill battle from the beginning.
Honestly, it just kind of felt as though...
Disgusting!
God, he was so patient. He's so friggin' patient with it as well. Like, he waited so long. He could have just, like, let it rip immediately after it was, like, cancelled the first time, but he knew he could catch more. Well played to the MVP of the game, Chiku, guys. Strong Irithel, one of his signature picks.
I'm sorry, man, but in my heart is Momo.
Is Momo?
But my heart is Momo.
You're just an EXP later.
Exactly!
It's bleeding out of you. I can smell
Honestly, I can get behind that.
Come on! Chiku played a good game. He had a strong laning phase. He was able to blow up the main win condition from the side of MV 3 times, not just 2, 3 times in a row, and still kept himself alive, even despite not being that great against assassins.
I mean, Chiku, this guy is quite literally the pillar for Todak. I mean, in all the previous seasons, it's quite literally a Todak playing around Chiku, guys. But now Chiku have got a Todak that knows how to play the game like as good as he does. So now it's really just Todak is Todak. It's no longer Todak is Chiku, guys.
I can take that. I think that's a fair assessment overall.
Yeah, pretty much. Todak's legacy manifests in Chiku, guys. He is the one who prolongs it. He is the Todak aura now. He is the Langar man himself. Always being able to pull out picks when you least expect it, right? The Irithel, the Lunox, all heroes that Chiku really popularized around here, and he still got it.
517.
Oh man, I will say that the Zion Senpai's that one death, really weird pathing on his part overall.
Yeah. I can't remember what happened there, actually.
Well, let's not talk about that too much. It's more important.
He picked the wrong route on his navigation system.
Autopathing.
His Google Maps was recalculating. It's just like, where do I go? But still, when we look at the emblems here, a couple of things that are a bit of a standout to me is the fact that nobody's really trying to greed out too hard, right? I get it for Yanlord, he's going to go for the tenacity and the vitality. Makes sense. But even for Zion Senpai, I was expecting to see like Wilderness Blessing, for an example, and even Chiku guys to take Master Assassin.
You would think so, right? But one thing we have to note is that MV really doesn't have consistent lockdown, right? Reliable lockdown.
Yes.
They only really have high-lows, and he's not usually going to be on top of the Irithel. Because of this, Chiku guys is comfortable to go sprint, even though nowadays Irithel is basically forced to go Purify. If you add Quantum Charge on top of that, he just becomes a one-man army.
I mean, in the most realistic sense of them going up into a 5v5 team fight, I honestly can't exactly imagine how MV would want to stop the Langa part of Todak, right? With only a single point stun from the side of this Hylos, and for Martizi, a single stun with a beam as well. And that's pretty much all, right? Yeah, that's pretty much all from everyone from MV. So it kind of didn't surprise me all that much that if Yanlord would just come to jump in, or if Momo even lands a final slash, MV will have no choice but to start running away instead of just holding the ground and just stop Todak right as where they stood.
Well, I mean, like, let's not forget about some of the other forms of crowd control that they have. They had Zeno able to knock people up. They had Ruff who's able to displace people, but all of it is within a straight line. I think the main problem is that Todak was able to execute in a means to break their battle lines compared to MV, who needs to expect to walk away from the initial engagement and then re-engage to continue a traditional front to back.
I had been wondering actually if anyone was going to bring out the Arlet in both game 1 and 2.
Agreed.
We finally get to see it, and there's a reason why I was thinking about it. It's so good at disrupting team fights. That was the name of the game in the draft initially. Todak finally decides, okay, I'm gonna do it now.
Yeah, but it's also pretty terrible against the Phoveus in lane. So hats off to Momo, losing matchup, but still able to make significant impact.
Exactly. That's definitely, when it comes down to Arlot, I love Arlot, don't get me wrong, but when it comes down to the laning phase, it's just so tough for me, at least as a player, you know? I mean, they're pro players.
Yeah.
It's so tough for me to be able to really realistically do anything outside the lane because you lose priority. Your Phoveus just kind of gets out of the lane, he starts to fight already, and then by the time you're going in and you're ready to make a big play of a final slash and flick and all that kind of stuff, your team's dead.
Yep, sometimes it's just too fast or it's just too late, right? But based on the stats so far, Zayed being a big perpetrator of how they kind of push the lead on their end, slowing down their opponents, and even so, despite him continuously showing why he's one of the best junglers we have produced here in Malaysia, the game that he played just now, fast assassinations each and every time, and more importantly so, he's quick on his toes. He doesn't necessarily have to go for the backline, but more aware than he was last time when he was with Red Esports, where he was like, chasing kills. It just feels that he's more attentive to the team.
I think a lot of it comes down to the team playing around him as well, right? He has a lot more space to make decisions, a lot more space to go for these backline executes, and he said this earlier in the season, right? Prime Zayed is back. And every single week we are seeing more evolution to see that return to form and just how far he can go.
Honestly, now that we're kind of talking about Zayed, we have been looking at the coming of Suyo as well as Nolan time and time again. But if we really want to kind of talk about Zayed himself, where's the Lancelot special?
Oh, I don't think they pushed him into that corner just yet. I think that the meta has evolved right now to be very centralized around the two big pillars of both Yevon as well as Zhu Xin. I think those are the two picks that really need to be questioned, because if there's one without the other, it becomes really awkward. Really awkward. I think both of these hero picks need to go first before we start thinking about, even going into jungle picks like Lancelot's, because there's only 5 bans, and Red side, unfortunately, is basically forced to ban out both the Suyo and as well as the Chip, assuming that Zhu Xin needs to get banned too. That's 3! That's 3! They've got nothing left!
There's not much you can do on the red side, which is why we're seeing a lot of skewing towards blue side so far. I think it does have 100% win rate so far, blue side.
Oh yeah, you're
right.
So MV is gonna be on the blue side next. So we're going into a full 5-game series.
Now, here's the thing. A couple of things that I brought back from MPL Indonesia is a couple of ideas when it comes down to the draft. Number 1, TLID decided to ban on blue side to ban out Chip. I thought that was weird. But the game that they played against RRQ, they kind of opened it wide open, right? So that's maybe one of the ideas that they could have gone with. But let's first talk about your predictions about the top 6. I'm not going to let this slide here. I'm I'm seeing SRG, I'm seeing Vamos, but you're seeing MV 3rd and Todak 5th. What's that all about?
Look, as much as I really, kind of look at Todak equals to Malaysia equals to M series, I totally understand all of that. We have been seeing Todak in the M series all these times, but let's be honest here. MV, I love their entire identity whereby they beat the strong and lose to the weak.
I don't know.
That just means that Todak. That just means that Todak is. Wait, this doesn't work well for me.
No, it just means that MV is going to suck at the Swiss stage. And they make it to M6, it's going to be a really uncomfortable Swiss stage for them, right? You don't know who you're going to fight against.
It just means they gotta lose twice. And then they
So if MV wins...
No, they win against strong teams.
Exactly.
So they start by winning.
They just have to go, it's either they're 3-0 or they're 0-3.
No, that actually places me correctly, right? Because I know that Todak is strong, right? MV beats the strong and lose to the weak. And if MV wins Todak is strong. And that's what the message I want to bring across.
Okay,
Todak is strong.
Todak is strong at 5th. All right, sure. All right. I'm just going to
I'm just getting confused.
Hey, Robin Hood.
He's trying to go for the invert. He's trying to go for the invert it here, but we quickly also, from our MY Insider, got a little bit of a chat with Todak Chiku guys. We asked them, how do you feel about being able to play gold lane in playoffs again after 2 seasons? And he goes, I'm happy because it's been a while. I want to lift Todak's name again. We're confident we'll be champions. When we qualify for playoffs, we immediately started training for it.
I can see the results of that training. There's good ideas from the players of Todak, and we are actually seeing them adapt a little bit in-game when MV tries to switch something up. That is always the mark of a strong team, whether or not they're flexible enough to change up what they're doing midway through the strategy. I don't think they're quite up there with some of our stronger teams yet, but we're seeing signs of it.
I think the level of polish from where we've seen Todak at its peak comparatively to where it is now, it is a different time, I agree. I do think that they are a little too reliant on their pillars. I think right now we need to see some standout performances from some of their other members, especially Yanlord. He's consistent, but we need the big plays. Now, guys, don't forget, M6 is happening here in Malaysia, and the pre-sale tickets are now open. Don't miss out on some of the exclusive items and discounts that you can get from the lucky draw and prizes worth up to 80 diamonds. The pre-sale tickets are available from October the 31st to November the 5th, so get it now at www.ticket2u.com.my.
I mean, okay, so we talked about Yanlord, right? And so far, Yanlord, game number 1, he went for, he played as a Gato Gacha, and when it comes down to game number 2, he is Gato Gacha. Oh no, he's Matilda, sorry. And then game number 3, I think he's Gato Gacha again, right?
Yes.
Yes. So far he's been playing heroes like Gato Gacha and Matilda. Definitely when it comes down to quote-unquote big plays, they're all actually mini little macro movements that he will be able to assist with the team. Because I don't expect, as a Gato Gacha, you want to make super big plays and I initiate kind of thing. It's kind of like counter-engage, let me save you. It's a lot more of a savior of the team in this moment in time. But we haven't really quite, as you said, seen too much of all of that. I do really want to see Yanlord to actually pick up on a role, or rather pick up on a roamer that actually allows him to initiate for a team, as a matter of fact.
I would like to see him play Cho, to be honest.
Yeah. His signature Cho that has been basically the star of Yanlord's roster has not been picked up yet this series. I think it is in particular because they're against MV and they know they don't need to work too hard because MV is gonna run at them instead.
I mean, speaking of Cho, I actually thought that we might be able to expect to see more Cho in MPL MY, right? Because when it comes down to the previous time, we have got like 38% pick rate onto the Cho as compared to like what, MPL ID. They're definitely lower than MPL MY. But looking at today's games, we only seen 1 Cho out of 3.
That's the thing. I thought that maybe Cho was going to be higher up on the list in comparison to Hylos, especially since we've seen both Zeno and as well as Momo get their hands on the Cho before in the regular season, and I would like to see them kind of do it again. But I know we're not like MPLPH, where even when we're talking about like some of the top EXP laners like Sanford, you give him Cho, like he will make something happen. Yeah, they've got the mechanics to do so, and I feel like these teams feel right now, especially in playoffs, with M6 qualifiers on the line, and the fact that we're not in the upper brackets just yet, we're still in play-ins, let's not risk it just yet.
Okay, so now with that all said and done, we jump into game number 4 of the drafting with MV onto the blue side and of course Todak onto the red side. It has been a common thing whereby we said before, blue side equals to win. But of course, maybe, just maybe, Todak might be able to kind of break that blessing of the blue side.
I mean, I want to see what Kuja's ideas are going to be, because right now, Harun as well as Kuja both have a similar drafting style where they want to keep their players comfortable, but most importantly, they also don't want to tweak their draft too hard. We haven't seen a complete 360 of it just yet. Same drafting pattern since game number 1 all the way up here to game number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some variation in the way that the teams are approaching the Suyo pick. In game number 3, MV tried to challenge it by going for the Nolan so that they wouldn't have to deal with Suyo versus Zusin. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out because he's still a very difficult hero to handle. Now that they're on blue side, will we get to see the first pick Suyo again?
I don't know about this one. I feel like MV really need to think about this. The Zosk initially was dealing a lot. Like, Martisi is doing a good amount of damage with this Zosk. But unfortunately, it's not benefiting the entire team because he can only target one person at a time.
Fair. I do really want to see more of a team-wide kind of hero that really helps them out. Right? Jusin is out, Suyo is in.
It's got to be Suyo at this point.
It's gotta be, right? They managed to make it work once on blue side, especially. And since out too, I mean,
to vanquish the shadow.
It has to be.
It has to be.
I can't see any other reason why they would want to leak out a Suyo here.
All right, now this is where it gets big for Todak, right? I want to see what their opener is going to be for this red side against Suyo, because now previously they had access to Zhushid. They usually have access to Gatot. I'm imagining that they do want to go for the Gatot once more to try and punish Suyo if he goes a little too far. But what are they going to pair it with? It looks like it's going to be Vexana.
Oh, okay. Having the on-demand Terrify is going to be very useful, especially if you can time it correctly to stop Suyo from advancing on you. But it's a difficult timing to hit, especially in the chaos of battle.
Man. Right now, I think that a lot of people, especially, I kind of wish, as much as Gatot's Avatar of the Guardian has like a really big radius, when there's a lot of particles and a lot of elements on the map,
you can't see stuff.
You kind of can't see it, which is, I know that Ruff definitely died to it one time because of that, but their response, Tigreal, Aurora.
It was the variation. Tigreal has been being banned by Todak in the second phase every single game. So this time, Nova's like, enough is enough. I want to play Tigreal. Give it to me in the first phase.
What's the answer to this then for the side of Todak? Or perhaps they just want to figure out their main core team first. Natan is currently still available, and I think that they did manage to kind of prioritize Natan in one of the few games. In fact, for I think MV, they themselves also loved Natan. And at this point, I think it's still relatively safe to kind of go for it.
Should petals fall?
Looks like it's going to be the instead. Talk about CC, talk about damage. Let's talk about iframes, because this is one of the few picks that I'm excited to see coming in from Zayat, and I want to see him play it into Suyo specifically, because this is very much a skill matchup. If you dodge that Soul Sever, all of a sudden Suyo just drops down in terms of number value.
Fair. That's definitely one of the main things that you'll want to see in terms of bruising or executing, right? And Lancelot, the master of iframes, and in fact, the iframe is quite a bit amount as well.
Exactly. So here's the thing. I think that, especially if I'm in Yuri's head, right? If I'm playing Suyo up against this Lancelot, I gotta make sure that I'm able to time my abilities, right? And most importantly, get into the immortal form when he tries to go for a Thorn Rose or even a Puncture, because it has damage reduction. Considering that Lancelot, he does need the farm, but has pretty high base damage once he is at max stacks. That's maybe something that Yuri could look to punish.
Now, one thing as a Lancelot, right? I'm just kind of thinking, if as a Suyo, if you go for the Immortal S1 and you want to land the stun onto the Lancelot.
Oh, that's not happening.
You would definitely want to iframe that, right? But the moment you kind of come out of your Thorn Rose, you're kind of susceptible to the Soul Sever, isn't it?
Or better yet, just use the Puncture to get out of there, right? As long as you are near a minion or a wave, you have mobility, right? Unless you're like caught in the middle of an island, then I guess you just try and ult away and pray for the best.
One thing is to give context to people who may be a bit more confused about the Lancelot pick, since this is not common. This is a pocket pick for Zayat specifically. He was wrecking havoc with Lancelot when the season first started. Is basically where Prime Zayat came from. But his win rate is only actually 50% on this hero. It started dropping off in effectiveness the later in the season and more teams started figuring it out. So while we love to see it, this is going to be a true test of his capabilities.
Dude, Kuja, he's too smart. He's too smart. Banning out the Hilda.
Oh, man. I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised, right? I mean, we did manage to see the Hilda from MPL ID. You yourself, we were there in the playoff, 3 times in the grand finals and all, especially when it comes down to the fact that you're playing as a Lancelot in the jungle, being threatened by a Hilda is no funny thing.
I mean, even to a certain point, Lancelot is eventually going to outscale the Hilda. The Hilda's just really annoying because he disrupts your combo, right? He breaks your flow very easily. And I think now, at least in Kuja's mindset, it's like, okay, now they can't utilize it as an EXP laner to mess with us later down the line, which I think is a great idea, because even so, Hilda does pretty well into these like annoying tanks because she can out-sustain them all. So it's about wave clear, it's about priority. I think that Kuja right now just needs to figure out a way to play for high ground with not only Vexana, there might be an argument for Beatrix too.
Beatrix would not be too bad, but looks like Todak are going to lean towards
Fair.
Natan instead, just to make sure that Ruff won't get his hands on it.
Keep it safe.
He's still a very, very solid Natan.
I mean, Harif is currently open for the side of MV as well. I don't think that they are too necessarily fixated about even getting a Natan for themselves. It's definitely great, but with a Tigreal and an Aurora, they would be pretty happy to even have a Harif onto their side. And perhaps when it comes down to the next EXP laner, Phoveus is still open. They can definitely dip that.
They could go for the Phoveus. I think that would be totally fine. I think even Irithel should be taken into consideration here.
Irithel's banned though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's banned out by MV.
By MV themselves.
Okay, bit of a bummer. Bit of a bummer there.
It would have been nice when it comes down to the heavy crossbow.
It would have been. All right.
Fair.
All right. So now MV have kind of pivoted their composition to just be wombo combo oriented.
Early pop-off too.
Early pop-off as well. I think in terms of item power spikes, it actually coincides very well. Khalid gets his first item, Beatrice gets their first item. They're ready to fight. Same goes for Suyo.
Well, now Todak ideally needs a hero that can keep Khalid in lane, because if Xeno is able to win level 1 and unlock himself, he can actually be the hero that disrupts Lancelot in the jungle, the same way that a Hilda would.
Honestly, I know that this is kind of a hard wish, but I want to see my tank Benedetta coming in. At least match up with the Queen.
Nah. I think Momo would more likely play Arlet again than have to do that, right?
I mean, yeah, but you're just gonna be crapped on the lane.
I mean, he gets his hands on the Phoveus. I think this is totally fine and actually works in their favor. The only problem is that if Phoveus does not use his ult to dodge some key abilities from MV, he's going to get gunned down. I don't know whether I'm curious to see whether Momo is going to take Flicker of Vengeance this time.
I'll personally say that Vengeance will be great. You're probably going to be in the center of attention and you'll be taking quite a bit of shots instead of trying to get yourself out of the game or rather get yourself into a fight.
What do you think about these compositions before we head into the land dawn? He did take Vengeance.
Yep, there we go. That's the Vengeance. I do absolutely love what Todak have, but honestly, MV with a Wumba Combo Unga Bunga thing, that's what I want too.
All right.
MV definitely has the wombo combo draft with the Tigreal Aurora. Todak needs to disrupt the combo. They need to break it. Otherwise, they'll find themselves on the wrong end of the arena. The Land of Dawn opens up for the 4th time today. This could be match point. And it is up to MV to see if they can stop that.
Good luck here. Both competitors are going to start off MV on the blue side. Doesn't look like they're going to go for the early invade. Might need to hold off on that. Todak on the red side. It's going to be a purple start for Rooney and Zayed on the same side of the map. They're going to end up towards, I'm going to assume gold side because Khalid went top. Yes.
Yep.
Exactly what we expected. But this mid lane battle between Yanlord and Zaim Senpai versus Martizi and Nova X Kobar, it has been very, very tense, right? We are now seeing that even the supports don't really leave off the mid lane anymore. They're really struggling to maintain control over it.
Yeah, getting that mid lane priority is very important for both these teams since they want to brawl, they want to invade, they want to get more information. So the center of the map will control a lot of that. And what I was mentioning earlier too is, gonna try and disrupt Zayed.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to Lancelot, he definitely do want to get the creep clears as fast as possible, but MV with a very early pop-off. Honestly, I'm not too surprised with Xeno just kind of gonna get all around the place.
Oh, a beautiful catch here by Nova, but revitalized, keeping Yanlord topped up. Uni not quite ready with the finisher.
Nicely played by Yanlord, honestly. That could have been a very dangerous first blood to give on over, especially since Uni, you don't want him to start off with a snowball. With that being said, like Todak, if we're talking about item power spike, I think that Momo, he needs to be left on an island until he starts stacking that Thunderbelt, right? He's got a bit of an EXP lead against Xeno for now, but at this point, I'm more worried for Zayed. He needs a lot of items.
They don't really have they don't really have anything that can really help them win in fights per se, and so far, out of all the 3 games that we've seen before, both Todak and MV, they really like to fight head on. So I'm just very curious how Zayed is going to take control of team fights like this as a Lancelot.
Yeah, it's all about that bobbing and weaving. He's very good at it, but nowadays there's a lot of tools to catch him. Right now, though, a brawl in the turtle pit. Nova gonna push Momo out. Meanwhile, Yanlord versus Uni 1v1. Here comes the Lancelot. Uni gonna be able to secure the turtle away, though, as Yanlord just gonna sacrifice his life to buy time, gives first blood over to Martizi.
Both the junglers did manage to slip themselves away and out of the fight. Uni, of course, getting the total for himself, definitely admirable. But Todak, unfortunately, they definitely tried to contest for it, but understandably, it's kind of tough to kind of outskill against Uni at this point in time.
It is true that it's difficult to outscale him, but I think at this point, right, Monster Vicious have created a 1.1k lead. That's pretty good for them for now. But in terms of EXP, this is where we're expecting that Todak need to calm down a little, right? Momo and Zayed are going to do their thing. Chiku guys even need some time to scale. I think the mid trio is more of a sandbag at this point of time more than they are initiators, which we expect them to be.
Yeah, utility going to be very important nowadays with the importance of allowing your jungle and marksmen to do the damage they need to do. We see Monster Vicious starting to play more aggressively now, invading the jungle since they know they have the lead.
Yep, they would want to do whatever that they can in order to just kind of take away some of these turrets in the early stages. Of course, T1s, they gotta go down soon. But Todak seems like they really wanted to take taste.
Avatar Garden comes in, but it's right into the implosion. And with that, Yanlord and Zayed are just gone. Chiku tries to blink over the wall to finish off Nova, but he gets caught by the Raging Sandstorm, forcing out the Purify. So he just has to walk home with nothing to gain for it.
Man, Chiku's having a rough time. If Martisi cancels that recall, it would be even worse. They can actually start proxying the wave, to be honest. But Ruff able to at least, he's winning out this lane pretty hard against Chiku guys. And I think, MV are just going to keep pressing the knife deeper into the wound.
I'm kind of torn by the fact that Todak tried to kind of defend their own purple buff, or rather maybe kind of take their own purple buff and kind of move MV away. But Todak, they definitely don't have that great of an early game, but they're trying to go for it anyways.
Yeah, they don't have a great early game, but still, I respect it though. Unless we see Monster Vicious develop truly a 5k goal lead, then I think Todak has something to be worried about. But right now, I think that even for Zayed, Nova Escobar has been making sure that he's got his eyes on Zayed and really man-to-man defense here. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ooh, Raging Sandstorm, I think, was used there. Yeah, into the brush. Manages to zone out Todak, forcing ult from Chiku as well. Nova and Xeno just zoning him off of the gold lane. Yeah, it's in the back line, not able to taunt Ruff. Nice timing with the dash, but at least able to get out without allowing MV to catch them.
Oh, good thing, because as soon as Yanlord walks out of that bush, Monster Vicious call off the dive. You don't want to be standing on top of the AOG, especially for the sake of Chiku guys at this point of time. Like, he's only got Feather of Heaven, and now, whoa, okay, Uni able to tank a good amount of that damage here, but is it? No, they wouldn't, right? They wouldn't.
And we really want a piece of Todak, or perhaps really want to find a way to kind of cripple this Lancelot and not allow him to skill into the mid stages of the game. I really do expect that as well, but seems like Todak, they just want to kind of play it a little bit of a calm and collected manner, which is actually kind of weird to me, because so far in the past 3 games, Todak just kind of went head-to-head against MV, but now completely off on the opposite side.
It does kind of feel that at least MV is taking a very different approach this time around, right? It's not like they're heavy on the combat. It's really very much about the execution. The better you can execute, the better this is going to get. And Uni, he doesn't mind because he's already too...
Oh, Chiku in the back line, 1v1 versus Xeno. Avatar the Guardian landed on Ruff, but he's able to get away since Nova is on top of him as well. 4 members of MV around the bot lane versus 3 of Todak as Xeno. First one to make a move. Momo gonna try and zone out Nova. He doesn't actually have Implosion available. It's still on cooldown, but a nice freeze comes in from the side, catches out Momo. They're trying to buy space. Yanlord and Momo, though, will both be sacrificed, and Chiku just has to escape with his life.
Oh boy. I don't know. I feel like, funny enough, I do feel like Zeno should have maybe flickered forward to try and chase that kill onto Chiku guys, mainly to put Chiku guys even further behind, as Beatrix will have more tempo on top side still. But I think now they can just kind of hold Todak hostage. They don't even need this turtle necessarily.
Yeah, this is a really tough situation now for Todak. We know that they're not that good in the early game, but they also don't want to be too far behind to make sure they still scale. And there's a 5k goal. Ooh, nice ult from Chiku, but it's not going to save him. Raging Sandstorm, unstoppable for Martisi. And MV will be happy with their reward.
MV is just mega oppressive down on the Todak. And honestly, I'm trying to look for like very realistic answers from the side of Todak to kind of flush Monster Vicious away, right? They seem to be really having problems kind of push Monster Vicious away from their jungle, even though most of their T1s were still up and running.
hopefully that does start to change here, because right now Monster Vicious are kind of running away with this game, right? They're about to hit the 7,000 mark, but they need to break this mid-tier 1 to conveniently walk into Todak's jungle. I think that even for Zayed, right, now that the side lanes are basically both side lanes have lost, he has no pressure!
That's a flicker into the back line! Zayed with a 3-man catch! No kills, but they get a free tier 1. Zayed actually able to secure his purple buff. In the meantime, Momo 1v4. He's trying to chase down Rough Avatar the Guardian, going to miss. Momo goes down, monster kill to Martizi. As Uni buying time in the backline himself. Chiku going to get traded by Zeno at the same time. 3-0 in favor of MV.
This game is snowballing so fast out of control.
There's so much to digest, and MV, this is what we see from MV, right? When they do win, they kind of win real hard. It's kind of like the previous game where Todak, they won it very convincingly, but that doesn't really seem like there's a lot of pattern per se.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do think that MV are playing a lot more precautiously in the way that they approach these fights, but they are just winning every single one of them, and now you can see them actually, you know, walking with the momentum and starting to begin the jog before they start really running with it.
He's in the brush. Conceal comes out and doesn't do any damage. Oh, no! It's a disaster! It is a beautiful masterpiece for Monster Vicious and a tragic piece of art for Todak. Oh, Zayed able to dash out, but Momo somehow trades for Ruff. But this is an absolute victory for MV in the bot lane.
God.
That was disgusting.
Oh, that's not even funny anymore.
Zeno coming in even.
Jeez, I was surprised they made that play, but at the very least, it's on really good timing, because now they can start walking up to the Lord for free, 10,000 gold lead. They might just have the checkmate angle right here. They might be able to just win off of this one push. I think MV can even just take their time and farm Todak.
Honestly, back in the hotel room when we had the talk where Husky say 1,000 GPM, or rather 1,000 gold lead per minute, I thought that you guys were just absolutely kidding, but this is way more than 1,000 1,000 per minute. 11k in 9 minutes?
Yes, let's just watch this one more time.
It's beautiful if you're an MV fan. Terrifying as a Todak fan. They're somehow able to trade for Ralph, but 1-4 there is not worth it, especially with the lead MV has.
Yeah, it's not looking good so far, but can they actually protect themselves here? I don't think they have enough items at this point. I think Todak are just too far behind.
Way too far. Like, we have like a raging Lord that's just going to be trampling down in the middle lane. They are losing all of their holy defense. What can they realistically do if MV just decides to just go crazy and all ham onto Todak if they wanted to?
I mean, so far their high ground is looking very good with Zyme Senpai as well as Chiku guys alone. I think at this point, I think Monster Vicious should probably look to force the scenario to get an inhibitor turret to increase their odds for the next endgame push.
Started down the bottom.
Todak doing a good job at defending so far. Conceal gonna be cancelled. Nova looking for the flicker implosion, but Todak are spacing out very, very well. Even the Bennett's Rage gonna be dodged away. So Todak actually still surviving for now. The question is, how long can they hold on to this?
Well, they're gonna dance around for a little bit. Just wait. They gotta wait until the next Lord push, right? This is the checkmate angle we were talking about. They're gonna hit max items before Todak, who are significantly behind. I think this is one of the biggest whopping gold leads we've seen in a while. Look at that, 12,000.
We don't just commonly be able to see two teams that is relatively equal in skill level to have that big of a skill of a gold lead. Like, this is just unimaginable. How do they even get this much gold lead?
I mean, just look at the KDAs, right? Like, Martizi is already like 8 kills, 5 assists. Uni has just been power farming. Zeno, honestly, has been participating in more fights than I would like to believe in. And even Roth, right? He was winning out in the lane early on against Chiku guys, and honestly has never really stopped putting his foot on the gas.
Monster Vicious are just winning out in every point of the map, and Todak unfortunately doesn't have the right draft to deal with it. We questioned this Lancelot, we were happy to see it, but there is a reason this hero just stopped appearing even in Zayed's hands halfway through the season. And now with Suyo joining the roster, it's too difficult.
I don't think he'd be able to 1v5. Not just yet, but even side lane pressure, right? He can't really walk out. He doesn't have that sort of mobility like Hayabusa or Roger or even Ling has when it comes down to just like split pushing. He's good at clearing waves, but running away from people, he really needs a couple of things in his environment to really allow him to be slippery.
Let's not forget about timing as well, right?
Yeah.
If MV decides to kind of tackle down onto him at the right time where there won't be any creeps marching in, that is pretty much a defenseless Lancelot.
And now as the game continues to progress, they're just going to make quick mince meat out of this Luminous Lord. And now, here's the end game push. 13,000 worth of gold lead. 14
kills to 1, 13 minutes in. We are witnessing a disemboweling of Todak.
Absolutely under pressure. And Todak literally have got no answer at this point in time where they want to clear the waves as soon as possible. And the best thing is, or rather the worst thing is for them that they can't take any fights whatsoever. They just need to focus on the creeps and only the creeps.
How long can they hold with the Lord coming out and then being 14,000 gold behind? It's gonna take him a long time to deal with it. And this is on top of MV having a Beatrix to just poke the towers from afar.
Yeah, but you can see Ruff just slowly chipping away at it. I think at this point it's just a waiting game. Nah, he's fine. Okay. He still has Flicker. He still has plenty of options, and I don't think Momo wants to take him on just yet.
Conceal play from Nova. He's in the base. Todak sees him. It will get broken. Zaya trying to clear the wave, but he's so squishy. He doesn't get caught, but he's not able to stop MV. A Flicker implosion only catches one. Into the Vengeance, Raging Sandstorm jumps into the backline, doesn't catch anyone, but it's more than enough because MV is just so farmed at this point. Double kill for Ruff. Zaya trying to pull the Lord away, actually successfully does so, but he goes back on the crystal anyway. Martisi with the legendary. And ladies and gentlemen, our first series of the playoffs will go to a game 5.
Woo! 2-2. How do you like them apples this time, huh?
Hey, I told you, I'm here for the fun ride. I'm here for the fun, okay? 100% win rate on the blue side. If it's all telegraphic, Todak's going blue next.
Oh boy.
I mean, 100% on the blue side. Hopefully somebody needs to figure out red side right now. Because if the story continues to go in this manner, we know for a fact that Todak will eventually take that game. So hopefully it's going to be enough. Hopefully Coach Arun as well as Sora Bayang have something in their back sleeve for red side.
What's the answer? That's the question. We've got both of these two teams, right? MV and Todak, they're trying their absolute best on the red side. Every single one of these games were actually quite a decisive victory, except for game number 2, where Todak actually held it all the way to 19 minutes. So if anything, Todak's the only one that have an idea of red side, but unfortunately for MV, they are red next.
The turn order may not... I mean, I really hope that this just doesn't come down to, oh, MV or Todak lost because we didn't win the coin toss.
Yeah, I would not appreciate that as well. I think Todak definitely lost the draft though in total. MV switched things up, got the Suyo, got Tigreal as well. We're really seeing why this hero was being banned out every single game before. So good at catching the opponents. And the Lancelot, it was an ego pick. It was a test. It was a trial of Prime Zion. But when the enemy team can do this...
Yeah, at this point in time, you kind of lose all your morale as Todak. I'm pretty sure you just, okay, GG, go next, 14, 15k goal lead. Yeah. What can we realistically be able to do?
Yeah, I don't know. This game is one of those, like, I wish a game like this happened at the very beginning of the series, because then Todak could be like, oh yeah, they're really far ahead. We can just like move on from this. But give it up for our MVP of the game going over to Martisi. He probably feels real good about that one.
Martisi has been relegated to a bit of a punching bag actually this series. Not really able to do the same things he was doing throughout the regular season. But here is the return to form he's been waiting for. 9-0-7 on the Aurora.
MV Martisi, he's shown exactly how and what he wants to do as that pillar in the middle lane. Definitely when it comes down to Martisi, I haven't managed to see him playing the juice in today's series just yet. But I definitely am not disappointed about the current performance thus far.
Oh, I think that the performance can get even better, but so far, I mean, hopefully we can just blow through these stats, because I need to see what this final game is going to look like, right? That's what nobody has figured out red side just yet.
I want to jump in right now.
Yeah, I just want to jump in right now, man.
The suspense.
It is suspenseful, but we will have to go through at least the post-game stats. I mean, I feel like it's just going to be inflated. It's literally just going to be like, you know, punching in the high scores.
Like, are we going to see a GPM high score this game? I wonder, considering just how much gold MV was accumulating.
Yeah, that seems pretty fair. That could pretty much happen. I mean, all across the board, as you look from the side of MV, it is actually a very huge surprise from me that Nova Escobar didn't even die a single time as a Tigreal. That's a big ask. And in fact, the only one that died is actually Rob there.
Yeah, and oh man, it's just this was a culling. It was not. I mean, even Zayed, right? Really greedy with his current build, opting to kind of like just slow down on what he actually needs. What he likes to do, he likes to get the Fury Hammer first, complete the War Axe, and then start building components. But instead, he had to rush quick items like the Malefic Roar just to kind of keep up the pace with people like Nova X Kobar to deal some relevant damage because of his passive, and then look for the Endless Battle, which is when you would have expected Zayed to really start to deal some real damage against the squishies in the backline.
With this entire back and forth kind of series, I just gonna have to say that both of these two teams, they did extremely well, and of course they have very good answers as to how they would want to kind of win games very convincingly. Now, of course, when it comes down to this game, Todak, I felt as though they were just completely oppressed. No answer whatsoever from the start to the end. Even though at the start, we're only looking at like, what, 2,000 gold lead? They tried to contest for their purple buff. They tried to kind of push MV away, but to no avail at all.
Oh, goodness. Looking at the total damage dealt as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm no surprises. No surprises that they couldn't do nothing at all. Literally everybody all across the board, except for Nova X Kobar, doubling, tripling the damage numbers being pumped out of Todak.
It was a perfect storm for MV. We know that they are a team fight squad. We know that they lean towards early to mid-game fighting. This is a draft that perfectly accentuates those strengths. And Todak went for a draft that wants to get items, needing to farm up on the Lancelot and the Natan. So just providing an easy time window, a huge one too, for MV to do whatever they wanted.
So coming into this game with the fact that you guys mentioned that MV, they want to play for team fight whatsoever, right? Wouldn't that mean that if it's not broken, don't fix it? Go for the next game with roughly the similar win condition and the same ideas?
I mean, Todak did ban out Tigreal like a good amount of times in the previous matches.
Second phases, right?
Yeah, second phases. So that's why this probably, you know, kind of sweep them off their feet a little bit. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake again, but it just goes to show that the draft right now is probably top priority at this point. It's less about, oh, I make a blunder and I can't execute. It's more so I just don't have the tools.
Right. So just go out and ban out the Tigreal in the first on the first phase?
Oh, it feels so bad.
Really?
It feels so bad to do it.
Because Todak has been dedicating a good amount of bans towards Uni's assassins, right? So that they're not able to match Suyo with like Fanny or Hayabusa.
I don't know. This one, I don't have a direct answer. Usually I would have an answer for it, but I think this time around, I'm just going to have to let the teams kind of prove it to themselves that they can do this.
This is definitely the highest GPM we've had so far in the playoffs, though. It's only day one, but it's pretty high up there.
It's pretty high up there. I mean, I was thinking that maybe they were like touching at least 1,000, like 1,000, 1,005 maybe, getting close to that. But I think the extra couple of minutes did drag it out a little bit longer for his numbers in terms of stats. Even so, I will say that at least from Todak's side, they could just probably like brush that game off. I think out of all of the games they played against MV, that was the one where it's just like, all right, move on. Move on for that one. We had all three losing lanes. It was not going to happen even if we tried.
I think not only them, I think we can kind of move on from this game as well, right? Because everything is like overinflated. Maybe we'll just kind of GG go next. Take a look at what we can expect from the next game as well.
Yeah, I do think that the next game is going to be interesting, but again, I feel like this is a canon event that blue side is eventually going to dominate everybody.
So what do we change?
Well, let's think about this for a moment, right? Well, we're gonna sit on it. We're gonna quickly jump over to Stafa because I want to talk to you about your top 6 predictions so far. Because as much as MV looking, wow, second place.
Yep.
You talked
That's
about
what I
my
did.
MV, talk about his MV now.
Yeah, I got an opponent pick. What's going on here? What's going on? Second compared to like Vamos of all
Vamos?
Even Todak.
Fourth?
I think the MV ranking had a bit of faith behind it.
Oh!
And I was expecting them to fix the issues that were causing the Robin Hood thing going on.
Yeah.
But I actually consider second to fifth very, very close in power.
Second of fifth?
That's
I know. I don't usually say that.
Oh, that's usually
This is the
a lot
only
tough.
season I've ever considered that.
Guys,
That's
this is
actually a
a
good point.
competition in MPL MY, Ned.
I mean, true, but I think for the longest time, our competition here at MPL MY specifically has been revolving around two teams. But hey, we're going to go deeper into that a little bit later. For now, we're going to head on over to the stage for, a bit of a chat with both Cheryl and as well as Poji. What's going on?
Selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibahas oleh Hotlink and Lafel. I'm sorry to disappoint you, tapi kali ini it's Rose and not Cheryl. Tapi fret not, I'm pretty sure you'll see her later. Alright, so sekarang ni kita bersama dengan satu wakil daripada side Todak. So maybe you can introduce yourself kepada audience kita.
Nama saya Sri, saya talent Todak.
Alright, now Sri, I just want to make it simple, I just want to make it quick. Sekarang game sangat-sangat sengit. Daripada best of 5 sekarang adalah best of 1. Dua sama, in your opinion, does Todak have what it takes to win and get their slot after this play-ins?
We are Todak, we are not going to break up. It's not easy to break us. We are the team which breaking the limit. So we are going to breaking the limit and we will go for the next round and we'll beat SRG there lah.
Sri memang confident lah orang kata that Todak akan jumpa Selangor Red Giant selepas perlawanan ini. Now, apa yang you rasa Todak ada that Monster Vicious tak ada, which is why you guys can actually take this win?
Kita ada Chico.
Orang ada Chico, orang tak ada?
Tak ada.
Apa Chico ada sebenarnya?
Chico bukan player yang normal. Dia legenda kita.
Betul juga. Chico adalah nominee untuk legenda MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Alright, now Sri, do you have anything you want to say to the Todak players back in the player room?
So, whatever happens, I'm going to be with Todak. So, my players will do their best and they will do the best for the play fans lah. So, we'll go for the next round.
Alright, dia sangat-sangat confident dengan Todak. So Sri, kita boleh nampak that Educity hari ni, walaupun hari pertama, it is a full house. So maybe you can lead the cheer and ask them to cheer for Todak.
Okay guys, bila saya sebut siapa kita, korang sebut Todak. Bila saya sebut Todak, korang sebut Langgar. Boleh? Siapa kita? Todak! Siapa kita? Todak! Let's go!
Alright, and mari kita pass ke Poji for the side of Monster Vicious.
Dan sekarang bersama dengan saya ni. Relax. Saya tahu. Saya tak tahu diorang cheer untuk saya ke ataupun abang ni, tapi saya rasa saya. Dan sekarang bang, perasaan abang berada di sini bang, melihat MV dua sama. Satu langkah terakhir untuk berjaya atau tersungkur. Macam mana?
Saya yakin, sangat yakin dengan player Monster Vicious kita. Full local power.
Membawa nama Monster Vicious, semangat raksasanya. Macam mana tu bang? Vibe tu boleh kasih bantai ke Todak sebab tadi dengar Sri cakap Todak takkan kalah. So untuk abang, boleh tak nak balas sikit kat diorang? Takkan? Macam tu.
Kalau Todak langgar, MV sodok.
MV sodok.
Yeah.
Bunyi agak lain tapi asal jadi. Kalau kata diorang ada cheer, MV nak cheer juga tak?
Mesti. Kita akan lawan.
Bagi.
Okay guys, bila saya cakap MV, korang cakap sodok. Boleh? Boleh? MV! Itu saja.
MV sodok yang penting. Semoga kedua-duanya boleh mencapai apa yang dihajati. Dan sekarang kita mengharapkan kedua-dua pasukan boleh mencuba yang terbaiklah. So, let's go untuk kita tengok siapa yang bakal berjaya.
The turnout is insane here at Edu City, and this is just the play-ins of the playoffs, day number 1. I thought the Todak fan, especially with the Legion and everybody around, was going to be leaning to their side, but even MV, quite the turnout for the full local lineups.
Well, as we mentioned already, these are the only 2 full local lineups left in the tournament. And 1 game determines which of them gets to keep their dreams of making the M6 alive.
Now, to hold anticipation, guys, keep in mind that the IESF World Esports Championships 2024 is going to be happening real soon. Between the 12th to 15th, the MLBB Men's Division will play. Between the 16th and 19th of November, the MLBB Women's Division is going to play. And out of 88 countries, only 16 will arrive in Saudi Arabia, and only 1 will be crowned as the World Champions. So tune in and support Team MY as they will be making their way on over for both our women's and as well as our men's.
We have quite a roadmap for MLBB, huh?
It's crazy.
Yeah, we literally have MPL all the way, and then ISF, and then I believe that SPS is also part of that roadmap, and then we've got the M series.
Yeah, the M series as well. Honestly, like, it is jam-packed for the competitive route of MLBB overall, and I can only imagine for those who are looking to have that golden road run, it's pretty exhausting.
It definitely is, but that is the nature of competition. You gotta keep your spirits up. You gotta make sure you are always up to date and you are always the team to beat, because teams are just getting better and better all across the world. We've only a little bit of time left before we jump into game number 5. This will determine the fates of both Monster Vicious and Todak.
Good luck to both of these teams. The drafting phase is going to be by far the most important part. The narrative so far, blue side has been 100% win rate in this match so far. So unless Coach Haru and Sora Payong have a plan, let's see how this is going to play out. Todak banning out.
Oh, wow.
Look at
They
this.
did do it.
This is the way, guys. My question answered immediately.
Yeah, they're like, hell no, we ain't dealing with that nonsense again.
This does mean Hayabusa is open, though.
Yes.
That is true. That is true. I think that Hayabusa is still pretty punishable in so many different ways. I think it is a lot more manageable compared to Suyo or even the Ling. Let's see how this plays out, right? Because again, MV is needing to decide what that final ban is supposed to be.
It's gotta be Juicin. It's gotta be, right? I mean, Todak has constantly been wanting to pick up a Juicin whenever they're onto the blue side, and even in, I think, the previous few games, they are doing the same thing.
I think you leave it open here, if you ask me personally, but well, I'm not up on that stage, so Zusin does get banned.
I think that this is one of the things that they gotta have to break the pattern for, right? Because so far when Todak is onto the blue side, oh wait, hold on a second, game number 3, the Juicin was banned as well, so technically we are still on the same pattern.
Exactly. So far, the drafting meta between these two teams have continuously evolved, right? Slight tweaks here and there. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I think that MV should go for an opener. I'm thinking of an opener that might include Fovius here, maybe even, like, considering how they played the previous game, Gatot Khalid.
Creators. I do agree on that on the Gatot part, right? Because it's always been R2 picks all the time.
Yep.
But R1 has been relatively flexible up until this point in time. But why did Khalid over the Fovius though?
Well, see, here's the thing. I think that MV played a really strong game previously, making sure that they can kind of cut the waves and get him outside of it. But finally, MV have adopted
I was literally just about to ask you guys, why do you think these teams have not been picking Alpha to counter Suyo when every other team across the world has been doing it?
We've been talking about it.
But MV finally decided, okay.
Yeah, out of desk, we've been talking about, okay, Alpha's the answer for Suyo. This is how we're going to be keeping up into the pattern. That's how Kyrie has been playing it as well. So, honestly, seeing that Alpha being picked up on R2, I think that's the pattern breaker.
Well, let's see whether it's going to be good enough here, right? Because now Todak have to predetermine a couple of things. Lo Yi was led through the draft, and even now Gatot falls into the hands of Todak. And Gatot is a really good way of punishing Alpha. As soon as you see Alpha use that spear, oh, guess what? A free AOG.
Oh.
You have no escape.
Suyo Gatot Lo Yi is such a terrifying opener. It gives Todak so many tools to work with, and that early game is going to be something MV needs to retain control over.
I really hope that they've got something ready to go here. I'm thinking like maybe displacement things like Cho, maybe even Arlet as well, both of which don't seem like a bad idea, but fortunately both really can't get through the Gatot in the first place. So it's just going to be I don't want to say a wet noodle fight, because both of them are really tanky, but just like cement cinder blocks just leaning against each other.
So honestly, what Todak is kind of expecting out of MV is the fact that MV will want to play together with the fact that they picked up an Aurora, they want to play aerial denial, they want to play as a team, they want to go for an AoE. Picking up the Phobius, it further solidifies that kind of play style. So it only comes down to MV's R4 and R5 to kind of come up with an X Factor pick to kind of take themselves away from that initial team fight, or rather take away from that AoE wombo combo kind of game.
Yeah, let's see what these bans are going to be though first. I think that like from MV's side, they're not too concerned about what the gold lane is going to be generally because they do have first pick. They can pinch it down though, so they can start taking away like hard scalers like Natan for an example. I don't think that the Irithel is going to come up, especially if you're up against things like, you know, Moskov, Claude, and even some lane bullies like Bruno as well. But those are some of the offsides. MV still making sure, leaning into the Melissa. I'm only going to assume that they want to play Natan for themselves, so they're probably going to ban out the Irithel unless Todak says something about it.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. The Irithel ban just makes sense, even if they don't go for Natan just because of Chiku. But Franco ban, that is a very classic Nova pick.
Huh. Novaria? Oh, classic Nova Escobar pick. Ah.
Yes.
On the other hand though, I was actually really leaning more towards the Cho pick from the side of MV. If they want to break themselves out of that shell of we want to play AoE, at least they have a Cho that comes in with the Way of the Dragon single out in displays, so that they do have a way to play more of a pick-off even. Since they do have an alpha onto their side, they can actually just kind of burst down the Garukacha pretty quickly. Even if the Garukacha wants to go for the Avatar of the Guardian, you shumpo within of the animation and just kind of kick Garukacha right within the ranks of MV.
I suppose you could do that, but I think, you know, you're asking for a little too much. I think that at this point, if you're in Todak's shoes, as much as you want that Gato Gacha to actually hit, I don't think that's going to be their main win condition, right? Because it's team fighting, right? You got the low Yi, you want to be able to flank your opponents. They need somebody who can actually stick on to their opponents, right?
Stick on.
Yeah, because again, you need that vision. Initially, low Yi wants to go for those big flanks, catch her backline wide with her pants down, and then after that, Yin Yang reaction to clean up that fight really, really quick.
So information is what Todak themselves need. So Cho, Grok, both of these sounds pretty good on the EXP. But
they actually don't sound too bad, yeah.
But that means that Garukacha goes over to the EXP, which is technically a flexible pick to start with.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
They banned it out. Not gonna let it through. They are focusing down Nova, not giving him heroes that can set up plays and open up the map.
It kind of makes sense though, being highly contested for this very specific game. Cho sounds great, but for the side of a Grok over to the side of MV, I'm kind of considering it.
I think they're just going to go for Natan here once again, right?
They're pretty divey, so I think Natan will be able to kind of catch up as well, right?
I mean, they can go like Natan, Moskov, both of which actually do pretty well in this matchup anyways.
Yep.
Is there anything else that I'm missing out here in terms of gold laners? I mean, I don't want to say Harith, mainly because of Gatot and as well as the way it works with Zaman Force, so I think those are the two safest options. Oh yeah, Matilda! I completely forgot. This got slipped through the draft for so long.
Yeah, Matilda with the Alpha is a pretty good combo to enable early game plays and save you if you're caught out by Gatot or Lo Yi.
You can go all
aggressive. Not bad, yeah, not bad at all.
It just leaves out with the final X Factor pick for MV, but at least that is not a blind pick. We will be able to wait for Todak to eventually get the final 2 pick, but what could that very possibly be? Being the gold laner and either EXP or the roam.
Well, it looks like they've locked in the Arla to kind of slow down the hard engages from the side of MV. Still, though, doesn't it give us much of an idea of who's going where?
Ooh,
Bruno! So Chico guys wants to win the lane. Like MV knew for a fact that as long as Ruff wins the lane hard against Chico guys, there's a very real possibility that Todak doesn't make it out of play-ins.
Picking Bruno here as well means that MV are gonna need to choose whether the Matilda spends more of her time around the Alpha or the gold laner, since Bruno is a tough gold laner to have to deal with.
So do they want a gold lane that have roughly the same skilling as a Bruno?
Probably.
Ideally. Good enough to me, but Natan is going to be the final pick, but it's not exactly a skill lane that I was expecting to kind of rival the Bruno.
Well, that's the thing. I'm hoping that at the very least, like MV understands that, like, if Natan ends up losing his lane, this game is going to get really, really difficult. And the same goes about the mid lane as well, right? I'm hoping that at the very least, in that Zyme Senpai, he's got to play really fast on this low E. He's got to create big advantages with the help of that rotation.
So far, they have been very aggressive in their lanes, in the middle lane, getting priorities whatsoever. And of course, when it comes down to the great amount of mobility coming in from Todak, I believe that that could be a pretty good chance that they take this game and still single out that 100% blue side win.
Well, game number 5 hovers right over the horizon. We will be witnessing the local legendary legacy of Todak up against the local giant slayers of Monster Vicious. No matter what happens, only one shall emerge victorious and alive to continue their journey in the MPL MY playoffs.
All of that games, all 4 games, boils down to this final moment. And Todak versus MV, with Todak gonna be onto the blue side and MV onto the red side. Both sides are actually starting off onto the red, so they are actually gonna be ending out on the opposite side of one another.
I mean, we'll see how this is going to play out, right? Looking at the emblem so far, looks like they're going with standard procedure here. Wilderness Blessing for both sides. Looks like Zyme Senpai needs to be able to kind of match, if not go even faster than his opponent in Martizi.
This is a different pathing from the jungler or Uni.
Wait, hold on. You guys opted to go for common emblem this time around, huh? Didn't want to go for assassin emblem. It looks like he just wants to have a stable laning phase.
I think that is important. They don't want to go too all in at this stage. Todak understands the stakes that are here. Yeah, if Chiku just outright wins lanes, then they win. But if he doesn't, with an emblem setup like that, it turns things more difficult than they need to be.
Oh, they're going to have to take their time here. First interaction might just happen.
There we go.
Oh, nice freeze on the side step boy. And the guiding winds pulls Uni in for the first blood.
That's too fast. I don't think that there's any way for him to actually react and thinking that, yo, the Alpha is just going to be flying in.
Yeah, it's either you react fast or you just game sense like pre-flicker on that one. It's a little tough to say. But, well, unfortunately, that's going to be first blood for MV. The Todak fans will have to hope that Todak bounces back from this one. We've seen them do it before, so I'm not too worried about it. But in terms of like where the lane is so far skewing, so far Chiku guys having a much better time.
This first turtle timing gonna be very important. Uni already on it. Yanlor not level 4 yet, but gets the taunt in time. Momo flickers in, final slash on 2. Zion gets the turtle away. Uni with Spear of Alpha able to dash out to safety. Meanwhile, Zeno zoning them out to make sure the Alpha is not jumped on. No casualties, but Todak with the first objective.
0 casualties from both sides. Todak went in with the objective of taking out a turtle. They got it. But of course, I'm pretty sure that Todak would love to actually pop the Pride of Ice. But Martizi, he did manage to get himself flickering away to kind of make sure that he still have got it.
Oh, here comes the TP. Here comes the TP. They're not going to do it on the back push because at least
Yellow showed himself.
I mean, it's fine. They just want to get the plating for Chiku, guys. They want to extend his lead even further. Because Martizi, unfortunately, he ended up missing 2 minions on his way back because of the fast clear, and now that they rotated to the bottom side, Ruff can't even contest for the wave. He just has to let it be pushed in.
A kill would be a bonus, but that's not the goal, as now the guiding wins. Herkung Eagle pulls them into Yanlord. Avatar Guardian going to be used onto the bot lane. And once again, no kills here.
Quick disengage. They understand that Monster Vicious is definitely going to be pretty darn scary with the fact that Alpha plus Matilda, these two combinations is pretty scary. And so Todak, I think that what they want to do is just kind of wait it out until that Bruno is really there, right? Because he picked up his Heart's Claws. I think he's pretty much on his way to be able to be unlocked enough to kind of get himself around the lanes.
I think he's okay. I think if Chiku guys was being real greedy, he would have gone for the Berserker's Fury first to like kind of guarantee that, guarantee that damage. And I think that's when Todak is really going to put their foot on the gas. For now, it's not only just the lack of damage, it's more so we need to wait for the first items to start rolling about, especially for even like people like Zyme Senpai. They need that glowing wand online.
The diversion play in bot, they are identifying timings. They're thinking Monster Vicious wants to go for the lane cut, but Envy didn't do that, which means that Todak wasn't able to find anything out of that play.
Is there anything too out of the ordinary for either one of these two teams? Like, are we... because I'm used to them being aggressive.
Final slash on Martizi, but not enough follow-up. Zymesenpo is too far, so no kill in the mid lane for Todak.
Yeah, but he's just trying to swag on him for now. I think that Todak can actually drag this out, or honestly, with the final slash, would by now should have like, what, a 25-second cooldown? So if they drag this out long... Oh,
that's
my
a big
God!
pull. Zeno right into their jungle. Jumps on top of Momo. Yanlord taunting Martizi. Zymesenpo looking for the angle, but Uni has already got the turtle. Martizi has to flicker out. Ruff wins a 1v1 against Jiku in the bot lane. And the Spear of Alpha pushes Yanlord back into the side of MV. Momo cannot save him, but Avatar the Guardian, is it enough to get him out? Looks like the answer is yes. Zeno flickers. So close!
1 HP, literally 1 HP. That's so sad. And I think the worst part is the fact that despite everything that has happened in that match, Ruff finding that kill onto Chiku guys, I think that Chiku guys unfortunately probably got caught with his pants down and didn't purify the displacement effect. But for now, he's just going to have to go back to that farming phase.
Honestly, the Mathilda allies plus a combination of Zero just going in is absolutely bonkers, right? Todak, they're gonna have to expect it unexpected now.
Hey, yo. Eagle, Nova, not gonna jump into the tower. That's probably the best idea. As we can see the pressure coming in now. Ruff has the lead. MV are gonna make sure he keeps it.
Yeah, and you can tell that even Monster Vicious, the way they're positioning themselves like closer towards the river line just to ensure that they have this chance against them. Monster Vicious at the very least. Oh, he T2 boots! That's how he won!
Bruno gonna get knocked up, has Purify. Uni now stuck under the tower, taunted. Can they save him? No guiding wins. Uni's gone. Ruff follows because he's way too far in front. And Todak turns it around in the bot lane.
The 4-1 split that I always wanted to see, and now that the top lane is pretty much free and open, that pretty much leaves that Momo that will just be gonna be going all around, and of course be able to assist Chiku guys. I wouldn't be surprised that Todak actually kind of make a complete 180 change and just become the aggressors from this point onwards instead, since both of the T2s and the side lanes are taken down already.
Not until I see Berserker's Fury onto Chiku guys, right? Like as much as Senpoi needs that glowing wand, Chiku guys needs to have that Berserker's Fury. There it is. It's online for this turtle. Now the full fight is going to happen. Just need to wait for Yanlord's ult.
Oh, Eagle very deep. Pulls Zeno in once again as Yanlord deals with Ruff in the backline. Side still waiting for the opportunity to go in and finish off Ruff and gets the double kill on top of it. Avatar the Guardian cuts off Nova. Chiku guys gets traded by Zeno because he's really, really deep. Let's see if Zeno can get out. Martizi will be able to recall. Zeno! That's gonna be a dead Phobius at this point, and Zayed gets the snipe killing spree.
They're getting destroyed here. They're getting eaten up both sides. Monster Vicious does not want to let this go against Todak, but it's starting to look a little desperate here as Todak are just winning this war of attrition.
Honestly, I did mention that I'm not surprised for Todak to just kind of turn things around, but what did I expect is Chiku guys isn't exactly the main deal of them winning the fight, because Chiku has been zoned out by Zeno the entire fight. So that was just hands down Yanlord, Zymesenpo, Zayed, as well as Momo that dealt with the main two kills from the side of Monster Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, Uni, he's down 2 levels against Zayed so far, and even Ruff, right? He doesn't even have that second item already complete. I mean, now he's got a secondary limb snipe complete. Oh.
Final slash on Zeno. He doesn't mind. He's gonna be able to catch up Chiku. Circling Eagle comes out. Chiku guys is already gone. Avatar Guardian lands pretty well. Breaks the passive on Martizi, and Zayed jumps in for the mega kill. Picks him off. Gonna follow up on Nova. Kumar, double kill for Suyo. Triple kill for Zayed. Will he get the Maniac? Yes, he does. And Momo takes the tower so he gets out alive. Uni is here. He wants the Savage, but he's not gonna push the envelope. He got what he was looking for.
Come on, you're brave. Nah, they're still dancing around. Not gonna give him that Savage just yet. But my God, Todak, they are in full control, and Zayed, he's not going down without a fight. 4K goal lead, 9-5 the kill score, 8 minutes into this game.
Zayed. That was quite an impeccable play from that Suyo. Boy, oh boy. Riley did it well, and even when it comes down to just diving under the turret, he knows far very well. S1 gives me the iframe, or rather, just kind of untargetable, and just kind of switches focus back over to Momo.
Just making sure that you can dance around your opponents is already great enough, and I think that MV, at this point of time, it's just a matter of scaling, right? Xeno is actually doing so much work, but there's so much healing going on that is dragging out this fight. It really doesn't help that Momo just slows him down with his mini stuns.
And Lord not able to taunt anyone. Diversion comes in on the mid brush. MV going to spot it out and start playing a bit more defensively to try and reset this Lord. This next fight going to be a pivotal one because MV already 4k behind compared to Todak. They're going to scout things out. Circling Eagle on top of Zion's Simpoy. Pulls in Xeno once again on top of Lo Yi, but he's being caught out by Zayed. Stopped. Uni versus Yan Lorde. Oh, beautiful final slash. Flicker backline. Catches Ruff and Martisi, but now Todak is too separated. They're getting disemboweled one by one. You guys finally finishes off Xeno in the backline, but they've already lost too much. Purify going to be used. Zayed! Zayed stops them. Double kill for Chiku, but he gets shut down, and now Uni catching up. Double kill for both junglers. Team wipe on Todak. The turnaround has happened again.
Oh my god.
Ambitious.
The sustain coming out from Monster Vicious. Nova X Kobar is online, and Uni was able to power through the damage. What is his item build? Don't tell me he's got a Brute Force breastplate in there.
This guy, he was below of Zayed, and now he's just kind of getting himself right back into the game again. Todak had a good amount of gold lead, but MV, they're reclaiming everything that they have lost. And in fact, they're probably wanting to get every single one of these T1s as much as possible.
Dear Lord, and even Xeno, really great eye of opportunity, putting Zyme...
Final flash onto Novak's Kobar, circling Eagle. He actually manages to dash out, and Yan Lord is the one trapped instead. Ruff gets another kill.
They gotta keep pushing the advantage here. The T1s are going to fall, and Todak must split apart if they want to have influence over this map. Zayed on bot side, he's going to give on over his orange buff, but they gotta defend on top side too.
He does have a Brute Force breastplate.
He actually does.
Damn it,
Queen's
no wonder.
Wings, Brute Force breastplate, as well as a War Axe.
This man is a survivor.
He is a survivor, and at the same time, there's only one person with anti-heal, but it worked out well, right? It worked out really, really well for Uni.
Oh, I can't believe this game is going like this. Game 5, first match of the playoffs, and it is anyone's game right now. Only a 1k goal lead for MV. They've turned things around, but can they keep it up?
In fact, the 1k goal lead, is quite a bit of that goal lead is actually credited over to the Mathilda at this point in time as compared to the God of Gotcha.
I don't think he's earning passive gold anymore. I think that Martisi might be the lowest in terms of gold income. There we go. There we go. The Winter Crown already purchased. Like, it really... Oh, what? He misses the Spear of Alpha. Oh, God.
Atari Guardian to cut things off. Zayed doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough to finish off Uni. He's got Queen's Wings.
Get out!
Can they get away?
Oh.
A 4-man teleport save by Zayed Senpai.
Jeez.
You have always seen the aggression from the diversions, but it's not always and not every day you get to see them retreating with it.
Beam me up. Tractor beam me out of here. They got Martisi and as well as Zeno's Flicker off of that. And this is great because they won't have it. In about 48 seconds is when we expect the next neutral fight to happen for the Lord, and they're not going to have their battle spells.
A calculated bait, if you ask me. They're preparing themselves to land Monster Vicious just run right into them, and here we have Simon Point. Let's get ourselves kind of out of here. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
He does also get the Wishing Lantern, which is going to go great against Xeno at this point in time, because I think Xeno has just been like the biggest nuisance for both Chiku and as well as Zyme, completely cutting them off from these fights.
Yeah, he's really been stepping up for this game, honestly. He's really just making sure that, yeah, Chiku's not around to fight, and especially when he's being supplemented by Nova Escobar, that Mathilda allies with Xeno going in. Boy, oh boy, I don't think that anything is just going to be stopping him, especially since, as a Phobias, your problem is to land your passive.
At this point of the game, a single mistake will skew the entire gold advantage. There's still enough towers standing for both teams that even if they lose a fight, the game isn't over, but control over it. Oh, diversion. Zayed in the back line. He's going to look for Ruff. Lord dropping low. He jumps on Martisi. The quick final splash is going to be enough. The freeze comes out. Yeah, Lord can be the first one picked up, but Ruff has all been traded away. Meanwhile, Chiku versus Gino in the back line.
Somebody get rid of him!
Zayed is going crazy! Triple kill for the Suyo! Uni somehow surviving the burn, but the damage is done. This is what we were talking about. Todak with a definitive win, going for the inhibitor now.
Oh my goodness, it's too late. They lose an inhibitor off of this play, and now Chiku guys can do what he wants with that Lord. Zeno has to chase him down, has to win this fight, and he wasted it. Loses his flicker again. This is a Lord secure for Todak. What a play.
Oh man, this Suyo needs to be respected. The diversion into the backline on him alone. MP did not suspect a thing.
I don't understand. He was so low already. He was so low, but Ruff exploded in the middle of that fight. They had nobody else who had strong enough auto attacks because dropping an ability, that animation would get you killed. This is very stressful. Both sides 15-13, the closest game we've seen so far in the series.
Yeah, and could literally go any way at this point in time. In fact, this auto replay would really be able to tell us quite a bit of what pretty much went on, with Ruff being the first person to be taken down since Yanlord initiated on him and found that opportunity. From that point on, it's just pretty much Zaya understands that, okay, they've created an avenue for me and just gonna be sliding right in and out.
It's getting real scary now. Because now they're going to be pushing with the Luminous Lord. This could be the final push of this game to secure Todak a spot in that upper bracket.
Are we about to witness the end game right here? Lord is pushing in bottom. Mid inhibitor is already gone. Todak still full HP at full strength. Meanwhile, we see Uni jumping in. We see Ruff able to go back and regen. The Lord has been cleared up. There's no minions. They're trying to click the crystal, but they're not able to do it. There's no minions. Todak is getting wiped out by Monster Vicious in their face. Double kill for Ruff. Chiku guys gets the shutdown. Wind of nature from Ruff. It allows him to stay alive. Only two survivors on both teams, but Monster Vicious holds.
God damn, Ruff played that pixel perfect. Pixel perfect. Nothing less than perfect would have been enough to survive that, and they sacrificed 3 of their members, trade equally against a Todak who had the lead and the Lord. A beautiful defense coming in from Monster Vicious's side.
Definitely Todak wanted to end it once and for all. It is a gamble, but regardless, that gamble is not exactly entirely unfruitful, considering the fact that they have a middle lane and the bottom lane inhibitor. It's either you try it now or you try it later, especially since the Lord is going to be popping down in the bottom side. You do have a naturally pushing lane in the bottom and the mid. Technically, you're gonna have to find a way to eventually clear the top lane in order to play the macro game.
Oh, so far, even the audience, the Todak fans, starting the chant to give them that energy that they need. And now, you just don't want to walk out of your base. There's too much global presence here for the side of Todak, and there's no need to actually walk outside anymore.
One thing's for sure, both teams are truly playing with their lives on the line right now. They know victory and defeat here will cost them a chance at M6. They're not willing to let go of even a single instance. MV, they're on the back foot, but a defense like that has allowed them to even up the gold once again.
17 minutes in, completely neck and neck, and this game would go entirely down the wire. The only difference is Todak does have inhibitor turrets taken down, and with naturally pushing lanes, Monster Vicious, they are the one that will be on a timer, and they can't necessarily stay around the Lord Pit for too long of a period.
Well, this could be the moment right here. Backdoor is possible here, but the mid lane going to get shoved in pretty fast.
They have to answer.
They got to do something about this. Like, Monster Vicious unfortunately can't just drag out this fight. They're going to have to give this Lord.
Unless Uni does something.
Momo jumps in, Zai jumps in, Uni so low, Zeno as well, but here comes the rest of MV, a beautiful Frigid Glacier, and Zayat is gone, kill off for up. Chiku guys trades for Uni, both jumpers got Chiku guys, gets the Lord, and now Todak just needs to escape. They have to run, Martisi misses, they find Chiku guys, but he dashes over the wall, Wind of Nature on Ruff, keeps him alive. Here comes Momo once again, stunning them, saving Chiku. He sacrifices himself to keep his goal laner alive.
Oh, the margins are so thin here. People are willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the game. This is really down to the wire. Even Monster Vicious, really great fight overall, but Todak, in terms of the macro decision making, it's just better.
The Lord unfortunately still goes over the side of Todak, so even if MV did manage to get Zayed and Momo down, which is currently on a dev timer, MV gonna have to clear this fast enough before Todak comes in and reinforce this Lord.
Yep, and honestly, they're doing good moves here, right? Ruff has great wave clear, does really well against Lord, especially when it pops down that entropy. He just needs to slow it down so that everybody else stalls their waves, and then they don't have a synchronized push because Todak are not at full fighting strength.
It looked risky to go that far to clear the Lord, but Monster Vicious knew what resources Todak had at their disposal, and the earlier they get rid of it, the less they have to worry about it getting close to the crystal. We are 19 minutes in, the kill score is 19 to 18. It is still anyone's game.
Unfortunately, even with that quote-unquote win in terms of numbers in the bottom lane, or rather in the Lord's Pit, it doesn't really quite get Monster Vicious out of the woods just yet. They do have a little bit of gold advantage, but at this point in time, the gold advantage is not that big of a deal anymore. It's all about the objectives. They still have got 2 inhibitors down onto their side, while Todak, they have tier 2s, middle lane, and the bottom lane. What would really work for Monster Vicious is that they gotta have to find that opportunity where they get themselves a nice wipeout over Todak and just run it down the middle lane.
I don't know, but it's gotta be like an honest fight here. Most of the time, Todak kind of push them into that corner, make them choose between a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately, I mean, Monster Vicious have done their best at this point, but all of these small little victories and these decisions are starting to pile up on them. And you can tell by just the current game state. 2 missing inhibitors at this point. It's not like they have much of a choice unless you see Todak make a significant mistake.
MV, they gotta do something. They gotta have to be the one that engages, considering the fact that Todak just gotta have to play it slow and steady. They've got the priority of the Lord. Bottom and mid, once again, it's just free for them. They can just kind of wait it out and wait for MV to actually address these lanes. And then, boom, we can just pretty much go in with a numbers advantage.
One thing's for sure, the gold laners are in very crucial positions right now. And everyone else is just a body to throw in front of the opponent to let Ruff or Chiku continue dishing out their DPS. Zayed and Uni are good sources of secondary damage, but theirs don't really add up to too much at this point. Their only goal is to secure the Lord. And speaking of, it just came back.
Yeah, but now they've got a bit of a push here. Notice that Zayed is on that top side. He wants to break that very last inhibitor, but Monster Vicious has a choice to make.
They're gonna try and blitz it here. They know Zai's not around. Final Slash finds Zeno. He doesn't mind too much. He's just buying time. Diversion play into the base. Chiku is in the base. He got teleported with the minion wave. It's the backdoor play by Todak. And the crystal is wide open. The longer. The backdoor returns once again to deny Monster Vicious a chance at moving forward. The veterans have done it!
Oh, what a way to go down. What a victory coming in for Todak to reinvigorate the fan base. But God, at what cost was it? MV dropping the game. It's not because they weren't skilled enough. It's just their comp couldn't TP into the base.
This, honestly, at this point in time, this is just heartbreaking for MV to bow out like this.
Let's throw it over to our host for a winner's interview.
Atas kemenangan 3 berbalas 2, Todak berjaya ke peringkat seterusnya dan akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants esok. First of all, boys, congratulations atas kemenangan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Kita boleh nampak daripada audience that game tu memang intense lah orang kata. So let's start with the Momo dulu. Sekarang Todak sikit lagi nak masuk grand finals dah. Okay, we sent home 1 team. So game tadi sengit. Now cuba cerita macam mana korang dapat kalahkan Monster Vicious.
Kunci dia kita orang main sabar dan kita orang tunggu timing, dan kalau ada timing tu kita orang gas. Sejam.
Awak rasa apa kesilapan Monster Vicious tadi?
Kesilapan dia orang tak manage minion tu dengan betul lah. So kita orang dapat peluang tu untuk split.
I see. Now maybe kita boleh tanya coach. Sebab dari segi drafting. Okay, Saiful. Okay, Kuja. Alright, now coach. Alright. Boleh tak Rose nak tanya, kenapa Todak tak prioritize Nathan sangat? Sebab kita tahu dari region lain win rate Nathan agak tinggi juga, and kita boleh nampak masa Monster Vicious pun pakai Nathan, game tu memang susah. So kenapa Todak tak prioritize pick Nathan?
Okay, first kali kita orang dah memang bersih lawan Nathan. Dan bagi saya, Nathan ni dia high risk high reward punya hero. Kalau dia tak dapat snowball early, agak susah untuk dia nak main. Dan lagi satu, untuk cara tutup game menentangkan Nathan, kita orang dah memahami dan dah tahulah macam mana nak punish dia. Dan tadi kita boleh nampak disebabkan diorang lepas lui, rasanya benda tu dia add on untuk kita orang senang lah nak makan Nathan dekat belakang.
I see. So macam Todak dah tahu macam mana nak counter Nathan, which is why korang lepaskan je, betul?
Betul, kita orang dah bersih untuk lawan Nathan. Tapi bila kita orang pakai Nathan kalah lah. Macam mana cik?
I rasa tak ada rezeki kot.
Tak ada rezeki lah tu.
Alright guys, Educity, kita saksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Tapi untuk pendapat korang, siapa MVP anda? Banyak nama yang kita tengah dengar. So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Zaid. Alright, Zaid. Kita tahu Zaid cakap ini adalah prime Zaid kan? Prime Zaid sebagai jungler. Tapi kita nampak di game 2 dengan game keempat, Monster Vicious dapat dominate jungle macam tu je. So, in your opinion Zaid, apa kesilapan awak? Dan macam mana diorang dapat menang game 2 dengan game keempat?
Untuk game 2 dengan game 4 tu sebab kita orang salah percaturan je untuk early game tu. So, benda tu buat kita fuck up lah. So, kita akan benda tu buat kita kalah. So, minta maaf. So, kita try bounce back, buat rotation yang kita orang selalu buat dan menang.
Are you guys ready to jumpa Selangor Red Giants esok?
Sebenarnya kita orang dah ready dah nak jumpa siapa-siapa pun. Kita orang punya preparation dah memang betul-betul KM6 lah, insyaAllah.
Alright, terima kasih Zaid. Ciku. Alright, Ciku, tadi kita nampak satu WhatsApp video daripada Skylar. Sebab Skylar cakap RRQ nak sangat jumpa Todak di M6 because as we all know, korang dua memang macam destiny lah kan jumpa dekat M Series. Dan dia cakap dekat Ciku, jangan marah-marah dekat lane. So apa Ciku nak respond kepada Skylar? Dia cakap jangan marah-marah dekat lane. Marah-marah. So, apa awak nak cakap kepada Skylar?
Saya rasa tak ada apa kot. Sebab dia dah ke MC. So, saya kena fokus dulu lah untuk dapat slot ke MC lah. Baru saya balas lah.
Okay. So, kalau Todak menang, Ciku akan balas ke Skylar, ya?
InsyaAllah.
Promise?
Promise.
Alright, I like that. Okay, maybe kita boleh bagi mic kepada Zaim Sempoy.
Hello.
Alright, Zaim. Apa perasaan Zaim selepas Todak keluar daripada zon bahaya? Sebab play ni memang zon bahaya. It's technically one life, kalah balik. So sekarang korang ada 2 nyawa untuk perlawanan esok. Rasa lega ke? Happy ke?
First kali memang ada dudap-dudap lah. Memang nervous. Sebab game ni best of 5 kan. So last game tu 2 sama. Last game tu saya rasa MV pun nervous. Kita orang pun nervous juga. Tapi kita orang lagi less mistake daripada diorang. Itu je.
Alright, Yan Lord. Apa Yan Lord nak cakap kepada Patriots yang datang dan sokong Todak pada hari ini?
Tanpa korang datang, kita orang takkan perform macam ni lah. So thank you guys yang hadir dan yang tengok dari rumah. Okay, thank you guys.
Alright. Yes, alright. Terima kasih kepada Todak Educity. Once again, give it up for Todak. Alright, you guys may now go celebrate your victory. Oh, kejap. Diorang tak habis lagi. Okay. Diorang nak bounce sekali lagi.
1, 2, 3.
Diorang tak coordinated lah, orang kata. Alright, terima kasih kepada Todak. Perlawanan pertama untuk playoffs kali ini sangat seru dan sangat sengit. Tapi selepas ni, kita ada satu lagi perlawanan yang menarik. Sebelum tu, mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Todak.
Datang nak beli. Tengok.
Tengok.
Ya.
Tak boleh.
Balik base kan, base.
Base. Banyak base tau. Minum.
Balik dulu. Aman. Singa.
Base tau, okay?
Hantai, aman.
Gerang lot ni.
Tak ada flicker tau, nak tanya.
Ketua ada, guys.
Mati Gatot, nice.
Mati.
Ada jauh kan?
Maju.
Menang. Boleh.
Go, maju. Kejar je.
Laju je.
Kejar.
Lot si.
Santai, kalem.
Kejar guys. Kejar.
Jom.
Mid
Dah flicker.
nak bawa guys.
Boleh.
Last year.
Jom guys, boleh time guys.
No flicker.
Boleh amat.
1, 2, 3, go.
Jom, masuk. Oktabe.
Nice, cik.
Dua shutdown tu.
Ian, tulis je Ian. 947.
Basic.
Tahu cik.
Okay, 30 minit.
Boleh. Ini masuk.
Nasi.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Tapi kita kena respect high ground orang guys. So lot ni aku akan makan depan untuk bagi rock ni burst.
3 lane guys.
3 lane.
Aku atas.
Mik sabar lu.
Tahu.
Standby.
Boleh aku ada. Tengok Ajam. Gatal Altia.
Depan.
Bersana Rafi.
Ke depan.
Bersana Nofi.
Tengok pancai.
Tengok
boleh
apa?
Tahu lah. Alhamdulillah. Nice.
Alhamdulillah guys.
Tak ada flicker. Jangan pergi dari aim lah, tolong. Balik dah untuk aku aim. Nice aim. Balik dah untuk aku, tolonglah.
Untuk kau cik.
Nice.
Nice 8. Tadi Aurora flicker guys. Kat ke belakang guys.
Mati. Dua mati. Tengok saya guys. Boleh. Bobby tak ada flicker. Nice. Boleh guys. Nice.
Save cik.
Boleh.
Apa belakang?
Dah. Aku tahu.
Dah guys.
Big guys.
Aman.
Alok kanan dok. Aku dah kata.
Dah skat flick
Aman.
Boleh.
Tiga.
Nice.
Let's go.
Alot.
Mati.
Nice.
Loi dah flick.
Betul.
Boleh bawa.
Stop box.
Ke belakang sikit guys.
Dah. TP.
Sini. Masih TP aku.
Jom guys.
Nice. It's okay. Aurora flick yang tadi.
Dah TP tau.
Alright. Aku ngarok mid. Korang kait.
Tengok Lumit. Chill.
Kata hati.
Kita
dapat saya.
Mika.
Boleh clear. Aman.
Boleh.
Sini cik. Masuk TP aku cik.
Masuk tu.
Boleh guys.
Siap.
Boleh cik. Nice cik.
Enak.
Man, playoffs is just different here at MPL MY. After a regular season of some of the most, games that are kind of on the spectrum, we finally get to see teams at their full potential. And man, does it hurt.
It hurts so much. My heart goes out to MV, guys. The way for them to bow out of MPL MY like that is not because of the fact that they were unprepared or the fact that they didn't play well or anything. It just so happened that a random curveball just popped right in and just like, yeah, look, I can't do anything here.
It did personally feel like Todak was more prepared going into this series. We could see better ideas coming from them, and while they did definitely make mistakes to drop some games themselves, they felt like the more consistent team throughout all 5 games. And my heart does go out to MV. They put up such a strong fight this entire season. But I think a lot of people's predictions, including my own, have already been thrown
Shattered.
like I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah, man. Again, it's just the way the brackets were placed, right? Had they just, done a little bit better in the regular season, they could have been on 2 opposite sides, and maybe we could have had a different storyline. Because again, these competitors, they look great. Like Todak, yes, they definitely had their moments where they blundered, and even for Monster Vicious on their side. But generally, these minute mistakes really getting exploited by each and one of these players. It's great to see that as a league we have progressed, and even our young players are catching up to the pillars.
But well, if we're talking about pillars, Zayed very quickly growing into one for the side of Todak. his Suyo gameplay is just on another level.
Absolutely impeccable. I mean, 26-7-11 for the entirety of the match. I gotta have to say, looking at him on Suyo, boy oh boy, that is just a masterclass of it. From this point onwards, I think that it makes very good sense that Suyo, priority.
Yep, Suyo is definitely priority. And I mean, we were talking about pillar. Zaid is literally the size of a pillar. That man is like, he's like 6 foot what? 6'2" or something. He is really tall, and he plays and he makes any kind of phone look tiny in his hand.
What's that in metric?
What's that? What do you mean?
What's that in CM?
100 and, oh wait, so it's 6'2", so that's like
6'2". I know it's like 500
191?
He's around 190, yeah.
Yeah, like roughly around there.
Oh man.
It's not funny.
Man is built like Suya.
He is in immortal form specifically.
Okay, yes.
But looking at the post-game stats, it's like, what can you really say about this? 19-18, one of the closest series that we've had so far. I mean, it was just like blue side, blue side, blue side, blue side. And we continue with blue side, but this really gives you hope for red.
At one point in time, we definitely had that belief that MV is going to take it, right? I mean, they didn't manage to have a pretty good fight against Todak. Yes, they did lose the Lord, but it definitely sets them back to square one. They're just going to have to repeat that over and over again, and hopefully we'll be able to find that one good team fight where they just wipe out the entirety of Todak.
Yeah, they had so many good ideas here, and even the fights that they were winning, a lot of it, I feel like, you know, Zeno, he really wanted to win this game. He did everything in his power to slow down Todak's backline. And unfortunately, it's just one of the scenarios of like, we're missing 2 inhibitors and you guys still have your inhibitors.
I think that there's a very nice progression for Zeno actually, all the way from game 1 to game 5. He's slowly starting to progress, and I can definitely see that the amount of impact that he managed to pour in from 1 to 5.
Yeah.
I think I'm just sad that Uni didn't really get to play the assassins that he's known for before bowing out of MPL. Todak was drafting very specifically to deny a lot of that potential from him, and this Suyo just consistently being at the forefront of their minds made it so that they weren't really thinking about other things. I kind of wish they tried out the alpha earlier and then maybe even pivoted later down the line in the series to banning Suyo entirely.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that too, honestly. There's so many possibilities. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a 3-2 victory for Todak, and we congratulate them as they move on into the playoffs. It just hurts to see another team have to bow out this early. Looking at the total damage dealt, I mean, even Rough out-damaging Chiku guys throughout throughout the games and even the series sometimes. But really, Zyme Senpai, the head, the lead, the brains, the fights that they are winning, Zyme Senpai is with the teams. The fights that Todak are losing is when we see Zyme Senpai getting zoned out.
Definitely the main guy that kind of changes the entire way of how MV want to kind of coagulate together. They gotta have to be really careful as to how do I go here, how do I do that. Although I gotta have to say, in the early stages of the game, MV did have a pretty good idea of bringing Nova and Zeno just kind of running right down to the back lines, whereby Zyme Senpai just gonna have to focus on the front lines, right? But ultimately, as time goes on, MV couldn't do the same thing as before, as they were just completely being shoved away by Yenlord as well as Momo. Zyme Senpai just popped up from that point in time, and he's got everyone together dancing at the palm of his hands.
Yeah, the speed at which Zayed was farming and getting kills was insane. So it is impressive to see that MV was actually winning early and then putting up an even fight towards the mid game. If they made less mistakes early on, they would have had more of a lead to play around. And even in the late game, they were able to get pretty 50-50 with Todak. Unfortunately, Loyi is consistently banned for a reason. The map plays that this hero enables, MV wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, I think that even MV, in that last match, you could definitely see the desperation start to come out of them as soon as we hit the 15-minute mark, right? They want some pretty game-breaking fights to kind of even out that score, but I think at the end of the day, the peripheral vision just slowly kind of died off, and they really focused on a couple of things. We need to get Chiku guys, we need to get Zyme Senpai, but and that means they forgot to clear their waves, and once it's pushed into their base, it was too late.
Honestly, they had a very good idea as to what they want to do, and I believe that there could be a point in time where their middle lane was kind of a small little gamble coming from them, but what was completely sidelined to them is the fact that there is a diversion available, and the fact that the diversion is used for a backdoor. I wouldn't be surprised if they prepared the diversion for a backstab, not a backdoor.
I mean, it was a good idea, but I think, you know, it's just too much distance. The level 3 diversion, it covers half of the map. It's just, there's no way to keep up with that. I don't know. These great decisions being made by both of our players, it just makes these post-game stats really sting. The carry coming in from Ruff. The best wingman coming in from Novax Kobar. Oh, goodness.
MV was pulling out comfort picks in that last game. I really, really wish we saw the Alpha earlier, because you saw how it was able to put up a fight against Suyo, especially comboed with the Matilda. But with a lineup like this, it's a lot harder to keep track of your side lane, something that Todak understood. I don't even know if it was planned, but Zayed actually showed himself in the top lane during that last Lord fight. They saw, oh, Todak's only 4 members. They go in for the fight, and then Zyme Senpoi sends Chiku into their base. It was perfectly orchestrated.
It really was. I mean, just look at this goal graph, right? Todak eventually developing like quite a lead, but never broke into the key points. 5,000, 10,000 wasn't even remotely close. The most we got was 3.9, and then that one big fight that turned it all around in a lore take for MV to hold their ground. Eventually, MV did take the lead back, but by then it was too late.
The graph really looked as though that MV is the one that won, right? I mean, that's generally how the graph would have looked. But I guess even for Todak, they know that no matter what it is, it didn't really quite make that big of a difference about how much gold that they are losing at that point in time. Everyone's pretty much high and mighty with the amount of items that they have got already.
I mean, just look at how many times that they had to recycle their immortalities at this point, right? Even Zayed Senpai himself. Yeah, I mean, Zayed was really going in it. Uni as well, having to switch out the Winter Crown time and time again. It's just whatever you can get your hands on, man.
We're even seeing the switching out of roam spells at the end to try and min-max things. That's just how close it got. But here we have the updated brackets, and it is so sad to see MV drop out on day 1 of the playoffs.
It really is. But that just means that Todak moves on, and it's not like the competition is getting any easier. They now will have to face off against SRG in the upper bracket semi-finals, and the best part about it is that they have a second life. Even if they win, ideally they would like to win, but even if they lose, they still have a chance.
I mean, they faced a tough game today, and yet they have to face a tough opponent tomorrow. Definitely hats out over to Todak. I wish them absolutely all the best, right? Today, we see the bow of, we see MV bow out, but unfortunately, that is not all.
Yep, it's not over.
We still have one more.
Somehow,
get me out of this. I don't want to see another team who got bow out.
There's a second series.
Yeah.
It feels like we've been through so much already.
It's an emotional roller coaster here. We still have another game, so make sure that you stick around for the JP Niners versus Red, but don't forget that United 4-11-11 Mega Double 11 sale with 20 billion promo diamonds will be up for grabs, and all you gotta do is complete the task from November 9th to all the way up till November 12th to claim the promo diamonds and earn navigation compass tokens for the Navigators event. The promo diamonds can be used from November 11th to November 16th and also be used to redeem the exclusive Double 11 Nolan skin, the Navigator.
20 billion, huh? Wow.
Hey, we have a lot of players.
Look, I thought it was just 20 billion.
Oh, look, I'm telling you, there's a lot of players worldwide playing MLB, so I think 20 billion is a little short, to be fair.
Yeah, we could use a little more. Why not?
Yeah, why make it a nice round number and make it
200 billion,
11 trillion? You know, add another 0. Okay, maybe that's going too far. But generally, hopefully that you guys are going to be sticking around. Don't forget about the event, and more so, stick around for this upcoming series because, man, our next match, JP Niners up against Red Esports. If Todak and MV look like that, can you imagine what this next one's gonna look like?
I do not want to imagine. All I know is, from the start of the day, I say I'm here for a fun time.
What about you, Mustafa? He's having fun.
Except for the last game, probably not that fun.
It's entertaining for sure. We've had good games so far, really seeing what the teams are capable of and just falling slightly short. I think it'll send a message to everyone else. You really gotta bring your A game. Everyone here has prepared with M6 in sight.
God, God, you can tell that everybody just wants to go to M6, right? They're preparing to have that extra layer of polish, that varnish before they touch that stone. But man, hopefully things are going to go a little bit more swell for this next matchup, not as emotionally wrenching as it was, because that game was a little too close for comfort. Maybe, I don't know, I do feel like, maybe these teams are going to evolve. Like Red Esports specifically, I mean, we saw JP continuously get better and better and better, but Red, I'm a little concerned for them.
I mean, they have got the most unique playstyles out of the entire MPL teams out there, right? They are the one team that still sticks onto Ube, and they're the one team that kind of like hyper focuses onto Owl, right? So it's all kind of up to Owl.
I see. Well, there's more to talk about for the upcoming matchup. Hopefully you guys are going to stick around, but first we're going to go on a break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action.
Jago suka nak apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan terpelek. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi, gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Dirundung tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Iqmam Amri dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik. Alhamdulillah.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju
dah 2024 ni, yang paling penting buat juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisnawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
jahat.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu kepada
watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-blend untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Iqmah dan juga Fauzi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisnawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okay, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okay, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim, saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu. So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky. Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara Malaysia. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yum. Okay, so right now we are going to be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy. Go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah. Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur. Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh. Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk. I will remove the mic.
Oh, Ben.
Oh. Ha?
Ben.
Wow. Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai tak?
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nats akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau. Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish. Tak boleh spell.
Okey tak? Ziko hero ni kau main tak? Ui. Tarit. Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni.
Dia bawa ni.
Lux dot.
Ha, Lux.
Lu combine lah. Golden.
Lagi, tambah lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar.
Ha?
Tarit. Ruby.
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Algus.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, serius.
5 second game.
Okay, ready?
Balmon.
Sabar.
Penny. Nana.
Sabar.
Ni apa pun?
Estes.
Sabar. Belum tak ni.
Ni apa siap?
Macam kucing. Klorin.
Tangan, kaki.
Ni weapon apa?
Rafa.
Alah.
Tambah dia punya hiasan ke?
Telinga dia besar.
Oh, Lilia.
Tak, kau ingat kau tengok weapon dia betul-betul. Tukul.
Balmon hammer.
Dia besar.
Dia
Naga. Oh, Yuzong.
Aleko saya.
Hello, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Hero apa ya?
Goblin lah.
Momo, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Alot. Kau punya yang susah tu.
Sini.
Haiwan ke?
Sini, Zai. Hero apa ni?
Minotaur.
Ha.
Oh. Bagi air lukis. Badan ni buat tough sikit.
Tak juga kepala bulat.
Siapa punya lukisan lagi cantik?
Okay guys, so selepas kita cabar 3 pasukan which is Selangor Red Giants, Todak dan juga Vamos, kita dah ada pemenang iaitu Selangor Red Giants lah kan. So kita nampak chemistry diorang memang tip top. And that is it. I hope you guys enjoy this video and jumpa korang dekat playoff.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
simak. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready?
The MPL MY Season 14 Playoffs is happening in Indoor Arena, Educity Sports Complex, Iskandar Puteri, Johor. Powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotline. Best for 5G lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Hampir hancur. Kim akan memusnahkannya. Red Esports terus saja menghilangkan harapan champion daripada Indonesia ini. Pria daripada Indonesia ini yang harus kita utamakan.
Line up JP9 Snake so kami ada line up penuh dengan champion lah. Iaitu saya, champion season 7, antagonis champion season 12 dan Sakiti champion season 13. Champion full house.
Pada mulanya saya fikir orang macam orang kan daripada blacklist, daripada CPM World. Saya ingatkan mereka macam pandang rendah bila datang Malaysia, tapi orang banyak ajar kita orang player-player lokal ni macam mana nak main cara dorang, ubah strat semua tu. Ubah yang apa yang kita orang masukkan tu dia sama je macam dulu. Cuma dulu tu jungle tank. Sekarang ni kita tukar sikit pada assassin untuk lebih damage lah. Ubah strat tu jadi makin kuat lah.
Ancam. Do you miss me?
Kalau pasal borak kan, kau bagi je Fox Jacung jadi coach. Borak ni lah, strat tu lah. Aku pakai, kau menang lawan aku baru borak. Aku dah cakap, aku dah strat lah ni nak buat Max jadi Kyrie. Aku dah strat lah ni nak buat Tolias jadi Super Marco. Borak, semua orang boleh deh.
DP9S dia bukan tim atas macam SRG, MV. Kat playoff ni kita orang boleh menang lah 3-0.
Siapa? Kim. Oh tak kenal, sorry. Dia je seorang yang menang kita, lepas tu jerit-jerit macam menang final. Bapak berianya kan. Kau playoff, memang kita tak bagi muka. Kau pakailah strat-strat UB apa benda lah tu. Pakai. Orang kita goyang ke? Tak. Pakai.
It will be a different result because they show all of their cards, but we still have so many tricks up in our sleeves. If we fight them against playoffs, it will be a same result, 3-0.
Kalau yang saya respect, saya Sensui dengan Owl lah. Dia Sensui one man army ya. Owl dia ada carry lah sikit ya. Sensui dengan Owl dia sama-sama carry ya. Yang lain 3 tuh bagi saya dark system. Adalah hero pool sikit, gameplay barai. Kau memang playoff pulang hari pertama je.
You're just shocked sendiri.
Dengan kebanggaan UB dia, UB korang tak cukup kuat lah. Memang kau bawa player blacklist, tapi kau main tak macam blacklist pun.
Saya rasa UB Strike ni strong, tapi dia paling strong bila Wise dengan Venus main lah. Kalau orang lain main, masih boleh lawan.
Saja Crystal diberikan tumpuan, lihat bagaimana Crystal sudah pun hampir hancur. Kim akan memusnahkannya.
Kalau kat rank korang recall sampai ke base kita orang. So dekat playoff hati korang akan recall sampai balik KL.
Kita akan jumpa Red di hari pertama. Lepas tu kita bagi Red tu menangis, pergi Johor buat bercuti lah. That's it, antagonis mastermind.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 14 Playoffs, day number 1. We have only one more slot to fit in to our bracket, and it's between the JP Niners up against Red Esports. My name is Getting Cute today, and here on the desk, if you don't know, it's going to be Staffa and as well as Abstract. And after a grueling best-of-5 between Todak as well as our boys MV, congratulations to Todak, but that has set a very high bar for the next teams to top.
I mean, it went all the way down to the wire. All 5 games for the very first series. Definitely something that I wasn't really quite expecting. I'm gonna have to say, I thought that MV, they may have been able to, kind of take over Todak, but that clearly wasn't the case. So with our very first game being 5 games all the way, I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be 5 games all the way too.
Hey man, I'm considering that everybody on that stage is going to be using the ROG Phone 8, which by the way is the official gaming phone of the MPL MY Season 14 that has helped the pros to consistently be on the top of their game, retaining the crown as the king of performance. It now comes with sleek new design and improved cameras as the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming. But do we expect the same quality this time?
It's gonna be an interesting one. While their devices are gonna be high quality as always, the gameplay may not necessarily be the case. I think a lot of people came into the playoffs kind of counting out Red Esports a little bit, stating that their Ube strategy is a little bit too one-dimensional.
Well, here's the thing. Both JP and as well as Red, they've got big personalities. Red especially, the players, huge personalities. Kim, he loves being vocal. Antagonist, of course, everybody. He's true to his name. He's like the anti-hero that nobody asked for, but he's like, nah. I love it. I love the attention, but I also want to make my team the best.
I absolutely love that one thing that was said, though. The other 3, Dark System.
Oh man,
I cannot add that line. This is what you guys have as the players. They are so vocal. Singaporeans just like, they're good, and I respect them a lot. So GGWP to whoever wins. That's like Singaporean. That's Singaporean. We are too respectful.
They are, I would say that your players are very, very meek. They don't want to deal with that kind of attention. But here in Malaysia, we love it big. We love it bold. That's why we're the most entertaining region.
And we got some entertainment. As you guys can see from the updated brackets, Todak will be moving on to face off against SRG at the start of tomorrow. But for today, we are still going to witness the best-of-5 series between the Niners and Red Esports to see who Team Vamos' opponent will be.
Oh, this is going to be a scary one. Now, previously, before we even got to this point, I was talking about maybe Red, they need a little bit of something, right? The last time they faced against JP were at their weakest, being able to demolish them in a 2-0 series. I think that Red this time probably is looking more like the underdogs at the very last week of the regular season.
I mean, I'm not too sure if whether Red is actually going to be sticking to their MO. I mean, everyone has been branding them for the Ube. But I think that they might actually come off with a little bit of a surprise by not exactly moving with their MO and just be telling you, look, JP Niners, we can play the way that you play.
I don't know. I feel like they might just double down on the Ube and be like, oh yeah,
this is how we do it.
Yeah, this is how we do it. But instead, we're actually going to incorporate like the classics, like Estes for an example.
Ooh. My issue with that is I think Niners is one of the teams that can really handle Ube quite well. They're probably one of the better late game scaling teams we have in MPL Malaysia. So if you play safe early and just farm, they'll be happy to match you.
Absolutely, and let's not forget, even though Red likes to play as a team, Rossi as a player is somebody that they probably have to keep their eyes out for. His tick reel is really, really good. His Gatot is really, really good. And the big combination is the fact that both of these heroes incorporate large AoE ults, right? And that's the big issue. If you want to Ube, there's got to be a lot of mobility. I'm thinking the Matildas here as our players come up for their ping test, brought to you by the Hotlink Prepaid 5G, the unmatched 5G network with no lag for MLBB Gaming.
I mean, since we are on the topic of Ube, and then we are talking about Matilda as well. Whenever I look at Ube, whenever I think about Ube, of course, Wise as well as Oh My Venus comes into mind. And whenever I look at Ube, okay, Estes is the way, Rafaela is the way. But to be honest, is there any other things? Because you mentioned about the Matilda. What really classify as an Ube that really works as an Ube? Like
team fighting. Farm for an example. But this is why even Safa has mentioned that the JP9ers are pretty good at handling it. With ZaqT, Ye3, Max, Rasi, and as well as Loliels, they know how to team fight, but at the same time, in terms of priority and macro decision making, I think JP9ers have grown so much.
I like the way that the Niners move around the map. I like the focus that they give to specific players since they can identify win conditions. Max takes a lot upon himself. And a lot of people mentioned that he was basically carrying the lineup at the start of the season, but everyone else has really come on into their own. We're seeing way more discipline.
In comparison to Red Esports with Kim, Iris, and Sui, Grayson as well as Owl, a lot of the driving force goes in towards Owl's side of the map, and you can definitely tell that Red Esports have protocols set up for every scenario, and sometimes that makes them look really, really passive.
At this point in time, I mean, looking at all of the stats over here, I just want to know, right? Since we have always been hyping up Sensui as well as Owl, how exactly do they fare against JP9ers in this case?
Well, I would only imagine that, you know, the big difference makers are going to be Rasi and as well as Grace. Both of them highlighted heroes being Gatot Gacha here. Not to mention that even in the EXP matchup, Iris, he gives up a lot to make sure that his team is going to come up on top in neutral objectives. I want to see that change. He needs to be able to play like Smooth or even Momo by saying, I don't mind sacrificing, but I know exactly what I need to make sure I can carry this game with enough resources.
But that does result in a variation of how Ube is meant to be played, because a lot of the time the EXP lane is meant to be that utility role, setting things up, sacrificing yourself if necessary. So if Red Esports wants to shift in that direction, it means changing up their gameplay. And it's gonna create the question, are they really 100% sticking to Ube, even if maybe they're not playing like supports, right? Because they mentioned that they still have secrets they haven't shown.
Because honestly, this really boils down to the quest for sweet, sweet revenge. In the group stages, JP9ers dropped 0-2 against Red Esports, but this time on playoffs with such high stakes, they just need to win this best of 5 to secure their revenge, or Red is going to continue to laugh at it and be like, it wasn't even close in the first place. 3 O's are the predictions.
I honestly really thought that JP9ers, they are one of the teams that we gotta have to look out for. And with the fact that Red Esports, I would say that their gameplays are rather telegraphing, whereby you understand what exactly they're trying to do. While JP9ers, you know, sometimes they may be kind of have some curveball every now and then. So to see that, the fact that in the group stage, 0-2 in favor for Red Esports is actually kind of a surprise to me.
Funny you bring that up, actually. I wanted to talk about Red Esports in terms of chemistry in comparison to JP9ers, because as we see JP9ers progressively get better, you can definitely tell that there are off-tempo plays that not even all players expect, but when the call is made and the fight is already beginning, it feels like JP9ers are much better at handling that mess compared to Red Esports.
I think so, because the Niners have gotten better playing together as a team, but they have built off of a foundation of each player being quite strong individually, while Red Esports is building off of the foundation of Ube with Owl and Sensui, so maybe not quite as individually gifted in terms of micro.
Now, I'm going to hold your opinion about our current topic, because Abstract, I need to explain to you what burrito means. And no, it is not a taco, okay, that you dip in great, delicious beef sauce, but
sweet revenge, I mean...
No, we're not going there. Burrito is an idea, how do I explain this? Is somebody who is overly confident, likes to make a lot of noise in a sense, you know, a little cocky, a little noisy as they do it. And you saw the video just now, and you saw the opinions of both. So who do you think, JP or Red, is more burrito?
I mean, it kind of goes both ways, right? I mean, JP9ers, when it comes down to, you know, leaderboards, they are top. But in Red, they did beat JP9ers, so it kind of like, they're both fair for them. So in terms of who is more Beria, I'll call it Red.
You're going for red?
Oh.
Okay. What about you, Stapa?
100% Niners.
100% Niners.
I don't feel like there's any competition.
Look, I think it's a little unfair because Antagonist is in a position where he can take that heat compared to like Kim, who's just he's been doing this all his entire career. He loves making that noise. Guys, don't forget, join the fight, claim that QR code, or just type in the code in-game to get some in-game rewards. Now, after
I'll tell you, in terms of Virya, right, you saw like the clips right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only thing that Abstract is working off of. That's why he thinks it's Red, right? But I'll tell you, they had to specifically find those clips and ask Red those questions. Whereas Niners, they were just having a regular conversation.
That's also true. And not to mention that the Red Esports, their import players, actually kind of, is pretty chill about it overall. Compared to Antagonist.
I mean, to be fair, he did sound like very mellow and all. And just like, this is just normal way of life.
Maybe just a little bit. But with that being said, it is time to get the show on the road. Let's bring out both our competitors looking for a spot here at the playoffs. Introducing Head of League Ops, Franklin and the Marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches.
JP Niners.
Fueled by discipline and focus, the Niners play with one goal in mind: to rise and conquer. This is the playoffs where every win matters, and JP Niners won't settle for anything less than victory. Today, they're not just playing for pride, they're playing to make their mark on the league. Give us a huge welcome for the JP Niners!
Red Esports.
Known for their calculated, precise approach, Red Esports is here to bring order to the chaos of the playoffs. They're conquering this season with discipline, and now, with the stakes higher than ever, they're here to show what Red stands for. Can they uphold their reputation and claim their place at the upper brackets? Focused, relentless, and ready to give their all. This is Red Esports! Now introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams. Coach Chico and Antagonist from JP Niners, and also Coach Bam and Ausch from Red Esports. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. Good luck to both of our competitors.
A match to determine which of these two teams get to move on to the next stage of the competition. The playoffs have already defied expectations here in Johor.
Oh my goodness, we've got some visitors from all the way from MPL Indonesia. Al has flown all the way down here to go and check out the Niners, as once again Coach Chico gonna be making sure that the whole team is going to be prepared. With that being said, actually, we did have a little bit of MY insiders. We talked to Antagonist. We asked him, how do you feel getting to meet Red again? And he said, dreams do come true. We're going to beat them because they're noisy. Our playoff target is surely second place. I know my opponent's level. SRG still way too strong, but as for Red, they won't go far. Both are red giants, but this Red is going home early. God, he's got a way with words.
Yeah, this is Antagonist, alright. But he did mention that they are noisy, so technically the Virya one is is.
That is specifically, I think, on Kim, because he just is naturally quite noisy.
Okay.
That's actually so true. I love Antagonist so much. He really is the true branding to his name. He lives up to that IGN.
Okay, so at least when it comes down to, that one person that can like to stir things up, at least MPLSG, we have that same person. We have one.
That's also true, but keeping it real here, let's look at Matilda's pick rate, because so far after patch 20, so many things have changed. Amongst MPL Malaysia, Indonesia, and as well as the Philippines, a huge surge, more than 10%, with the only exception being MPL PH with a 4% increase.
Interesting statistics here. It's
from all regions.
Yeah,
all the important regions, clearly.
Are we missing any, Gideon? I don't think so. Right?
Yeah, I don't think we're missing any. Don't worry.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Don't worry, the camera can't see your tears. But talk to me about it. This has been a bit of a resurgence of Matilda. Even in MPL MY, we didn't pick it as often, and I think only MPL PH had that sort of foresight.
Yeah, because utility roam is always available, right? It's always a possibility that can pop out. But you need to balance it around your team. You gotta make sure you still have other forms of frontlining. And because with the meta shift, we're seeing EXP lane go more and more into the sandbag style instead of straight up duelists like Benedetta, for example, we get to take a bit of the heat off of the roam position, especially if you're going for like a fighter jungler and want to make things happen quickly.
Well, hopefully that is going to be kept in mind by both the coaches here. It is time to get this best of 5 on the road. Yes, you heard me correct. It is a best of 5 between these two teams as we head on over to the drafting phase. JP Niners on blue up against Red Esports, to their name, on red.
Okay, so right off the bat, we are finally seeing a lane ban. But to be fair, it is Max on the other side, so you will be griefing if you don't go for the ban. But one thing that's fresh is the Suyo ban. You're seeing that.
I don't think anybody really likes dealing with Suyo. There's no real answer
from now
to
on,
it.
yeah.
I mean, come on. We saw how much devastation he's done in many different MPLs. But this first pick from JP, they've got a lot of options, right? The Matilda is still up for grabs. We saw how Loyi was dangerous in the previous best of 5, but it looks like they're going to double down and go for the flex pick in Gatot Kaca.
Gatot is going to be a highly contested pick in this matchup in particular. It is one of the few support roamers that Grace is very comfortable on, and Rasi does a pretty good job as well. But that means Hayabusa and Eve will be locked in by Red Esports.
Well, that's kind of interesting because I know Kim is a nasty Eve player. Did Chico make a hard read on it? Because Gato can, like, I mean, you drop that RWM, AOG is coming pretty quickly after.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that even when that does happen, it doesn't really quite... I mean, you can definitely expect a couple of blows right into your face as a Yi. But I think that he should be able to still kind of keep to the RWM, and hopefully someone will come to the Yi's rescue despite all that.
Besides that, Sensui has been really leaning away from Assassins this entire season, so locking in Hayabusa this early for him is a surprise.
It's kind of interesting, right? But then, let's see, the response happens to be Khalidin as well as Irithel. Super early on, right? Like, I expect you to play Natan, you play anything else, I don't know, because we have a lot of strong AoE, so even if we don't have Avatar of the Guardian, at least you have Raging Sandstorm.
Actually, what I'm just looking at here is that both Red and JP are tied with the number of heroes used, 34. Wow, sounds amazing. And then the second phase, which is the second lowest among all the teams. And here I'm thinking, that's very low? Okay.
I mean, it's
that means they're kind of telegraphic to a certain extent.
They are a little telegraphic. But the question is, I mean, if they play their game correctly, it feels like you're getting slowly choked out. You know, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you're falling into the armbar. You know, he's gonna get underneath the chin.
Okay, now how about this? CC, is that one of those number of heroes? Is that part of the 34, or would that make 35?
I can't remember if they've ever picked it before,
yes,
but
they have.
Is not common.
Yes, it is not common, but Iris definitely has picked up CC before. He played it into it to Rizla before this. He also played it into the Gatot prior to it, which is why they got why they were having so much success in the early stages of the MPL. But now we go into that second phase, right? We're seeing the Nolan already banned out, followed up by the Valentina, rather interesting. They also get rid of Harith from the side of JP. We're waiting for that follow-up.
Banning Valentina is just to make sure that JP Niners can't match and steal the RWM so that you have 2 zones to deal with. When you have Eve, you ideally want to be controlling the team fight, so not having another one to deal with is easier for you.
Dude, the audience here at JP, they're pretty funny. I gotta give it to them.
Yeah,
One of the signs was like, hey, we got the twins for Indonesia, 3-1, 3-1 on both sides. That's the prediction. And we have people who came down to MPL knowing that they gotta study for finals exams.
Wait, that is what it was written on their phone?
Yeah, he's just like, I told my teacher I'll be back to study for my exams. So funny, so funny. But now to conclude the draft, we see that Harathan as well as Tigreal getting banned out for the side of JP, Beatrix being the pick for red.
Beatrix is the fallback for Owl. If he is in a tricky situation, this hero will come out, and if he gets a couple items, just absolutely destroys the mid to late game. So what will Niners do to respond?
At this point in time, all I'm looking out for is what is that assassin that Max is going to be picking
Wait,
up. Right?
Fanny is open.
You're right.
You're right.
Wait, is it actually good to play Fanny into this?
I mean, right now...
They don't have a lot of CC.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I mean, they have a CC. Get it?
I get
you. Dad jokes are not... No. I do not accept this, but...
I'm a dad now.
Man, I knew
You're actually correct.
Yeah.
Oh... And I'm supposed to be the old one on this desk. JP, at this point of time, Julian as well as Aurora, I think this is a much safer approach. However, Julian is one of those heroes where it's like, it does well against the assassins in the earlier stages of the game, but you kind of have to snowball it out of control. And that's what I was worried about. I was thinking maybe the Cho, maybe something would pick up. Instead, they go for Kaja. They're playing more around this Yi.
Ooh, I do really like this Kaja pick. I mean, picking up as Beatrix as well as CC, given the Hayabusa itself, they're really going to be making full advantage of the Divine Judgment.
I mean, I hope they do. Again, it's very tempo-based, and the worst part is whoever gets hit by the Divine Judgment, expect to see Gatot flying at you, expect to see Khalid jumping at you too. Like, it could force a fight very, very quickly, so execution is going to be key. I kind of like Red Esports' overall composition, but hopefully Iris is able to make an impact in this game because running alongside Loliels is not going to be easy.
Definitely not. But if anything's gonna happen, you can be sure that these players are going to make it so. We return to the Land of Dawn once again, but this time it's for our second match of day one here in the MPL Malaysia Season 14 playoffs. JP Niners versus Red Esports. Who's gonna kick things off with a bang?
We're gonna be starting things off, of course, with this game, and JP Niners, at least for me, I'm not a massive fan of their drop, but I can talk about that in a short bit. But JP Niners starting with the blue and red on the red. Of course, we're both starting off on the orange buff as well, so they're gonna be kind of like gonna be opposite of one another.
They're definitely going to be on the opposite side of each other, but it looks like Rasi, once again, going to go on his own signature pick, with 3 actually being the one being forced to play the Khalid, both of which don't do very well into the CC anyways, which is totally fine. This is what I was expecting. Both Beatrix and Irithel both going for Master Assassin, so therefore Owl should be able to outdamage Loliels at level 1.
Now, of course, right off the bat, I'm kind of looking at JP Niners. Their early game heroes are mostly magic damage, and even when it comes down to Kaja, he does do pretty good damage, but it's also magical damage. So I can only see that Red Esports want to prioritize a lot on magical defense and just kind of build up the silence rope real early, and they kind of mitigate quite a bit of damage from JP Niners right off the bat.
The thing is, if you're pointing that out, Red Esports' draft is actually not that tanky in general, right? They're completely depending on Iris with Vengeance to take the front line. Even their roamer on the Kaja will be pretty squishy once the going gets tough.
No, that's fair.
And that's why you see they literally just walk up. They're like, what are you gonna do, Grace? You have no influence over the map as of right now. You can open it up, sure, but you also don't want to lose your flicker pre-level 4. So at this point of time, very independent for Iris to stay on his side of the map, and I'm expecting a gang to go there real soon, or if not, waiting for Kaja to hit level 4.
I mean, aside from the fact that there is a single suppression from the side of Red Esports as well, but when it comes down to other form of crowd control, which Sadafa didn't point out, it's the lack of from the side of Red Esports. So controlling the midst of the battle on the side of JP Niners is yet again another problem.
Yeah, I think at this point they're just looking to drag. Oh, wait.
Iris is trying to harass Max. Already paused the vengeance. Raging Sandstorm flickers in, catches out Grace. The turtle is still dropping very, very low. Iris buying a lot of time. He'll eventually fall. First blood going over to Max, but he bought time for the turtle to be taken by Red Esports. And here comes the Shadow Kill with Sensui landing the last hit to take out Max himself.
Great trade here. Iris doesn't lose anything, doesn't lose too much. The most he loses is like 1, maybe even 2 minions here, but they've got so much by taking down Max. Oh, wait, hold
The
on.
Guardian catches out perfectly into the ton. A beautiful setup for a kill.
Man,
that's what I want. That is what I want. But Owl, I think that he got a little bit confident in his lane, which is definitely one of the main things that is kind of scary, right? Because as a Kaja, you don't really have that strong of a control over the river lines. But in the meantime, you're playing as a Beatrix, you have the Master Assassin, and you want to dominate in your lane. That would naturally kind of get you pretty far into the lane, which puts you very susceptible to these kind of ganks.
Yeah, but Owl just didn't react fast enough to it. I mean, the positioning was like really, really good for the Sky Guardian's avatar at this point. Oh, looks like our very first pause. All right, let's get this out of the way. Our very first pause of the playoffs here. I don't think the audience knows about it just yet.
Knows about what?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because if we were back in Selangor, this crowd would be going wild.
We have a special feature for pauses in MPL Malaysia.
I hate how you phrase that, special feature.
Special feature?
Yes.
What, like cosplayers going up on stage to kind of perform or what?
I honestly, I wish that were the case, to be honest.
Actually.
So it's not that special.
That's a good idea.
I mean, well, you'll see in a little
It's a different kind of special.
Yeah, it's a different kind of special. We'll let you in on it. You'll figure it out very, very quickly once we get back into game. But in the meantime, at least we can kind of talk about the compositions a little bit more. Because so far, being on that Hayabusa seems to be actually working out very well for Sensui, right? I was expecting maybe JP Niners to have a bit of an advantage with this Julian. Just expect to be able to fight on a dime's notice.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this early game hasn't gone quite as smoothly for the Niners as expected. There was really nice zoning initially by Iris, willing to give up that first blood, but I feel like the Niners may have overreacted to him. They could have easily let 1 or 2 players deal with him and then Max walk a bit more forward to maybe retry the turtle.
I mean, when it comes down to CC, he did manage to really do a pretty good zoning move coming in from there. But then the problem is, CC is kind of like a single target guy, right? And just kind of push people away, but you have no way to really lock their opponents down. So I agree, they have been kind of defensive a little bit. In fact, with their current composition in the early stages of the game, I really thought that they can be a lot more oppressive and really play right in the face of Kaja. Because pre-level 4, what can the Kaja realistically be able to do to you as a Gano Kaja?
I agree. And I think that's why, you know, when we saw Red actually start off Sensui on the orange side, on his orange buff instead of that purple, they knew for a fact, okay, Turtle's going to be spawning here. I am going to get distracted if I take my purple first. I don't think Julian is walking in at level 2 of all time, so I might as well just take my time, hit level 4, and then look for an opportunity later down the line.
They were probably trying to delay Sensui with 3 on the Khalid because that's usually his dom. Leave the lane at level 1, then harass, but I think he actually took a lot more damage than expected from the Hayabusa, and because he's already having a lower priority in his lane due to the CC matchup, Niners weren't as confident to do what they want to do.
Oh, that's the thing. Here's the trade-off, right? As much as Khalid is able to outpush the CC, at a certain point, when your life gets a little too low, you kind of don't want to walk up any longer because CC can chase you down as soon as she hits level 2.
Right.
Oh, wait, are we going back in?
What?
Oh, I hear the cheering.
Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
What's this cheering?
Welcome to MPL Malaysia.
You're glad you're a married man, huh?
Oh, okay.
Don't worry. It's not that big a deal for you as a married man, but let's jump right back into this. Thank God it was a Type 1 issue, and thank you once again to our marshals for handling it this quick. Now let's jump back into this because Turtle is spawning in about 15 seconds. Oh, is this a dive?
Arasi was able to dash away from Grace, so no Divine Judgment there. Yeah, I think that's fine, especially since the turtle is coming up now.
Grace just got his flicker back up at the same time too, and 3. Wow, he is fast.
He's got his sand plus the fact that there's the moving waters. I don't have any idea what this feature means.
Divine Judgment onto Yetri. He's gonna get suppressed. Revitalize comes out from Rusty. Raging Sandstorm flickers backwards. Catches two. The turnaround from Yetri. Bennett's Rage whiffs completely into News Passion, but there's not enough damage yet on Owl. So Lolil gets the double kill. And it's gonna be a free turtle for the Niners. Iris doing a good amount of damage to Rusty, but he's 1v3 right now. He will be able to jump away, resetting the turtle. And Niners actually not able to continue with taking it too.
Yeah.
Honestly, that is kind of what I expected from the side of JP Niners, to be able to just play it right in the face of Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the first the failed team fight so far, but technically Iris has somewhat recovered, has a level lead onto Yetri, but Sensui's a full level. Oh, wait, hold on. Sensui earlier was a full level ahead of Max, so at this point there is a slight disparity in EXP, but it's too minute.
Raging Sandstorm misses point blank. Yetri not realizing there's still a delay there, so Kim able to walk out. This is still awkward timing for the Niners.
And even a lane swap coming in from JP. Macro-wise, really good stuff.
I mean, it makes sense, absolutely. The fact that they will be able to kind of like clear the wave in the top lane by the hands of Yetri, but it seems like they do want to have this turtle right now.
Turtle dropping the 30%. Who is gonna get it? Real Woman Edison comes out. Max secures the turtle. Nivir's Passion doing a lot of damage as the Yogi Shadow Kill finishes off the Julian in the backline. Rasi uses the Avatar the Guardian to get away himself. And only one casualty, but an important one.
Yeah, but they will be trading a bot tier 1 in the process here. Red Esports, they are going to be playing very cool, calm, collected, but most importantly, they make sacrifices, right? It's going to be a constant trade and a back and forth between the two. However, in terms of timings, both Kim and as well as Owls, their flickers are about to come offline, and Grace still hasn't used this flicker just yet.
So far, we also didn't really quite manage to see too much of a play from the side of Grace just yet. I mean, to be fair, this is definitely not the time for him to shine, but I do want to see more of the fact that when Sensui picks up more of the item and really get himself that power spike, and perhaps even for the side of Owl, which he should probably get something real soon, then there's only the point in time where Grace will be able to kind of yoink someone in.
Yeah, I would imagine that Sensui has also got his... oh, wait, hold on.
Grace gets spotted, but they don't realize everyone is in the brush. Sensui gets a killing spree on Gatot. The Raging Central Flicker catches two, but they're behind their tier 1. The knockout from Julian will secure a killing spree onto Grace. Given over to Lolil, who actually takes quite a lot of damage from the Renner's Apathy. Sensui, does he still have his ult? No, but he will do some poke damage. Force out more resources from the Niners. It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Dang, Max, real nasty with it. Not only able to kind of go toe-to-toe despite being, despite having to try and catch up against a 3-0 and 1 Sensui on this Hayabusa. Honestly, I can only imagine that the Sky Piercer is already done for Sensui, but at this point, Yetri just takes no damage from Owl.
JP Niners, they are not exactly responding to Owl's push. I definitely did not expect that, especially losing the tier 2 this early. Although it's not that big of a deal as compared to losing a tier 1 this early, but still giving free money over to some Red Esports?
I mean, it's only a 300 gold lead for Red Esports, and as you can see, it's continuously going to fluctuating, right? Yeah. So I think the JP... Oh, hold on.
Rasi in danger. Revitalize use. Raging Sandstorm cancelled by the Divine Judgment. Rasi's already gone. Yetri's already gone. Red Esports is doing so much damage. Shut down. Double kill for Owl. And Red Esports are hitting their power spike.
Literally perfect timing. Tactically rolls forward, rips out the Nibiru's Passion, buys Malefic Roar right in the middle of it.
Now, of course, not to forget, Red Esports have got a pretty good answer to the counter-engage from the side of Rasi, making sure that Rasi just don't have that time to just really fly up into the sky and just deal with him immediately.
I think also just how generous Red Esports is with their battle spells, right? Every single time they want to execute, they execute extremely hard. I think that JP, at this point, the biggest problem is it's really scary to open up the map.
Yeah, that's always been kind of an impressive characteristic of PH teams. They're willing to spend their battle spells because they know it can trade them up for better resources. And we can see 9 minutes in, a 3k net worth lead for Red Esports. They have taken control of the early game, and the Niners going to need a lot more time to scale up.
Losing the T1 is also going to be a pretty big deal. Red Esports makes their way down to the bottom lane, and that's all T1's taken down. JP9ers definitely going to have a lot of a problem to actually just kind of reclaim their own jungle from this point onwards. And to make matters worse, in a minute, the Lord will eventually be pushing in. Let's not forget, Red Esports has got pretty good ways to split push with their Hayabusa on their hand. Well, JP9ers, the only one that can really just expand out or expand away to kind of deal with such split pushes is really realistically Khalid, but it's kind of valuable in team fights.
It is. I think Red Esports understands a couple of things. Number one, Zach QT is going to be the main anchor for the JP9ers, right? You disrupt his position, everybody else is going to have a tough time. Like Lolios that won't know how to play around without his anchor, and more so that both Rasi and Ye3 aren't designed to peel for Lolios. They want to dive hard and pull all the attention to them.
I think that at this point in time, it's relatively fair to say that in mostly every team fight, when Rasi wants to open up the map, it's fair to say he's going to be bursting out almost immediately. So looking out for a secondary tank from the side of JP9ers, being the Khalid himself, is going to be super important. So you can't exactly just pluck him away from the main team fights and just kind of deploy him over to the sidelines, or rather the side lanes, which is something that I think is going to be pretty darn important.
Iris, he's fine. He's able to jump away, but we can see how Ye3 can't really open up the map either. The frontliners for the Niners have been put so far behind that Red Esports, despite being the squishier lineup, are able to control the map more easily. Concealed play, Divine Judgment onto the Julian, Raging Tantrum cancels it out, but Max has already gone killing spree for Owl, and he's dealing with 1v2 in the backline. Rafty, will he be able to finally finish him off? We will see. Sensui gets the mega kill onto Lolil in the meantime. 4-0-4 on the Hayabusa, and Gatot Kacha stuck between a rock and a hard place. Will he be able to get out? Probably not, but he's just gonna waste as much time as he can.
Yep, and Rasti's just like, nah, just take me. And Sensui doesn't mind farming up the Sky Piercer. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Red Esports is kind of looking kind of hot there. Like, whoa, the execution was clean.
Clean one from Grace, just went in. Oh, I see Max, I'm pulling him, and they got it. Just as simple as that. And now even picking up a fleeting time. Oh boy, we are looking at Divine Judgment for time and time again from this point onwards.
It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be really, really rough, because now Red Esports is at this point, they're at their strongest, right? 5k gold lead ahead of JP9ers. At this point, they should start invading, taking all the gold off that map, and if they can break open an inhibitor, that would be the most ideal scenario for Red.
Pretty sure that they should be able to kind of... Okay, the main thing is Holy Defense gotta go down. I mean, the fact that it is currently 12 minutes, so they don't even have the Holy Defense that can clear out every single one of these waves, which is super important for JP9ers.
Divine Judgment, they found Rasi. Raging Sandstorm misses entirely. Already a mega kill for Owl, and Ye3 is just caught. He has immortality, but he's just gonna fall to the Infused Passion. And here comes Sensui in the backline. He's getting Sky Piercer monster kill. Oh, Lolil! Niners can do nothing against Red Esports.
Wow.
God, it feels so good to see Sensui back on an assassin, man. Now the team, it looks like Red is...
That cute, he's HP go! His passive isn't popped. Vengeance used by Iris. They're just chasing them down. They're just diving near Crystal. Red Esports, they don't care about the Niners. Game 1 just swept entirely by Red Esports.
Dang, what was that?
Wait, where was the damage all coming from?
Owl was just hitting all of his shots. He just hit the shot after the shot, and you can see Red. It's not. This is game day.
Wait, was that a Renner shot?
That was a Renner shot. Halfway across the map, 2 screens away.
Oh, yuck.
Oh, man, that's a wake-up call for JP. It's like, hey, Red ain't the same. Red ain't looking the same. They look better than ever.
This is looking like a much better Red Esports. They were doing pretty consistently in the regular season, but it felt like they had stagnated. But I feel like we're seeing an evolution of this now. This isn't really truly Ube. It's close, but it's not quite there, and they executed on it excellently.
Quick little thing, Red Esports, red side, no longer 100%.
Red side no longer 100% no more.
Wow.
I mean, I think that so far in terms of the draft, it really is just, I mean, both compositions so execution heavy, right? You'll miss an ability, it's like the whole pyramid starts crumbling down.
But what really surprised me was that we know Red Esports traditionally has always played a very defensive early game, right? They tend to be passive. Owl and Sensui just want to farm, but I don't think we were seeing that this game. They were making things happen. and it didn't feel like the Niners were prepared for it.
I mean, I think Max was pretty happy just continuously power farming, right? But even so, this very first fight, I wasn't expecting Red Esports to get such a huge swing in terms of gold. Because JP Niners, they had like small incremental leads. You can see here that it's like, it's 20 gold, it's like 700 gold. And after one significant fight, 3,000, boom, out of nowhere.
Honestly, at this point in time, right, JP Niners, the only thing I would say is that it's kind of a huge waste that they didn't really quite manage to make full use of their early game and really just kind of shove Red Esports in.
Yeah, I was expecting, them to like kite towards Loliel's side of the map, maybe, catch out Kim on those rotations, maybe punish Grace very early on. Because our MVP of this game, you gotta give it over to your man, the myth, the legend, Sensui, 6-0-5, 73% kill participation with an 813 GPM. He probably maxed out his Sky. Well, no, wait, no, he was too off from maxing out his Sky Piercer.
But that is more than close enough for a Hayabusa. This is not a hero you can allow to snowball nowadays. And that is exactly what happened. Sensui, he'd been leaning towards fighters the entire regular season, playing Vayne, playing Alpha, not really touching much else. Playoff start, Hayabusa, and he does this.
Looks like the revenge is not looking all that great for our guys over on the opposite side, huh?
It's true. It just means I have to work a little bit harder this time. It felt like JP may have underestimated them. And I feel like Red Esports took full advantage of the scenarios, because even when we talked about like early execution, you could see that clearly Red, like maybe this is a bit of a warm-up game. It's not 100% the cleanest from beginning to the end, but you could see they progressively just got better and better and better. Although I will say it's kind of interesting, right? Because the first death on Iris, it felt like there was a disconnect between the front and the back line. But towards the mid-game where we saw those big plays and Iris coming a little bit later, it felt like Red Esports, their communication was tip-top.
The coordination was excellent, actually, from Red Esports. I don't even think that Iris's first death was a bad thing. It felt like they were prepared and expected it to happen to secure that first turtle, because they knew it would be an objective that would propel them forward, especially against a hero like Julian, who is supposed to be ahead in the first few levels.
Honestly, now I kind of can really understand what Gideon was saying about Iris willing to kind of like throw body just for the betterment of the team. That initial fight, yeah, sure. I believe that it gives so much lead over to the side of Red, not necessarily on the economical side, but really just puts them in a pretty good foothold around the map.
Yeah, a huge foothold, but even so, I do think that JP didn't play the best game this time round, and their execution could have been a little bit better, especially with the ideas, but you can see that even Year 3, he was trying his best to like really negate the effectiveness of the RWM. He had some pretty good Raging Sandstorms, 3-man, even 3-man, and consistently hitting Kim. I think 4 out of the 5 times he unleashed the RWM.
In addition to that, I feel like the Niners drafted a bit too quickly. Starting, they had Gatot, Khalid, and Iritel in their first phase, if I'm not wrong, right? And you're not only taking away the flexibility of Gatot, you are showing Red that a pick like CC will immediately counter either option, not to mention revealing Iritel this early on when it's not really a contested hero besides Chiku.
Fair. We can definitely see some changes into the lineup, I guess. Okay, so at least for JP, right? So they went for Julian and the Aurora for the second last pick. I mean, personally, I'm not really too big on understanding the Julian pick, to be very honest, yeah.
Well, I mean, Julian is just a really good enabler, right? It doesn't matter who goes in, as long as Julian is able to like land the chains, he can follow up and he can also initiate. I think that's the flexibility. It's kind of the glue that makes this entire composition kind of work, right? Because you have 2 big ultimates. You have Zach QT, who's like, I want to go forward, but at the same time, I need the enemy to come towards me, so my team needs to fall back to me when that initial push fails.
Right. Flexibility. He's got burst in the early stages of the game, later stages of the game. If he wants to go for enhanced chains, at least if he's got that, he can become the initiator, and then everyone else comes in for the follow-up.
Exactly.
Similarly to Suyo too, he hits his power spike at level 3, which is way earlier than any other jungler. So they were trying to have the Khalid slow down Hayabusa, then let Max slowly take the EXP lead. But since that first step didn't work already, it kind of snowballed from there.
Let's also not forget about our man Kim here. That was the big initiation. I mean, you know they're going to fight when you see that RWM, and I think right now, Yves is a little bit of a problem here. I think that teams need to be aware that Yves, so far across the regions, have been doing extremely well, with or without the Jushin.
So what exactly is the answer to Yves at this point in time? Like,
Well,
since you can't knock her away from, or knock her out of the RWM anymore, so what's the main thing? You gotta have to kind of like high mobility, get yourself out of the box without being immobilized?
Number one, I do think that you have to have high mobility. Or, number two, you take away their pickoff options. You basically hurt their tools instead of, you know, if you get past somebody your gun, you take out the ammunition and then the gun doesn't feel so bad, right? Or you take out, better yet, if you don't take out the animation, take out the spring. Oh, what are you gonna shoot? You're gonna shoot nothing? Exactly. So they should have focused specifically on Grace. I think that was the big issue here.
Besides that as well, if you're able to kind of out macro an Eve or keep vigil over their rotation, maybe pressure them in lane somewhat and play around the map to make sure that they're not around for the big team fights with the RWM, that can be an option as well.
So there are plenty of ways to play around it. I just think that in this case, JP not feeling like themselves right now, I would expect the games to get closer as this best of 5 continues to progress.
Honestly, I haven't really been looking too much onto Red Esports. So coming in and looking at today's games, it kind of seems as though like this is the benchmark of what Red Esports has always been doing. And it kind of feels very synonymous to many of the other teams out there. It doesn't seem like what you guys said, oh, they always play very defensive, they're waiting for Owl to come on with a power spike, those kind of stuff. So honestly, I do like what I'm seeing right now. Instead of the super hard control, wait for Owl to pop up, they have been very engaging and they have been very initiative, right on their toes.
I mean, I personally feel because the Singaporeans are around Red Esports, it's like, hey, we can't make us look bad. Right? we gotta put on a show,
we gotta
boys.
look good for our neighbors.
Yeah, we gotta look good for our neighbors here. Not to mention our Indonesian brethren who are actually sitting in the crowd right now. Some of them actually flew on over, so it's pretty crazy how much attention MPL MY is getting recently.
But it is a surprise for all of us, and I think for the Niners as well, because as we mentioned to you, this is not quite the style that Red Esports were doing in the regular season. It feels a lot more interactive and controlled.
Check it out. If you come over to Educity, you're going to really experience the full, how do I say it? I don't even say it's a fad or a trend, but the culture, the esports culture of MLBB here. We have a festival outside, in a matter of fact, where you can, even if you're not into MLBB, there's plenty of things for you to do here. Basically to park your loved ones while you check out those games.
Honestly, the main thing why I actually entered into esports is because of offline events. I love the entire atmosphere. I love the audience. I love how the places roar with anticipation throughout the entire game. It's just fantastic to be part of the community.
It is. It is. We're catching up to Indonesia. I mean, I was there not too long ago. Their crowds. It's a different experience altogether, but I feel like Malaysia is catching up there with, you know, the slow progressions and things, sizes of venues and even activities.
Well, let's go ahead and switch on over to a WhatsApp message that we had with Iris from Red Esports, and we asked him any message to Ancha, aka antagonist, for what he said about Red. And he said, don't underestimate us, Anja. Even though both our mid players are local, their potential is actually huge. Bigger than your import roamer.
Oh,
that final line though. That final line.
Dang, these guys can honestly, let's make it a thing. Just a rivalry between JP and Red Esports. They are at each other's throats. They throw shade with, they throw shade like it's nothing.
Oh my goodness. This makes me really want to know like what is like the main history behind these two. Or is it just the fact that, yeah, they both just love to trash talk and boom, rivalry?
They just both love to trash talk.
I guess there is a lot of trash talk.
There's just so much trash talk. But honestly, let's talk about the player head-to-head, specifically the EXP laners. I love both of these EXP laners here. Iris, one of my favorites, of course. Ye3 was an up-and-rising star when Iris had already kind of gone past his glory days. But even so, the stats do not lie. It's pretty neck and neck.
They have the exact same 3 top picks.
Oh. And now that I see it, where the heck is Edith?
That's what I was wondering earlier today.
Not a single pick.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, yes, I understand that Phobias, Khalid, they are like top two. And so far for the entire game, we never seen those two being banned out in the previous series. So I think that's fair. But coming into today's game, we haven't, we didn't see Phobias. So where the heck is Edith?
I don't know. Personally, I really don't know. It feels like Edith has not been too popular here in MY specifically. But then again, I do hope like we do.
But I love Edith.
I know, but the one thing that I love about Year 3 and as well as Iris is the way they play Paquito specifically. I miss those days, man.
Those days.
Paquito, when he used to be so meta.
I've been trying to play Paquito recently and it just doesn't feel the same.
Really? Because of the, what, 4 bar to 3 bar? Or
he just feels so squishy.
Feels squishy.
There's no effective way to build him now. Unless you put him in the jungle and your name's Mobazane. Then I think you have like that, you know, the underdog champion of NA buff. Somehow.
Honestly, it's all about your aura, dude.
It literally is. It's crazy. It's crazy the things that he gets away with. But it's still respect is given over because he is one heck of a player. Don't forget, M6 happening in Malaysia. I cannot remind you enough. Don't forget, there's also a redeem code. Scan the QR. Save yourself some time. Now, coming back into this, do you think that JP is going to kind of shift up the draft a little bit? I would assume that they would want blue side against Nafa, but like then again, Red Esports has kind of shown their hand.
Yeah, who knew that you could overcome the blue side advantage a little bit by banning out Suyo, right? It gives you one less thing to worry about.
If hands down just saying you want to win on red, yeah, just ban Suyo.
That's what we said for Chip.
But to be fair though, I mean, JP9ers, they themselves did ban the Jusin. So honestly, even if they do have the priority on the B1, they don't have the Jusin, they don't have the Suyo to prior pick, so they resorted to a Gacha. To be fair, Gacha is still a pretty good pick. But in this game, being completely yoinked out by that Kaja, definitely not a good feeling.
I have no problem with the Gatot first pick. I have problems with the Khalid and Iritel follow-up.
Yeah, yeah. The Khalid, I mean, if you are showing both the Gatot and as well as the Khalid, you need to expect that somebody is going to play more lane dominant because there's no way you're winning those team fights with like big AoEs like that unless you are behind in terms of gold. So let's jump back into it. It looks like Red Esports is on the blue side this time round and have already completed the bans of Hayabusa, Ling, and as well as Eve, while JP have decided Suyo, Chip, and Phobias.
So Jusin open, definitely first pick coming from the side of Red Esports. Ball is now onto the court of on the side of JP this time. And personally for me, I feel that JP's draft in the previous game was pretty A-okay, but it all boils down to the execution. So if they are unable to kind of work on that aggression in the previous game, perhaps they can play something a little bit more towards the mid stages of the game kind of thing, more onto the tempo instead of trying to aggress right off the start.
Oh, I suppose we'll see, because right now Matilda is kind of that like flexible, can do a lot of stuff in the early game, still relevant in mid, and definitely has some options in the late game with her mobility and able to pull people out of tough scenarios. But JP, what is this final pick as the opener? Gatot once again. Interesting.
It's crazy how Gatot is being such a priority just because of this one play, or rather this one time, and then everyone's just really started up to pick up the Gato more and more and more.
That is how trends start.
That is true. That is true. But I don't know, into the Jushin as well, like Gato can't really do much, right? Unless it's just like dropping your ult, sure, fine, but like you can't really close the distance against the Jushin. You don't have an effective way of keeping her away, and most of the time Jushin just completely just outranges you. It's range into melee, so that's to be expected. So Khalid, and as well as the Natang, going to be the lock-ins for Red Esports to finish off the first half of the drafting phase.
Yeah, it makes much more sense for Red Esports to lock in Khalid now because they already know this Gatot is in the EXP lane. That's also another thing I was thinking, right? If you're locking in Matilda or Gatot, it makes sense, but both at once, again, locks you in. It doesn't give you the flexible option of keeping your opponent guessing on where the Gatot Gacha is going.
Yeah, good point. It kind of slipped out of my mind, the fact that they have been picked together as well. So, honestly, now JP losing that. Oh!
Okay.
Yes, this is what I was waiting for. Ah, man. Okay, so Bane is in a very interesting position, especially with Matilda as well, right? No matter who engages, you have a guaranteed counter-engage in this Bane. And I can only assume that this Bane is going to go into the jungle. I don't think it's going to go into the EXP. And most likely, it really deters Red Esports from picking up like assassins and including the alpha as well.
Yeah, Bane is very good against dive compositions because of the way Deadly Catch works. They jump at you, you just push them back. So it does work against the Khalid somewhat too, though it does feel weird that they lock it in now. I don't really feel like they need to worry too much about it being banned.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Bane is being picked on R5 just for the X factor, and people will be just been thinking, what's gonna be next kind of thing, right? So at least for JP, what we are lacking right now is gonna be the gold laner as well as the mid laner. So I think that it really opens up to quite a bit of suggestions, since JP's lineup, it doesn't really quite fixate them onto what do we have to play, what works for us. Because at least for Red, it is rather telegraphic. You pick up a Nathan, you pick up a Khalid, you kind of want to play together, you want to land big ultimates and let Nathan just kind of pierce through everyone with your basic attack.
Well, that's fair. I do. That's actually a pretty good point here. But I think that at this point, JP are looking to pick up something like along the lines of maybe Valentina. Never mind. I take that back. Good job, Bam. Got me right there.
Okay, now that I see the Niners bans, I can see where they're going for actually. By banning out Suyo and then Alpha and Nolan, they're getting rid of the few heroes that can somewhat match up against Bane early on and forcing Sensui onto an assassin that would give Max a bit more freedom to control the jungle.
This is a very heavy disengage / counter-engage comp from the side of JP. Even picking up a Bruno just so that they will be able to pick up a fight pretty darn early, I do kind of like that. But the Xborg, tell me more about this. Why specifically Xborg here?
Well, I think because Xborg has iframes when he loses his Faraga armor and does really well into tanks in general.
Okay.
That feels a little weird.
That's very different. Grace has not played a hero like this before.
This could honestly, this could go over the
EXP, right?
It could be Hilda EXP as well. That's why we need to see what this final pick is going to be.
Okay. So at least for the side of Red, Khalid can still flex over to Roam, Xbox to the jungle, and Hilda over to the EXP.
Yeah. That seems to be the case here, but we'll see. I want to see what Chico has in mind. Goes for the Lo Yi. All right. So very team fight oriented, has a lot of mobility, but I think this Hilda might just be a bit of a problem, right? Where is he going? Yeah, 3 picks up the God Thought here.
Ooh, it does look like it's a Khalid Roam. I don't think we've seen that yet this season, right?
We have seen one Khalid Roam match. It's the Hilda EXP, which doesn't, again, not very popular here in MY, was shown off in ID. But still, I feel like even an Edith would go pretty decent there. I'm not 100% on board with the idea, mainly because there's no assassins from the side of JP. So Iris is just going to show up in front of their face, get stunned up, and just get blasted. And I guess you can like force ZQT in an awkward spot, but Max is going to be uninterrupted.
We've got a lot of questions here, but only one way to have them answered, and that is by bearing witness to game number 2 between the Niners and Red Esports. Will this shift the momentum, or will the Red Esports be making the Niners dance to their tunes?
Let's find out as we head straight into the game by the land of Dawn. Game number 2 underway. It's going to be Red Esports on a blue side with an early invade towards JP Niners on the red side. And it looks like Sensui, it's going to be an orange buff start for him. Same goes for Max. They're going to be ending up on different sides of the map. Gold is on bottom, but on top side. Interesting. Got a little bit of help with the Khalid to clear up that lane fast.
I mean, this Hilda pick is something that I really want to talk about, right?
Oh my god.
Just going into the opponent's jungle and all, that is quite literally what a Hilda would want to do. And specifically if the opponent is an assassin jungler, you really mess them up a lot. But we're talking about a Bane here.
Wait, hold on. Has QT, he's not hit level 2 just yet. I think he's about to lose another minion. Just look at him just getting harassed here. He needs Rasi by his side. Kim completely outranges him.
And Grace is doing an excellent job right now, forcing Rasi to stick next to Max the whole time and not allowing him to go for the Matilda-Bruno combo that automatically wins lane. Red Esports playing so much more aggressively than we've ever seen them.
Yeah, this is a very different side of Red Esports. Looking at the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary, just a lot more Wilderness Blessings. They just expect to be able to rotate around the map fast, just to keep tempo against JP.
Grace taking a lot of poke damage, but not quite enough to finish him off yet, and that is absolutely fine for Red. Sensui comes in, gonna do some damage, forces the flicker from Rasi. ZachQT should be able to fly out. Max, though, in some trouble as he gets picked up back into the last Insanity. Grace gets the first blood.
Beautiful combination.
Kim just jumping right in just so that he will be able to just solidify the knockup onto the side of Max, leaving Max currently at level 3. JP9 now lose the opportunity to be able to take this turtle convincingly.
Iris, he's in the buff. Look at how much damage he's doing to Max. He almost kills him. Max cannot contest the turtle. Red Esports is controlling the entirety of this half of the battlefield.
They literally cannot walk up. Grace is too nearby and he just hit level. Oh, this could be a huge opportunity for them. He can force a flicker right now. Come on. You want to get onto Zach, right? Oh!
Iris jumps on. Grace almost dies to the Yang reaction, but able to heal up again with the Quicksand Guard. Sensui steals the orange above. Max starting to fall behind at a rapid rate.
I can see where this is coming to, right? JP9ers, they gotta have to focus on, or rather, they only have gotta catch to really be a realistic tank onto their side, while having an enchanted support onto the side of JP9ers, that pretty much means that you don't really have a very strong foothold on just grabbing your own jungle. So having a Hilda plus a Khalid just pretty much means that we want to run right in your face, into your jungle. I'm gonna poke out your jungle. I'm gonna poke out everyone in the middle lane and keep you zoned right in.
This Khalid Hilda combo is kind of gross. Their jungle just doesn't even belong to them.
Yeah, this is kind of giving me like Team Ray vibes, the way they just go in like Tigreal Khalid, walk on in, and then flicker out of there after messing with them. Except this is looking a lot cleaner, right? Because again, it's just consistent pressure time and time again. Both ZachQT and as well as Rossi have not hit level 4. How are they losing so much EXP, man?
Is it just due to respect that they're given?
Lolil in trouble, dashes away. Will he get picked up by the lantern? Yes, he does, but Grace not able to dive, so he will survive. But that's a bunch of gold shield going over the Owl, and the pressure isn't stopping.
What the heck is going on? How did... I know
the diversion! Oh, I thought they were taking it. I was scared for a moment. Grace, a bit deep here, actually. His team's not behind him, gets knocked out. Raging Sandstorm to escape. Absolutely fine.
Oh, Grace doesn't even have to use the Quicksand Guard now. Owl knows for a fact he doesn't have to worry about anything because Rossi has already used a majority of his abilities, and same goes for Loliel's. So he can just stand there with the entropy. But in the meantime, Iris, he's just got so much control over this side of the map. A full level ahead of Ye 3. Wait, Ye 3 is higher level than Max.
Oh no, this is terrible. Deadly Cat comes out. Iris does not care. And in the bot lane, ZachQT almost dies. Kim flickers into the tower. Gets the kill. All the while, Sensui gets the turtle.
Why?
Gets the knockup. Lolil doing some damage, but Grace is right on top of him once again. Max is here to join the party, but Quicksand Guard keeps Grace topped up. Iris in the back line. The Niners are not in control. Avatar the Guardian comes out, whiffs, but cuts off Grace. He flickers off to their jungle. Red Esports outplaying every facet of the Niners.
Oh, Zipper, could you pull up that clip of Loliel's flickering in the middle of that fight? Like, what was that? Why, huh? Explain, what? I don't understand. He could have just walked 2 steps and it would have been fine. Why did he flicker for that? Oh, man. Right now, it's just not looking good. JP9ers, despite the kill score only being 2-0, Red Esports is absolutely demolishing the Niners.
Are you guys sure that they don't usually play this aggressive? Because it feels as though they have 10 years of experience playing like this.
Look. It feels like Red Esports went into the hyperbolic time chamber right now. It looks like they've been playing for like years on end.
They feel so comfortable. I mean, we're looking at the Khalid as well as Hilda. Both of them.
Here's the diversion play. Avatar the Guardian going to miss on Owl, though. He just gets out of his ult. Grace is here, scouting out the rest of the Niners. They can't get anything.
Max is still at level 6, guys. Sensui is level close to double of an EXP.
Talk about famine.
Raging Sandstorm, point blank. Rasi able to flicker out, but they get the pickup on Ye 3, and he is dead. Red Esports are taking no prisoners.
God.
how is this working?
Dude, is this a war crime or what? This is... Look at him! Let Max play the game! He can't play the game at all!
I mean, he did manage to get the buff, so at least we've got that. He finally hit level 7, and you know what's level 7? That's the level of Red Esports Roma.
I mean, sure, but he's not going to have Deadly Catch for the upcoming Turtle, and Red Tree is up at 9. Not that it matters anyway, because Sensui's that big.
I don't think that Sensui even need to bother doing a Red Tree onto this at this point in time. If JP9ers were to just run right in the face of Red Esports, they'll be happy to receive them.
Oh, the poor guy. It's for 6k gold.
Sad. I've never seen this happen before. We've seen huge gold leads, but EXP leads like this is something else entirely.
Are you having fun? Pulling back. Oh!
Raging Sandstorm comes in from the tower! After the Guardian to escape. But look at the damage coming out from Red Esports. JP9ers, the DPS members are not even here. Lalil almost drops Kim, but he's able to flicker out. Niners, no casualties. But the damage mentally is done.
This is super oppressive. I haven't, honestly, if there was any kind of evolution, I was expecting. Wait, where's that TP going?
Oh, a nice diversion, but Iris just runs off. The Niners, they're not ready. They're so far behind that they don't do anything.
All I'm curious about is just how far ahead Owl really is. Because at least for Red Esports, there is this very big gap in terms of power spike within of Red Esports lineup, which is the mid game. They don't really have that big of damage to really deal with JP9ers. But at this point in time, it doesn't feel like it matters all that much because JP9ers is just so far behind.
Yeah, it's true, but Loliel's just got his Berserker's Fury, so those crits probably might be able to help him sneak away. Maybe 1 or 2 kills here. I think at this point, I feel like even Sensui whoa!
That's Insanity under the tier 2. It's not gonna do too much, but Sensui does not mind. Free tier 1. Iris just zoning out the Niners by himself, standing on the left side.
Dude, that's so funny. Sensui's willing to like just flex on him, right? Check me doing donuts real quick. Oh, how do you even play this game? Like, JP9ers, they walk up, right? Now they're forced to stick as 5 throughout the entirety of the match, but they're losing so much influence. When we look at the damage rankings, Kim as well as Grace is doing well. Lolios is actually not too far behind because, honestly, there hasn't been too much fighting. It's just been a lot of poking.
The irony that JP9ers now is playing together as a massive 5, kind of reminiscent of being the ultimate bonding experience now. They're really just going to be playing together and ensuring that, yeah, we've got each other. We have to play as 5 and we have to get close together, or else we might very likely just be bursted down by a random Hilda.
I don't know. It kind of looks like Red Esports is playing with just making sure that JP9ers experience the worst famine they've had in years. This is a 9.5k gold lead.
They can't play the game.
This is completely unexpected. So many of us counted Red Esports as one of the weaker teams here in the playoffs. And they show us these 2 weeks in between the regular season and now they have been through some training.
Yeah, this isn't even their final form. They're going to continue to push up to these tier 2s and I don't know. Considering how low the kill count is, I don't even think they're going to take that risk. They just want to continue the oppression and let Lord do its thing.
Holy crap, but now that you mention it, 3 kills in 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And yet they are looking at about, what, 10,000 gold lead?
This is the most unlike MPL MY it is. If you just hide the logos, you would assume this is MPL PH.
Well, it is ready. Oh my goodness! Where did Yentri go? Racing Sandstorm to the backline, hits Tree! And Kim is already back there as well. He doesn't care about the crystal at all. The Lord has already taken an inhibitor. 11,000, 12,000 gold lead in 10 minutes. Sensui finally loses his immortality for the first time. Walks away like nothing happened.
Oh my goodness.
I think that the game just forgot about the fact that the Yetri is actually playing as a Gatukacha, a tank, to be just bursted down by Owl like that.
And they're in once again. Iris buying a lot of space. Grace taking a lot of damage. And last Insanity with Sensui, even though he has no HP to speak of. Lolio finally gets a bit of vengeance there. Wow! A beautiful flicker timing from Owl to get away. Diversion, try and cut him off. But he already walked in the other direction. And the Niners will just have to settle for that.
And Sensui break it, unfortunately, breaking their perfect game, giving that first kill over, but I think this game is pretty much done for, right? I've never seen, usually I would explain like it's a checkmate angle, you know, missing inhibitors, 11k gold lead, but this is, I think this is pretty done for JP, let's be real.
Yeah, I think this is a point in time where you kind of just look at the game and be like, okay, GG, go next. Let's evaluate and understand what exactly went wrong in the early game, right?
Because a lot of wave cuttings happened for Red Esports. A lot, I think like a majority of the goal was just stolen away from Max for the large majority of it, because their laners unfortunately want to win the lane, but at the same time unable to rotate for these fights.
It's like they don't really even have any answer to Iris just proxying between the lanes, to the point that he can just casually just proxy between second and the inhibitor, and no one is realistically just saying, yeah, stop right here. I mean, JP9ers, when it comes down to crowd control, they have big ulti, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, yeah, I'm going to be stopping this one person.
They don't have enough damage to threaten Red Esports.
Yeah.
I feel like Iris hasn't needed to use his Revitalize the whole game either.
That's a good point! Make this stop! This is just, oh man. This is just Chinese torture, you know? You lay the guy on a bed, tie him down, and let just like this one little, the water dripping on the forehead. It's driving me crazy. If I was JP9ers, I would be losing my mind.
But they're gonna have to give their absolute best and their all, right? Okay, this is just not right. Just giving it away to Juicin to last hit the Lord is just not right, guys.
This is so cruel. I feel like we're watching like just war crimes being committed, like atrocities being committed in front of our eyes, and there's nothing we can do but just like keep our eyes open and watch it happen.
I don't mean to talk smack about JP9ers in this game, but to be honest, this really just feels like MPL ISG versus a random team.
A little bit.
There is that huge disparity that I wouldn't expect.
Yeah, for me in Alpha, it looks like the quiet kid at the back of the room isn't happy about the class anymore. That's what it looks like.
Well,
okay.
Here comes the Lord. Will they end? Daily Cat comes out, Raging Sandstorm flickers, jumps onto Max. A lot of time. Grace actually being finished off.
Look at Owl
as well by ZachUD. Kim with the killing spree. But Niners are still holding strong. They are 4v3 currently. Red Esports will finish off the final inhibitor. Will they try to continue? They don't have minions anymore, so probably not.
Hold on, wait a minute. JP9ers, they do fight back. They trade 2 for 1 here. Iris and Grace, as expected, go down, but they don't get anything back off of it. We look at the items. We see the Malefic Roar already complete for Loliels. That's why he's dealing relevant damage. Very cost efficient with his itemization. Well done to Loliel.
There is still definitely a chance now, considering the fact that Bruno has hit his power spike, and the very fact that we're looking at, 14 minutes into the game, and slowly but surely, Max will definitely eventually reach level 15, where he could actually try to contest with Sensui for the Lord. And only until then, I think that JP9ers would have a chance. But still, we're still talking about a completely barren wasteland coming from JP9ers, and there is definitely a timer just ticking on their heads.
Better question. Why does Grace not want to go for the Thunderbelt this time round? He went Dom Ice, and then he went into Blade Armor, and I think he's building into Sky Guardian's helmet because he got 2 belts. I thought initially maybe he was going to go for the Thunderbelt this time, but I guess not.
I guess he's just not greeting. He just wants as much bulkiness as possible.
I mean, I don't think
Thunderbelt is pretty bulky.
That's true. It's strange.
You start to build up to the late stages of the game to the point that it kind of rivals many of the items out there.
It's infinite scaling.
Yes.
It's pre-changed Alice.
I mean, we are talking about a Khalid as well. You have means to actually touch the opponents, and you actually have a reason to basic attack the opponents, because that is quite literally a passive.
Yeah, it's so free. I can't piece it together. I can't piece it together just yet, but we'll see how this actually plays out, right? Because at the end of the day, despite having a 10k gold lead, JP9ers, this is going to be the final push for Red. If Red end up not closing out this game against the Niners off of this Lord push, JP are back in it.
I think that, okay, so, sorry, I just want to mention that his first item is Dom Ice, which I think is pretty fair to kind of put a Dom Ice priority over the Thunderbelt. But then Thunderbelt next would have been made more sense.
I guess. I think no matter what, as long as you have an anti-heal source, and then if you are going to build Thunderbelt and you are going to build full tank, they just work perfectly in tandem with each other. So we'll just have to see the post game for now. 5-3 is the score. 15 minutes going into 16 minutes. This is the the push where Red Esports have to invest everything.
If Niners are able to defend this and maybe get a couple of kills on top of it, it is possible for them to swing the gold around. But it is going to be difficult when they're still this far behind in items. Iris just walks into all 5 of them, eats all the damage, finally uses to revitalize. Raging Sandstorm jumps in the backline, all doing damage. Glolil is gone, and that means all of the Niners' damage is already gone. They're trying to buy as much time as possible, but the countdown is complete. Red Esports have found the window, and that is going to be another victory for Red Esports.
Woo! Hot diggity dog! Red Esports now at match point against JP. This just might be a fast series for the boys.
Put them in red, no problem. Put them in blue, no problem. At this point in time, statistics on which side you are taking as Red Esports makes absolutely no difference. They will take the game and they will crap on you.
Oh man, this is not looking good. Like Rossi's trying to keep the attitudes wide. Kim, he's trying. He's
Look
trying.
at his face.
he wants the smack talk, and even Sick is like, no, bad boy, bad boy.
That is a very cocky face. I'm not gonna lie, it is very funny.
Oh, I love it. I love the boys. But even so, JP, man, what a brutal game that was.
It was so surgical, so planned, so perfectly done. The Khalid Hilda combo, not letting Max or anyone else play the game at all.
It's honestly kind of crazy, and it's a fun time for the boys. Honestly, I know we were doing prep telling you about Red Esports, but this is something that we were not expecting.
Just throw all of that out the window.
At this point in time, I'm just like, I can't trust you guys anymore.
I don't trust myself with the information.
I can't trust me.
What kind of MPL have you been casting? Because this is MPL MY.
This is the way, man. Hey, but thank you to our viewers out there. We've hit another PCU milestone, this time breaking season 11. So we passed 28,000. Sorry, well, 288,000. Man, I'm so dyslexic.
You have problem with numbers.
Stop it. Don't do that to me. The next goal we're looking to beat is 350K, and after that 450K, maybe. We're hoping by grand finals.
What's that number?
631,000.
Okay.
Yeah, I was ready for that. I was very ready. Let's look at the highlights here and recap. Let's just recap this, right? Where did it all go wrong?
I really just want an answer for that as well. Because even at this point in time, Max is 5, now Max is 6, a level every minute. Red Esports, they're really just doing their absolute best to kind of choke out JP Niners. And honestly, I can definitely feel the aggression coming from Iris, cutting in the wave, Grace constantly just showing where the opponents is. But it doesn't really quite explicitly tell me why Zach Cutie and Rassi is just stuck at level 3. Like, if we're looking at Iris just cutting in the wave, in the mid lane, it makes sense. But in the meantime, Kim, MVP of the game.
Man, he can't be cocky and still love his mother like that. Like, come on, there's got to be something wrong with this kid, man.
Something wrong with it.
I'm telling you, he is loud. He is very proud. He is proud of where he comes from. He is proud of his roots, and he's a really good player. I just think that this time around with Red, they finally unlocked something within him, and I think a lot of it just comes down to proxying waves. A lot of it just happens to be Kim is able to control that mid lane, especially against the Loi. Terrible matchup without your support. And even if it's 2v2, Matilda doesn't do anything to Khalid, who's able to outpush her 9 out of 10 times.
They're gonna have to deal with a Khalid, right? So pulling the Matilda out of the middle lane, and in the meantime, oh crap, Matilda is not helping mid lane, and then now mid lane needs help. Everywhere that Matilda goes, it doesn't really quite help the other lanes.
Exactly.
Like, Matilda and Bruno is supposed to be a really powerful gold lane duo, but because you're dealing with Hilda and Khalid invading your jungle, you have to stay with Max, but that also means that your mid lane is not going all that well. Kim is a rare example of the aggressive mid laner archetype. We don't see a lot of those anymore now that you shift into utility, but you can still see that sense, that tendency to want to make things happen. And Red Esports, the coordination has just reached a brand new level during the break.
Oh my goodness. No objectives, 0 towers, 0 lords, 0 turtles, 15 purple buffs to 13 orange buffs. I mean, Max did not play this game at all. He could have sat this one out and it wouldn't have made a difference.
I think the Niners actually did 0 damage to towers. I feel like they did. We'll get to see that in a moment, but I don't think they landed a single hit. on Red Esports' structures.
Not only that, 3 purple plus 2 orange buff. That pretty much just means that Max only played and managed to get his jungle for like what, 2.5 minutes.
Actually, well, 3 minutes roughly.
3 minutes.
Yeah, that's just that is not fair. It's not fair. The amount of influence that they had, right? Honestly, we're looking at. I wish the highlights would go show the early game just a wee bit more, because that early opener of both Grace and as well as Iris walking into the EXP lane to instantly proxy. They happened to figure out that Max was there as well, and then they split off instantly, right? You gotta help that mid lane, quickly push it into the opposite side of the map, and now you've basically got a man-to-man defense.
I think that this game is a very good case study, considering the fact that this is our first time seeing a Hilda coming in to, I believe, this season's MPL MY. Is it the first time?
Have we had other Hildas?
We have had another
like in
Hilda
a roam,
before.
though.
In the roam role specifically, yes. Not in the EXP.
Not in the EXP.
Untouched. Yep.
Yeah. So the combination of both the Hilda plus the Khalid is what makes me very curious on that dynamic, on really flushing the people away.
At his base, Iris is a playmaker. Ever since his debut at MPL MY, he is the playmaker type. He wants to start fights, he wants to be the front line.
He wants to sacrifice.
Yeah, but the sacrifice is a more recent thing because he's had to shift more into utility sandbag.
Right.
So now that he can do this on a Hilda, I think he's having a great time.
True to the name, he is the sandbag this time. 111,000 total damage taken while Al gets the free farm. But even so, Loliel's nearly pulled it out. That defense, that second Lord defense was pretty good from Loliel's when he just got his Berserker's Fury as well as his Malefic Roar. I gotta give it to Grace though, at the very least, him on that Khalid, he is sharp, and most importantly, he just opens the map wide open.
If Grace showed more of this during the regular season, I would have absolutely voted for him as most improved player. Because this is a huge leap forward from like his debut.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Man, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these teams are doing the mind games and like, we don't want to show you all of our strategies just yet.
But okay, so at least for the first 2 games that we've seen, it seems like Red is very convincing with their games thus far.
It does. But with that being said, it looks like we have a off-stage by Hotlink, this time with Rose and Cheryl. How you doing?
Selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibahas oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni bersama dengan Rose dan Cheryl, kita ada casters daripada region lain. Kita ada Al daripada MPL Indonesia dan juga Moman daripada MPL Singapore. Guys, bagi tepukan. Alright guys, now first of all, how is the vibes in MPL Malaysia? How are you guys liking the arena, the venue? Maybe we can start with Al because Al has watched MPL in KL, right?
Yeah, ramai ya. The very crowd is same, very lovely here. And I don't expect in the first day of the playoff will be this crazy crowd.
Best ka?
Best.
Best, betul. Alright, what about Mo?
You guys are crazy, man. This is a very, very big turnout from the entire Malaysia scene. And really, I didn't expect it on a Thursday. Because Thursday, I expected maybe half the hall, 1/4 of the hall, but it's a full blowout over here.
So yes, I do have Mo. Now the first question from Mo is, you have been casting in MPL SG as well as the Myanmar M6 qualifier as well. So what do you think of the teams who have made it to the M6 so far?
Okay, so with the current storyline for Singapore and Myanmar, I really feel that none of the teams, they had an easy time to make it, to get the representation to be at M6. It was a very hard-fought battle. And this is what we're seeing here right now at MY playoffs. It's not easy for the teams to just even make it to the playoffs. It's not going to be an easy road there.
Alright, so Cheryl tadi tanya Mo sebab Mo pernah cast untuk MPL Singapore dan juga M6 qualifier untuk Myanmar. Dan dia tanya apa beza dengan qualifier kali ini, dan Mo cakap that actually qualifier kali ini bukan satu hal yang mudah untuk nak dapatkan slot untuk M6. Kita pun boleh tengok daripada MPL Malaysia, susah sangat untuk pasukan-pasukan nak kunci slot ke playoff, apa lagi untuk M6. Alright, now Al, kita boleh tahu that dari MPL ID actually, Fnatic Onyx dapat mendominasi 4 season berturut-turut.
Yes.
Dan sekarang ni MPL ID ada representative baru untuk M6 which is TLID dan juga RRQ Hoshi. So apa pendapat Al? Is it the new Indo era? Will they dominate in M6?
There's only one keyword here. It's regeneration. The young player is very, very ambitious. Is very, very strong and high mechanic, and that will be a new style in the M6, which is the Indonesia region. The playstyle is kind of different with Philippines and Malaysia. It's like similar, so it's gonna be so different in M6.
Alright, Al kata dia boleh nampak daripada segi prestasi mereka daripada Indonesia, that playstyle dengan the young blood, the fresher blood will definitely bring a new flavor to M6, and I honestly cannot wait for M6 to start.
So we're so excited, and of course we had to cut this interview short because we're going to jump straight into the game. But finally, before we throw it, we would like to just check with you guys, what are your predictions?
My predictions for this game? It's gonna be a reverse sweep, right? JP Niners, they're gonna pull out their final form, 3-2 out of nowhere. And yeah, JP Niners, they got something up their sleeves.
Al, prediction?
King Max, please bring Assassin. Chico and Acha, please hear me. The reverse sweep for JP Niners, 3-2 for JP Niners.
Alright, kita boleh tahu that Al is obviously all in untuk pasukan JP Niners. And with that, mari let's throw it back to the panelists untuk start game ketiga dalam Best of 5 series ni. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, bros. Thanks, Cheryl. Also, big shout out to both Al as well as Mo Man here. We've got the whole world watching right now. Honestly, it feels kind of good to be the last MPL to finish.
We don't get that honor very often. Everyone's watching us to see which teams go to M6.
In the meantime, I was first. So technically we've got eyes too, but people are like, oh wait, another MPL has started?
Hey, you're the first, we're the last. We form like a sandwich together.
Yeah, man, we got to keep it in. This is, you know, everybody else is in between the causeway.
But you know, I kind of want to address about those predictions that Al and Moman talked about, right? Because I think that they are giving a lot of respect to JP Niners. It's almost as though we forgot about that early gameplay.
I mean, look, we quickly asked Red Bam, the coach, who has been your biggest inspiration as a coach? And he said, when I was in the amateur tier 2 or tier 3 scene in the Philippines, I became a coach because of Coach Arcadia. I watched his videos on YouTube, which explains the fundamentals of MLBB. And honestly, he's taking it, he's kind of finding his own way. And I think that Red Bam, for the longest time, I was questioning whether or not this team was going to be able to kind of find that style, find that way of playing that game, and to see the complete opposite of what was being built up from the regular season is very interesting.
I think it's also interesting that he looks up to Coach Arcadia, has followed his coaching journey, and now both of them are coaching a team with red in its name in MPL Malaysia.
So ironic. Honestly, so very ironic. But I want to ask you, how do you feel, Abstract, about both Rasi and as well as Grace so far?
Honestly, when it comes down to Rasi, I didn't really quite manage to get too much of a glimpse from Rasi. He's mostly been playing from behind, and he didn't really quite manage to play off those big plays or being able to, you know, help his team out all that much, because Grace definitely stood out the most when it comes down to playing as a Khalid. So much vision, so much oppression, to the point that Rasi could have zero answers to Grace, and that is just very sad to see from the side of Rasi.
I mean, you say sad to see, and you're like, yeah, his Khalid is great. His 3 picks are Gatot, Matilda, Rafael, which is like the complete opposite.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
It kind of seems as though they have changed it around so big that his initial identity is just... Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Just play what you have played thus far.
From Grace, he has evolved to no Grace.
I'll tell you straight out right now, when Grace debuted as a roamer, I straight up didn't think he was a very good player.
Well, I do think that his Enchanter style supports were better than his hard engaging supports. I think that was like the only thing that really set himself apart from everybody else. But then we had a bunch of people who were kind of like that as well. So I don't know. Coming into like towards M6, I am curious where people are going to to be thinking about maybe Enchanter supports is still relevant other than just Matilda. We have seen like Rafaela pop up here and there. Hasn't been too great overall. And I think the meta still has room to grow.
Honestly, it is a breath of fresh air, right? To be able to see these Enchanter support within the Assassin meta.
True.
I do like that, but if that is not the answer, then there's really not much of a reason for them to kind of go around with it. I mean, Red is doing well, so why fix something that's not broken?
Also true. Let's get into the drafting phase here. I'm excited to see what else they have in their pockets. Are they going to, keep JP Niners on their toes? Because we are hoping, and I mean, I don't know, our moment, they're hoping for that reverse sweep. Let's see if it happens here. JP on blue side, Red Esports on red side.
The Hilda ban in the first phase. Respect has to be given. Now, going back to a more serious thing, I actually feel like the Niners are also trying to force a different drafting style than they used to.
Really? Elaborate on this.
So, because Niners used to be a bit more flexible as a team. I feel like they prioritized properly heroes for Max and Lolil. In Game 2, they seem to operate on the purpose of denying Sensui his heroes. That's why they stole Bane, then banned like Alpha, Nolan, Suyo. And because of that, it revealed their picks very early on. Locking in like Matilda, Khalid, Gatot all together very early too also locks them into a specific style, which indicates to your opponent what you want to achieve. And that doesn't feel like what the Niners had been doing the whole season.
That's interesting. Okay, that's a good point that you bring up here, because now I think they're reverting back to like, hey, instead of denial picks, how about we just straight up say, no, you don't get to play your top heroes. You don't get Eve, you don't get Hilda, and even Phoveus, we don't want none of that nonsense. While Red Esports, same idea, but they will get access to Zhu Xin, but they are putting Max back on Hayabusa.
Max Hayabusa was really, really scary in the regular season. So if there's any time to return the form, it's now.
Yeah. What? Gatot into... I mean, they could have gone for like Cho as their flex pick. I don't know. I don't know about this one. Well, I'll give them Mo. They've been doing very, very well. I don't want to discredit them just yet. But JP, now looking at both the Gatot as well as the Zhu Xin, they probably need a little bit more burst. There is a possibility for Lilia as as a replacement, but also as a way to kind of control that mid lane if you don't have Eve. But instead, they're going to lean into the Khalid as well as the Aurora.
Seems like both sides really want to take control of areas, huh? They just want to take control and play around a little bit of these choke points and kind of find their groove through these main three core heroes that they're picking out for the very first phase. With Jusin and Kadokacha being picked up from the side of Red, it definitely do kind of point them towards a certain direction, and this pretty much means that they would want to play together, all together, same thing as always. So at least for Natan, it definitely makes sense to kind of pair it with Kadokacha and Jusin.
What about you, Stafa? Do you think that they are still trying to go for these denial picks, or is it becoming a little more standard?
I think it's more standard now. This makes more sense to me. It's a bit more open, and it allows the Niners to maybe adjust depending on what Red Esports shows next. I feel like they should have started off the series like this, but better late than never.
True, also true. I'm surprised that Red Esports are the ones banning out the Cho, but we do see the Alpha ban. It looks like the energy is still high on JP's side. It looks like they are getting confident, while Red still serious faces all throughout. Ooh, Grok, and then the Bane follow-up. Interesting. Wow, fast draft here as Arlen gets locked in for Red Esports.
Iris Arlet, one of his comfort picks, doesn't get to play it much nowadays, but when he does, he'll make things happen.
So far the comp is a lot of just peel. They've got some great initiation tools, a great anchor to kind of fall behind. But what jungler would actually fit in this scenario now that you don't have the Alpha and as well as the Bane, which are the main fighter junglers you kind of lean to if you're not playing the Assassin?
It's time for Sensui to Fanny.
It's time for...
Does he Fanny?
I don't know. I'd love to see it though.
I feel like he's going to play Roger here.
Roger? Is that still viable?
I mean, probably not, but like, what else are you going to play at this point, right?
I mean, there's Julian and Nolan.
There is yeah, Nolan.
Would I play Nolan into this? Not really.
I mean, with Arlet, Natan, Jusin, and Kadokacha, they're all pretty strong by themselves as all four. So technically speaking, if you want to go for a split pusher that can play the 4-1 split, it's definitely possible because you can respond to the Hayabusa.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. They lock.
Whoa!
What did I say? but not the goddamn best. God, I told you that this was Pocket was gonna come out at some point. I told you it was gonna come out at some point.
It has been a long time, my friend.
Wow.
Brethren!
But why now?
I don't know. I legitimately do not understand why. I mean, I know for a fact that he's going to be able to tank the Oki Shadow Kill if he builds the right items, but even so, it will all depend on who finds that snowball first.
I'm worried for their macro. Honestly, I'm worried for Red Esports macro. JP's lineup definitely looks great. They have the high loss, thick HP. Answers, where is it?
Well, the debut of Brethren. Is it going to be the answer that Red Esports needs to clean sweep the Niners? Or will this be the beginning of a turnaround for the other side? Only time will tell as we return to the Land of Dawn for game number 3.
Let's jump right into this Land of Dawn calls once more, and it needs the blood of fresh new players here. This time around, JP is going to be on the blue side up against Red Esports on the red side. Now, Sensui, the fact that he's on this Fredrin begs a couple of questions, right? Because I felt like they were lacking damage. Like Owl, yes, he can eventually scale. Kim, technically he does damage because he's playing Jushin. Oh, wait, hold on.
Grace in some trouble, taking a lot of poke damage, but he is a Gatot, so he's able to survive a lot of it. Actually trading well against Yetri. Revitalized, but now still alive!
Wow!
Massive, and Yetri dies his first blood! Rusty flickers out! And he dies as well! What? Max, you do not want to jump back in there.
Don't do it.
No, please don't.
Please. Please, Max.
Enough casualty. Enough casualty within such a short span of time. 1 minute in, 3 deaths already. This is crazy.
Oh, this is so brutal. And Lolios is a decent matchup into Owl as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at the very least, that's their saving grace here, right? JP is going to be leaning towards the bold side of that map, but... Oh, dude, Yetri, why couldn't you just pop your Vengeance earlier? You could have held it for so long. He held it until he had like 10%. What was the point?
I guess he thought he had Revitalize.
Oh, fair point.
That might be, because Revitalize you use when you're low HP.
Fair point.
The agony! Like, Iris is walking away with a kill for that. Same goes for Grace. I mean, it would have been nice if Kim was able to pick it up for himself because so far he's doing a really good job. But now we need to see a turnaround from JP Niner side. Did Max not want to go for a dive there? Okay. Missed the opportunity to go to as he heads to the top side of the map.
I really don't want to take this opportunity to talk about Fredrin a little bit while the turtle is about to come up, right? Because Fredrin is great at holding on to the turtle, but the main weakness is, of course, true damage from the opposite side as well as mobility, too.
Oh, using Appraiser's Wrath very early. Iris buying a lot of time, but he's dropping low. Not quite level 4 yet as well. Final Flash actually comes out right before he dies. Is it going to be enough? Sensui dropping to half HP. Glorious Pathway comes out to slow him down. Rasi at 20% himself. Turtle going to be reset. Despite the kill, Niners cannot take the objective.
Why did he use his Appraiser's Wrath that early?
I guess he wanted to debate them into a fight here, so I suppose. Or maybe just to kind of like see what exactly the base numbers are because it's been a while. Then again, that'd be me. It has been a while, I will not lie. But I've also noticed another interesting synergy that Red Esports actually has. Like, Iris legitimately can go for a damage build if he wanted to because there's enough tanks, and more so, there's a lot of ways to actually proc that passive to get free Vengeance dashes.
That is actually true. Right. There's a lot of different forms of CC that happen quite easily for Iris to be able to dash around. So we'll keep an eye on his item build in the next few minutes.
I still think he's going to go Thunderbell.
I mean, it's just too good to not go Thunderbell.
Yeah,
Rasi going very far, gets taunted, gets pulled back, but he's a Khalid. He still survives for now. Glorious Pathway comes out, Raging Sandstorm for him to get out, while Yetri continues zoning. Avatar the Guardian misses the backlines. Whoa! The freeze into the finishing glacier, but really does not do all that much. He loses his passive and will drop to the side of Red Esports. They are all still alive. They are actually too tanky, and Iris gets the double kill.
Honestly, looking at the fact that they have got a Fredrin plus the Chusin, this two combination is actually pretty darn disgusting.
It's pretty, I'm telling you, this, I've been preaching this for a while. Glue Jushin and Fredrin Jushin are really cool options that people have experimented. You stick like glue to them. You're just pouring super glue on their feet.
What is this assassin meta at this point in time? I'm seeing no assassin that's winning right now.
Oh, purple buff stolen away by Sensui. They're very deep in the jungle, but not enough damage from Titus. Glorious Pathway actually really nicely placed. Ogi Shadow Kill will get the kill onto Kim. Meanwhile, the stun and freeze comes out, but the final slash pushing them back into the Appraiser's Wrath. And Zacuti gets crushed, but Grace will be traded away at the same time.
Yeah, but they're going to walk away from this. They got to make sure that they maintain very high health. Now, Al, he's kind of struggling against Lolios, but he's not losing gold, and he hasn't, unfortunately, gotten frozen on just yet, so he will be fine. But Iris, at this point, is going to have to help the team get over the early to mid game.
There's still quite a bit of time, understandably. And of course, even after all of these duels coming in from both sides, it is still relatively neck and neck, right? We aren't looking at a massive change or differentiation in terms of gold. So I think that both sides, they are still kind of testing the waters a little bit and just kind of understand how they fare against one another in a grand scheme of things.
And hopefully we do get to see this escalate, right? Because again, that is going to be a Sky Piercer for the side of Max, so he would obviously love to start executing people, but the problem is damage.
Taunt on Terasi, Raging Sandstorm, he is out. Kim uses his ult, not quite able to chase him. Niners now shifting to defensive play.
Okay, Al is running out of mana. I don't think he's going to be participating for the upcoming turtle fight. And at this point, Iris may be 3-1-1. We still don't know whether or not he's gotten his Thunder Belt already. I would imagine that he got it way earlier, and we just didn't notice it.
Perhaps when an item build eventually pops out, we'll have a big, we'll be able to get a very good answer to that. Now, JP Niners, of course, based on their lineup, they do have got a lot of options when it comes down to their winning condition. They can split push very effectively as well, and I think that that's definitely something that they gotta have to keep at the back of their head if they realize that they can't exactly take a fight head-on against Red Esports.
Speaking of which, the turtle is going to get contested right now as Iris is getting into position. Here comes the team fight.
Max being disrupted with the final slash. Glorious Pathway comes out on the opposite side. Grace dropping low, but he's healing up with the Revitalize. After Guardian comes out once again, knocks up Zacuti in the backline. Kim will be finished off, killing spree. And Lolil actually wins the 1v1 against Owl in the gold lane at the same time. Grace charging up his taunt, trying to buy as much time as possible, is able to do so as Iris gets the killing spree on Zacuti. Now chasing down Yetri. Final slash pushes him back, but Rasti is here. They're not going to be able to continue chasing high lows, and they will walk out with Appraiser's Wrath shut down.
Clapped. But while this whole fight was going on, at least, it's not done.
They're still going. They taunted Yetri, and Yetri is gone. Mega kill. Ogi Shadow kill bounces between the Lolil actually gets the shutdown. He gets the double kill. The Irritel is here. Max gets the turtle away. The pullback not going to work out, but Lolil does not have his sprint, so he gets shut down as well.
Oh my god, this is getting really, really messy here for both sides here. Max is trying to stay as stable as possible, but I think, some smarter decisions need to be made. As much as I want Iris to continuously try and carry this game, zoning out Max, yes, that was great. But once you know that those shadows time out, you join back into the fight. You need to be there because Red Esports only work as a 4-to-5 man.
Honestly, looking at how JP Niners managed to shove their waves at the top and the bottom lane to get that T1, and then even being able to get some time for Lolil to join in the battle and pick up 2 kills, that is an absolutely amazing stuff from the side of JP Niners. That even though this is definitely something that Red Esports will have got a very strong hold of in the early stages, JP Niners, they're pretty okay.
I think they are, and I think Lolios is really stepping up right now. He's winning the lane heavily against Owl. He's already, with those extra 2 kills, that's going to accelerate the lane even further to scale fast, and most importantly, once he has that 3rd item, he is a legitimate threat as Owl just finishes his Starlium Scythe.
Yeah, those 3 kills will be important. We already know that Lolil is quite a win condition for Niners if he's able to get the items he needs. Zacuti actually a bit far out now, going to be Kawaii Sensui, but Max already finishing off him in the backline. They weren't keeping track of his position. Glorious Pathway cutting off Red Esports is now Yetri makes the mark for the initiation. Sensui able to dash over the wall. Max looking for another entry, but they go for the tier 1 mid. That finds Lolil, but he just walks in the other direction. Grace's Wrath finishes off Zacuti, but here comes Max once again, revitalized, keeping Grace alive, and Red Esports just surviving by the bulk of their brawn.
Just a little bit of anti-synergy between Iris as well as Grace. Grace was taking the huge chunk of damage to get in range to go for the ult. Now, And unfortunately, Iris used the final slash to push the most important target outside of its range. So far, Red Esports, they've still been, honestly, they've been consistently behind JP Niners in terms of gold, despite winning like a majority of these fights.
I think that at this point in time, with the Lord currently available, I saw the JP Niners having got themselves about 1,000 gold lead. They can still kind of contest for this, considering the fact that Max is level 13, while Sensui is at level 11. That is definitely going to be a bit of a tough gap for Red Esports to clinch this Lord, but it seems like they are still trying to get themselves a little bit of a priority over this.
Or maybe that's because they just wanted to fight.
They're baiting.
Again, engaging. Raging Sandstorm used by Rasi to escape. Iris not able to chase him down, unfortunately. A brazen breath with a lot of damage! Wow, the blow up! The double kill on Sensui as he turns things around. Yeah, Tree abandoned by Rasi and Max. There's nothing they can do to come and save him. This is going to be a free Lord for Red Esports unless Max can do something about it, but Iris won't let him. Red Esports, that's the fight they were looking for.
That's the fight they were looking for. Out of all the assassins in the game, Hayabusa really struggles against Ube's strats, and especially teams that stick close together, because you are just playing the RNGs that you can take out one guy out of the 5.
Hit the nail in the head when we're talking about them base, right? Red Esports understands willingly, and of course very well that, yeah, if it's going to be a retry for retry battle 1-to-1, there's absolutely no way. Jumping right in on the JP Niners, now that was the chef's kiss.
It was, and they're honestly, you might be able to do it again here. Who's missing? They're only the Appraiser's Wrath. That should be coming up in about like 10 seconds. No, probably 6 seconds by now. Lord is going to be pushing. The tier 2s are going to collapse, and now we see Red Esports in a really good spot. Ideally, they're able to push up to 5k at a bare minimum. If they can get an inhibitor, that would be the best case scenario.
We may be looking at a clean sweep close here from Red Esports. Holy Crystal just completed by Owl as the Lord crashes in. Top inhibitor, Glorious Pathway comes out. Iris actually has the flicker out as the rest of the Niners try to jump in to make something happen. But Red Esports are so tanky, and Owl is just doing all the damage. Iris will be traded, but we already lost 2. And the Niners, they cannot find the goal laner.
Yup. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? I think in JP Niners' mind, technically it is, because losing an inhibitor would have been way worse. So trading 2 for 1, okay, not ideal, but at the very least, they can still hold on and they can still play for the high ground, knowing that a majority of the ults are gone.
And the freeze on Sensui, he doesn't really mind, still walking forward, allowing the minion to do its damage. But the Niners will be able to clear it up. That'll be all the tower damage they take for now.
Honestly, clearing, just kind of like catching up between the gaps is very important for JP Niners, especially for ZaQT. But it doesn't seem like he does have the mobility, and especially if Rasi were to just go straight for the Raging Sandstorm plus Flicker combination to go in, it's really tough for the members from the side of JP Niners to kind of follow up with Rasi. The only one that can realistically be able to do that, yeah, Tree. But in terms of damage and continuously just putting down the crowd control, it's actually super difficult. As Red Esports, they have Sensui, Grace, Iris just holding up to the front line saying, you can't go past us.
There's legitimately just too many bodies.
Final Slash only finds Tree, probably the best target Niners could ask for, and Avatar the Guardian is successfully dodged as well. So no initiation from Red Esports, but they are controlling the whole map.
Yeah, and denies Max that purple buff, which is the most important part of this. In terms of raw scaling, looks pretty decent. I mean, Sensui is going with the standard Fredrin build, with the only exception of most teams now leaning into that Thunderbelt because of how meta and how infinitely scaling it is. But even so, I would like to see. No, would the Hunter Strike matter? I don't think so. Hepta? No. I don't think it would matter. Eventually, we are expecting Iris to sell off the Fury Hammer.
We will definitely get to that point, and he just needs to be a little bit tankier for him, I guess. Not too much of a damage, but I think Owl pretty much has got all the damage that his team requires.
Glorious Pathway comes out. Kim gets the Lord. Ogi Shadow kill, not doing too much to Sensui as Grace is dealing with Lolil and Rasi all by himself. The bulkiness of Red Esports just superseding the Assassin meta.
I think we can convincingly say that Red Esports is currently running the thickest comp ever. Just the thickest.
And to make matters worse, JP Niners actually don't have an answer when it comes down to true damage or percentage-based damage at all. Like Lolio, yeah, the main thing is you want to kill everyone in a small little area with your explosive crossbow, but let's be honest here, you're just dealing crit damage.
I think that's one thing, but I do think he is missing a Malefic Roar. Right now, we do see 2 Blade Armors already completed for the side of Red Esports, which is why he's struggling so much. Probably a third one on the way with Setsui.
Oh! Iris! With the flicker, Vital Slash disrupts the backline positioning, but Red Esports actually diving very, very deep. We can see Max and Lolil doing a good amount of damage here, even though we've already lost one. They're able to survive all of it and trade for 3 members of Red, still holding the line.
That didn't work the way that it wanted it to.
Zach QT literally saved the game. He literally saved the game. It was an insane engagement coming in from Iris, but the counter engage from Zach QT turned things around with the help of Rossi.
To be fair, JP Niners lineup, they want Red Esports to come in, especially for Zach QT. His problem, mobility. You want to land people within of the Frigid Glacier, but if you actually bring me closer to your team and I can actually land the Frigid Glacier, thank you.
Yeah, but look at so very strong on every single front, and it's going to be a constant threat that JP Niners have to deal with. So unless Red Esports makes another big blunder with a convenient wave somehow pushing for JP Niners, I don't see JP Niners coming out of this unscathed.
Well, it means that it's not impossible, but the odds are totally stacked against them. Niners pushed against a wall, 2 games down, 1 loss away from losing their opportunity to compete for an M6 slot. They have to make something happen.
Well, to make matters worse, looking at JP Liners' lineup actually, they actually do have a little bit of a problem clearing out the waves to a certain extent as well.
Yeah, they're not the best high ground, I'll give them that, but Lolios will eventually scale to the point where he can actually deal with it. Oh, and Ice Queen's one on top of everything else. Stop it, Kim. Stop it.
Kim, Ice Queen's one plus Sensui. That's just eternal crowd control. You can't run away.
It's like sticking your hand in tar. And just
basically.
Yeah, you're just stuck at that point. It's just like, up, I guess, it's just quicksand. I'm just going to sink in and let it happen.
Guess I'll die.
I guess I'll die.
The job of all the red players is just to hold them in place.
What?
Ow. That's what they're doing. Winter Crown comes out. But yeah, Tree just walking too far forward. Is he going to die here? Most likely. Glorious Pathway finally used. Appraiser's Wrath crushes the horse. And Sensui gets the Lord on top of all of it. There is disconnect. Niners not finding what they need.
This is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking.
What was that?
I mean, Yethri used the Winter Crown while still having Vengeance, so it's like you gotta pick your poison.
Iris!
Not
the
again.
3-man final slash into the Avatar, the Guardian, and the Niners are falling apart. A shutdown on Max. Lolio trying to do his best, but he's just gone. A double kill for Owl. Zach QT cannot hold the line, and that means that Red Esports will clean sweep the Niners and eliminate them from MPL Malaysia Season 14.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that was hot. Holy, I missed that Iris. I missed the playmaking Iris. And now he is given a composition that tells him, go further beyond.
Thanks for the very warm welcome, guys. This is dominating coming from Red Esports. My prediction is off the charts. Literally the 2 teams that are supported, boom, they're gone now.
GG, well played for Red Esports. Let's throw it over to our host on stage.
3 babalas kosong untuk pasukan Red Esports. And moving on further, going up against Team Vamos tomorrow. Guys, Educity, give it up for Red Esports. First of all, guys, congratulations. Ito adalah perlawanan yang paling cepat untuk musim ni. 3 balas kosong dan sekarang you guys are moving on further. So maybe kita boleh talk to Coach Bam first.
Hello.
Coach Bam. All right. Can you maybe share with us about Red Esports' complete change of playstyle? We can see that from regular season to playoffs, the change in playstyles is actually very drastic. So what changes did you guys do over the 2 weeks break?
Actually, we have an advantage, right? My players is former Blacklist and now the Aurora, and I am former Onyx. So those two is going to finals. So we adapt two play styles and apply to our team.
I see. So Red Esports dapat adapt playstyle bukan sahaja daripada local team yang dorang ada, tapi daripada imported players yang dorang ada, sebab kita tahu dorang ada ex-Blacklist dan Coach Bam juga jadi Coach Onyx untuk MPL Philippines sebelum ni. Alright, so thank you very much. Now maybe we can ask Sensui. Sensui! Hello. Okay, now Sensui, it is rare that we see Fredrin in this meta because everybody is hyping up about the assassin picks. Now, why did you guys choose to pick Fredrin in Game 3?
Pwede mo Tagalog?
Pwede. Now, alam natin na hindi masyadong common na nakikita natin ang Fredrin sa meta ngayon kasi madami nagsasabi na it's an assassin patch. So, bakit nyo naisipan kunin ang Fredrin sa Game 3 at paano nyo na fit yun sa meta ngayon?
Actually po, hindi talaga namin nagagamit sa scrims yun. Buong season, kahit isang game sa scrim, di namin ginamit. Parang, nung Game 3, parang napil ko lang po na sobrang pasok ni Fredrin sa game. Kaya ayun po.
I see. Okay, now, sebenarnya actually, Fredrin ni adalah satu hero yang Red Esports tak mainkan di scrim. Dorang cakap tadi masa dorang masuk draft pick game 3, dia nampak comp hero dorang. Dia cakap, I rasa kita boleh cuba main Fredrin untuk game ni dan I rasa kita boleh tengok hasilnya daripada game tadi. So thank you very much Sensui. Guys, Educity, kita nampak perlawanan yang sangat cepat dan sangat seru daripada Red Esports. Korang rasa siapa yang layak jadi MVP untuk perlawanan ini? So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Iris. Iris, perlawanan yang sangat menarik, amazing gameplay. Macam mana Iris prepare untuk playoffs kali ini?
Okay, kita orang dah banyak buat persiapan lah untuk JP Niners. And then kita orang macam ada benda yang boost mental kita orang lah. Itu macam netizen cakap JP Niners ni menang lawan adik dekat playoff. So kita orang buktikan lah yang korang tu salah.
Woohoo! Comel macam tu. Okay, now Iris, dekat WhatsApp text tadi, Iris dah bagi amaran dekat JP Niners. Esok korang akan lawan Vamos kan? Ada amaran ke kepada team Vamos?
Untuk Vamos tak ada apa lah. Kita orang just fokus lah untuk lawan dorang lah. Kita fokus lawan dorang. So InsyaAllah kalau kita orang menang, kita orang dapat momentum lah untuk ke M6.
Alright, terima kasih. Now, can we please pass the mic to Kim? Kim. Oi, tutup mulut terus. Okay, now, Kim.
Malu.
If tadi di ban lepas korang dapat menang game pertama, betul tak? Now, lepas tu you pick Jushin. Now, you rasa adakah dorang ban sebab dorang memang lock ban you ke? Ataupun you rasa dorang takut dengan you?
Masa awal-awal tadi Anca kata kita orang ada 3 dah sistem kan. Yalah, dorang kan ada Millennial apa tu? MSC, Millennial ISF, ESP Snapdragon. 2 cambat dia kan baru menang Suma. Tapi tu akan lagak 3-0.
Okay, speaking of that, Aush? Aush?
Yes.
JP kata JP nak balas dendam dekat Red Esports. Tapi tak jadi. So, apa sebab JP tak boleh kalahkan awak juga ni?
Anca lupa kot siapa yang selamatkan slot dia last season.
Alright. Apa Aus nak cakap kepada JP Niners?
Untuk JP Niners, come back stronger next season. You guys did your best, tapi 3-0 lah.
Alright, actually sebelum kita lupa, kita kena interview Grace juga.
Oh,
Grace, kita dekat regular season biasanya nampak Grace main hero support lah kan? Lebih arah kepada support. Now, sekarang you dah start keluarkan banyak hero pick off. So sebenarnya Grace ni comfort pick apa?
Dua-dua boleh.
Dua-dua boleh? Semua boleh?
Boleh.
So dorang ban hero you pun you ada banyak lagi hero boleh keluarkan.
Betul. Untuk Vamos ni maybe Cho saya keluar.
Oh, weh, dia terus cakap untuk Vamos mungkin Cho dia keluar. So kalau tak nak tengok, kalau dorang tak nak tengok, ban awal-awal. Betul. Kalau dorang tak nak tengok Cho you, kena ban awal-awal.
Ban atau pick lah. Cakap kat zone.
Weh, cakap dekat Zon terus. Alright, apa tu Iris? Al nak cakap something? Okay, Al cakap nak cakap something. Let's go Al.
The coach of the JP is so good. I think he should just go podcast because he talks a lot.
Wow! All right. So guys, once again, give it up for Red Esports. Thank you very much, Red Esports. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Kita boleh nampak dari segi interview that the players are hyped. 3 berbalas kosong. Bukan hal yang mudah dan bukan hal yang senang untuk mendapatkan. Tapi sebelum we wrap up hari pertama untuk playoffs ini, mari kita dengar mic check daripada dua-dua pasukan.
Kali dah.
Me. Oh, you want lock? Can bait me dah. No. The Lord dog is ha.
I got Julian. Julian. Nice, Biral. Watch on.
I'm good. Wait ah.
2 seconds left. Can end. Nice.
Nice one.
Last one.
Bot na passive.
Sisi awal ni. I got 3.
Yes.
Kami.
Tower. Just tower.
I got a battle. Game.
Yeah. Just towers.
Start. Main down. Bruno. Main down, Bruno.
Gatot. Jasira.
Simi. Come to me. Python.
Irretel. No spirit Iri. Simi. Irretel. Nice. Mid.
Healthy.
Area L1 ah. I got. Silos. Nice one, Mirol.
Whoa, I got
nice one,
skill, bro. So good.
Mirol, gago ako yun.
Jangan kat aku. Life kelot. Push. Come on, guys. Boston. Okay, guys. Rata kasih.
Rata, Cok. Nathan one.
Go benches.
Santai, guys. Ya.
Tat.
Kita.
Go. Sasong ko na lang area.
Okay. Can I guys see me? I did. I done. Nice!
Nice one, boys. But chill ah.
Yeah.
Wait all. Sorry.
Okay.
Top.
I can
All magkaka-shadow yan.
Simi.
Wait. Oh, nice. Nice one, Iris.
I got it. Die!
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Oh man, thank God we got the mic checks for both sides there. Grace quieted the interview. Didn't sound too quiet on mic check.
I think I have to take back the Berea thing. Okay, this is a different team.
Red is the Berea. Okay, Red is the Berea.
I'm telling you.
To be fair, they kind of earned the rights.
I'll give them that. I think it's a free pass on this one between these two teams. Very special moment here that we had at MPL MY. Again, it felt like Red not playing passive this time. Full confidence walking into the JP Niners, and man, it really feels like they just leg sweep them. Before they knew it, they're already on their butts.
Defensive team, wait for late game, wait for Owl, come on, absolute lie.
The thing is, you know how during that video, Sensei said like, oh, Niners have already shown their hand, we still have more secrets.
Yeah.
When players say that, they don't usually mean
They don't mean it.
much.
This is just like haunt.
This is actually actually legit. Red Esports has reached a new level of evolution here in the playoffs.
Yeah, man, this style suits them a lot more. Being aggressive, setting up these big plays, and especially with special synergistic combinations. Most people that don't really think about it, right? You have an insurance policy, you have plenty of peel, and to get the early and mid game, the main damage dealers being Kim and as well as Iris, they've got it all figured out from early to mid to late.
Honestly, JP9ers mentioned that the rest of the 3 members from the side of Red Esports is like what? Dark system? I think that they are the dark system for JP9ers instead.
Maybe it's just their kryptonite, right? They can beat the best teams in the world, but they just can't beat these guys.
It's the players you get matched up against during Dark System.
To be fair, you're right, right? I mean, look at them. They lost 0-2 to them in the regular season, and then coming back in again 0-3.
Oh,
it is a kryptonite thing.
It really is a kryptonite thing. I mean, damage taken per minute coming in from like Iris after having like the Hilda game in game 2. The game 3 is supposed to be Arlet, but you get the idea. Just some really good stuff from it. It feels nice to see that now Iris is actually appreciated for what he does, not only in lane, but more so his playmaking capabilities.
That game 3 isn't Hilda. That's supposed to be Arlen.
We gotta take what you will.
Arlen. Look at his final slashes.
That is an Arlen. Look at that.
Iris has been
That
a
is an
set up
Arlen.
EXP laner for so long, and it felt so bad to know he had to play more of a util role. But now, this is a great.
This is the perfect blend for him. It's just enough amount of carry potential on top of having great engagements at the same time. I think this really suits Iris in the current meta so far, but I feel like this could be punishable later down the line, but that's for, you know, tomorrow's casters to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, aren't you gonna be doing tomorrow?
Hell no. Break. I'm out of here.
Okay, that's our problem to deal with.
No, I'm also taking a break tomorrow.
Yeah, let's go.
That's my problem to deal with.
Welcome to MPL MY.
Look, generally, the way that I see it is, at least for Red Esports, this was very shocking, but I think more so for JP9ers because it really felt like the team did not know how to answer it, and they played so terribly from behind. Lolios genuinely is trying his best to carry the team, even Max as well, but it just seemed like the team there was a break in communication amongst the team members.
We mentioned how the Niners are a team that had been getting consistently better every week in the regular season, and they were building off of this foundation where all of their players have individual micro skills. They just needed to pool them together, and they were doing that. But Red Esports was just so cohesive as a unit that I feel like they broke those bonds all over again, and Niners were just scattered like the start of the season.
I don't know.
So it's not necessarily the fact that JP9ers took a step backwards in terms of improvement per se, but it's more the fact that Red Esports just exploded in terms of that improvement.
Well, but that's the thing, right? Like, I would have imagined that JP's steady pace at the game, getting better at the game in terms of level, was going to be able to be the key factor why they stand against Red, because then they're more adaptable, right? They can start thinking on their feet compared to Red, where it felt like they played a certain style and they could only play that style. But now we see that not only can they play different styles, but their communication, I think even we heard from the mic check, it's not the best, but their game sense amongst the players without having to comment is pretty good.
The variation in their draft and gameplay throughout all 3 games is the most varied we've seen in a single series from a single team. Red Esports is a different beast right now, and if they keep this up, I think they stand a really good chance of going all the way to the top.
Now, here's a bit of a hot topic here. A bit of a controversial topic, some may say, but you know, here in Malaysia, we get a lot of imports. I know, you know, we like to spend a little bit of dosh to make sure that we get some of the players who feel like, hey, we need a chance, and Malaysia's willing to give it. But the more that I see it, I mentioned this at the very beginning that, you know, Indonesians are the better fit for Malaysians because our languages are very similar, so it's easier to communicate. But it feels like to get to really go above and beyond, you need to get a couple of Filipinos as well, and then figure out the communication later.
It just seems
Don't take our Filipinos away, okay? Give us the Filipinos, because MPLSG, we
Oh,
were
come
great in the
on.
Philippines.
Come on. You already got Hades, and you even have an Indonesian, well, technically half an Indonesian, and like Lucian QT.
I mean, Lucian QT hasn't been playing with us for quite a bit already.
Hey, man, that's on you guys, not us.
we're mostly Filipinos right now.
And you talk about your currency, these guys. But even so, I find it like really interesting because I would imagine that language would be like a really big proponent to these teams.
You would think so. Communication's important, but you can tell that the experience of Owl and Sensui has done something for these players because, like I mentioned before, I didn't consider Grace all that good of a roamer. Kim doesn't have the most experience because he's only played 1 or 2 seasons. Iris is the only real veteran I would consider here, and yet they mesh together so well now.
Swallow your words.
Yeah, more so
I straight up
say it
have.
to Grace's face. Look at him. Look at him down at you, man. This guy is gonna mess you up. I'm telling you.
He is. He looks like he'll mess me up. He messed the Niners up real good up there.
Put him in their place real hard here. I'm telling you, this is a fresh new look at the team, and I think this is going to start sending shockwaves down the line. I do feel that unfortunately JP didn't adapt very well to what the playstyle of Red Esports was supposed to be, but at least Vamos, they get to see it this time around in this best of 5. 3 games is the data that they have to work with before they play them tomorrow.
Honestly, you speaking about Vamos, I actually do kind of want to get from the both of you, right? The fact that they are going to be facing off against Vamos, how would you think they would fare given that they play like this?
Oh.
If they can keep this up, I think they beat Vamos.
They could.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, okay, maybe not this particular comp. I think the composition matters a lot in this sense. I do think that, you know, at least for Vamos, they're pretty smart when it comes down to the draft. I do think that, you know, Pops is going to, like, you know, take a couple of key notes about what's going on with these compositions.
Right.
But if they fail to deal with the draft, I think they fail to deal with the team.
Now, of course, now I also kind of want to look at the item progression because we talked about Iris and perhaps a little bit of like damage items per se. First thing that we went for is the Thunderbelt. Okay, makes sense, absolute sense. But of course, from that point on, just kind of building up onto the blade armor to really make sure that Lolio can't just do anything to him. And it's only like, what, how many, like 2.5 minutes later, then, or rather close to 3 minutes, only then the Malefic Roll kind of pops up.
By the way, Iris actually did the most damage in the entire game, including Owl and everyone else, by a good margin.
I was about to bring that up as well.
On only a Thunderbelt.
Yep.
Hey!
Yeah!
Hey!
I'm telling you, he got free resets with that Vengeance. He basically could have closed his eyes, tapped the Vengeance button, and he probably would have gotten kills anyway. Because that's how easy it is to proc with a composition like this, which is rather crazy.
Like Grace, Owl, actually every single one of them.
Exactly. All of them have a way to get him a free mark. And not only that, right? Look at the second items that they looked about. Iris got that blade armor. I'm pretty sure second item for, yes, Grace as well. Blade armor as well. Sensui blade armor as well. So in their minds, they're thinking, my problem, well, except for Sensui, who thought my problem is probably going to be ZachQT just a little bit. Main issue, Loliels. Because in all 3 of those games, Loliels is getting to the point of 4 items pretty consistently.
I think it's smart too, because Red Esports is not really targeting Loliel. Every single game, Loliel got to farm quite safely with Owl in lane. They focused really hard on Max, on ZachQT, and then they itemize against Loliel.
This is quite the foresight.
Yeah.
Right. Now, of course, blade armor. This is definitely a topic that we talked about before, and I absolutely love the fact that now blade armor, this is a thing now. Blade armor is important.
It's so
in this game.
Yeah. Or for all the tank players out there.
For the
Make sure you guys build this blade armor.
Build blade armor.
Build it.
After you get first get Thunderbelt,
then blade armor.
like a real tank player. I'm telling you, now things have really shaken up here. Tomorrow we're expecting some pretty intense matches. It's going to be SRG versus Todak, and then afterwards it's going to be Vamos versus Red Esports. What a world we live in here. Red on both sides, and even so, I'm excited to see how it's going to play out, really.
I do kind of want to see the Reds kind of going up against one another at one point in time.
Maybe we will, but it depends on the results.
But Vamos, though, is we're talking about Vamos.
Hey, look, Luckily, it's not international, so I don't think they're going to choke just yet. But
okay,
look, we lost the Petrify Hilda. All right, I think you know that really seals the deal for me. But generally, Red Esports, I think they've got a pretty decent chance against Vamos if the drafts go well. I think that Todak and SRG is going to be neck and neck until SRG is forced to show their hand, because I feel like throughout the entire regular season they play a very linear composition. They don't really go outside of it with only very minute tweaks.
I see. Now, of course, the fact that we've managed to see the 2 games today, we say goodbye to the 2 teams. As such, Todak as well as Red, they're moving on to the next part of the game, or rather, we're now officially in the playoffs. So from this point onwards, we are just looking at a double elimination bracket. So even if either one of these teams lose, they still have got a second life.
Yep, yeah, they will have a second life. That's actually a really good point here. Now, at least for these teams, amongst these 4, they're going to play each other time and time again, so they really need to take into consideration all the all the potential drafts that could possibly be coming for this playoffs, because again, that grand finals is a best of 7. Now keep in mind, with infinite dimensions and infinite possibilities, no matter how many universe I transverse, no matter how dangerous the journey, why is this part of the script? Because Nolan's new skin will be available in-game from you're having a good time. You like that one, right? Yeah, it was a pretty good one. I thought it was pretty good fun too. November the 6th, from the 6th of November onwards, so don't miss that out. What a weird dude. If Paquito has a skin, I have to say the entire Paquito line, I would be fuming.
I'm gonna search it up right now. Like,
It's
what
literally
do you expect to say?
first line, long pause. Second line, long pause. In brackets.
Oh, that is funny. But with this, we officially do have our top 4 for MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's very unfortunate to see MV and the Niners bowing out, because these are teams that a lot of people had expectations for. I definitely did. My predictions are completely wrong because I ranked them 2nd and 3rd.
I know.
Right. I put Red on 6th.
Same. I knew. We were not ready.
No, we were absolutely not.
I really wasn't.
Esports pulled the rug out from all of us.
Yeah, they really did, and I'm happy to see that, you know, at least for this level, a level of competition for MPL MY, we're still playing mind games from the regular season, which is kind of upsetting. I really wish teams would, you know, play their most consistent game and then save those big strats for the playoffs.
Honestly, now down to 4, as you mentioned, but hey, 50% of this group is gonna go to M6, guys.
True.
This is the playoffs. This is the season, and I'm pretty sure all 4 of these teams, they are looking out.
For sure, but even so, I would hope things only go up from here, right? For all we know, the quality could drop down, but we are very hopeful. With that being said, this is Abstract. This is Adrian Staffa. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.